To call this meeting to order. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and are temporarily archived on the City website. Other individuals and the media may also be audibly and or visually recording this meeting. As well, a reminder that all the electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Deputy Mayor. We have 8 added pieces of correspondence, 5.6A through H, respecting the LRT project. We have an added presentation 7.1 from Paul Johnson respecting the LRT alignment. Added discussion item 8.3, report 16003 of the Light Rail Transit Subcommittee. Referred motion from Council on May 11th respecting the acceptance of the $1 billion investment in infrastructure public transit. We have an added notice of motion 10.1 respecting public transit area rating elimination. And an added private and confidential matter, 12.2, QP Local 1041, collective bargaining update.
Thank you very much. May I please have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Councillor Pearson, Councillor Johnson, all in favor? Thank you. I hear Councillor Marula. Please go ahead.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I haven't spoken to anyone about this, but it just came up. Would this committee be willing to perhaps defer the entire LRT presentation as well as motion for June 1st rather than having to deal with the issue twice?
Okay,
so something for people to consider.
I believe it requires a motion to achieve that change. Councillor Partridge?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to be away that week, so I'd prefer to deal with it today. Thank you.
All right, so there is no motion for that change then, if I'm understanding what I just heard. So we'll leave the agenda as it has been approved. Very good. Before we move on, I wanted to, I received a request from Joanne Pryal that we simply turn the floor over to her for a quick moment to introduce our new Director of Housing. So I would like to go to Joanne, please. Joanne.
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair, for your indulgence this morning. So you'll know that I sent out a lengthy email talking about our new director, Julie Westernset, who's sitting to my left. So I thought I would just interrupt your proceedings this morning just to provide an introduction. I'm booking meetings for each of you individually, but in the meantime, I wanted you to be able to put a face to a name. So just a bit of a welcome to our city and our council this morning. So I don't know, Julie, if you want to say a couple of words, and then we'll move on.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Chair, for squeezing us in. And I'd just like to say I'm really excited about being here in Hamilton. The welcome already has been extraordinary, and I'm learning a lot about the great things that are happening here. So I look forward to working with you all. Thank you so much.
Councillor Green, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I would just like to say through you, as the Chair of Emergency and Community Services, I want to welcome you. You're certainly in a fantastic department, rich with lots of experience and some really ambitious plans this year. So I certainly look forward to having the opportunity to catch up with you and learn more about you and welcome you to our committee and vis-a-vis the department.
Thank you very much. So we will move on. Are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none, may I please have a motion to approve the minutes of the May 4th, 2016 meeting of GIC? From Councillor Vanderbeek and Councillor Pearson, all in favor? Thank you. Item 5.1, A and B are the minutes of the Hamilton-Wentworth District School Board Liaison Committee and the LRT Subcommittee. May I please have a motion to receive item 5.1, A and B? Councillor Partridge and Mayor Fred, all in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Item 5.2 is the Event Strategy Progress Update. Are there any questions or any discussion? Seeing none, may I please have a motion to receive 5.2? From Councillor Farr and Councillor Collins, all in favor? Thank you. Item 5.3 is PSB 16-058, the Hamilton Police Services Monthly Report. May I please have a motion to receive the report? Thank you. Councillor Pearson and Councillor Vanderbeek, all in favor? Great. Carried. Item 5.4 is PED Report 16110 respecting the Stony Creek BIA Revised Board of Management. Motion to approve. Thank you. Councillor Johnson and Councillor Skelly, all in favor? Carried. We now move on to 5.5, which is Report CM16007 respecting the Hamilton Anchor Institution leadership. May I please have a motion to receive the report? Or, rather, Councillor Farr wishes the floor. Councillor Farr.
Through you to the author or Chris, Paul Johnson or Chris. It says in this report, this is great stuff, the Hamilton Anchor Institution, HAIL, as it's known, working together. I like 3, the common vision, especially with the several institutions undergoing major visioning and planning exercises in conjunction with the City of Hamilton, our future Hamilton. Hamilton's Health Sciences, our healthy future. They meet, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Deputy Mayor, quarterly. So through you to Chris, what's preventing in the future at one of these quarterly meetings with these anchor institutions of having LRT officially on the agenda to discuss, and then obviously to have that agenda shared with us here at some future GIC?
So to you, Deputy Mayor, in fact, our last meeting we did discuss this matter, and the conversation that unfolded was quite clear that transit investment in this community is critical. And of course that includes LRT, but also we talked about the fact that what Hamilton's embarking on right now is a 10-year transit strategy which is meant to benefit this entire community, of which of course LRT is part of that, and so there's no disagreement, I think, with respect to that. So in terms of there being a formal endorsement of LRT, I would say that the conversation really was about not just LRT, but the entire transit system which you have approved, which you want to see investment in. So we're working on that regard, and I would expect that we will see something in the form of some endorsement of Hamilton's ambitious plans. So I think, you know, it is an important topic, but as the report points out, we all agree that in terms of getting some immediate work done, we need to focus on housing, which I know Council and the Mayor is saying in no uncertain terms is important. So you have the power of these major institutions behind you wanting to encourage housing investment, along with hubs, another opportunity that we have in our lower city certainly, and wherever else schools are closed, that we have a chance to reimagine, reposition those land uses. So I thank you for the question, and I can say that there's little doubt in my mind about the institutions and the importance of transit to meeting the needs of the people they serve.
I think my question was answered, so thank you. It appears HAIL, our anchor institutions, are already very much with LRT on the radar, saying transit is critical. So that's good enough. I'll leave it at that and look forward to future updates from these quarterly meetings of our anchor institutions. Thanks.
Thank you. Still on 5.5, moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. 5.6. We have before us added item 5.6A through H, which is correspondence respecting the LRT project. May I please have a motion to receive item 5.6A through H? Councillor Pearson and Councillor Marula, all in favor? Thank you. Delegations. I now call upon Keenan Loomis, President and CEO of our Hamilton Chamber of Commerce, to make his delegation. Welcome, Keenan.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I will note this delegation request was made weeks ago, and is to provide you with a regular update on what's going on with the Hamilton Chamber of Commerce. In particular, what I want to be able to update you on today is give you a progress report on our 5-year long modernization process that started, as I said, 5 years ago, with a radical overhaul of the Chamber's bylaws. So the board leadership at that time determined that they wanted to go from a very much a working board, a very busy board, to an oversight board. And at that time, they also imbued the powers of the president and the CEO in the CEO, and then henceforth made that person the face of that organization instead of having the board chair be the face of the organization, with board chairs turning over year after year. That does, in fact, hold back the development of the organization. So it's been my true honor and great privilege to be the leader of this organization for the last 3 years as the caretaker. I'll borrow a term from Bob Young because it's very appropriate. The caretaker of Hamilton's oldest institution. But of course, we stand on the shoulders of giants. So many people before us who have made such great contributions to the city's history. And the key question for us as the leaders of this institution, the executive and the board, is how do we make the next 171 years as successful as the first 171 years of this organization? So I stand here on behalf of my board, thanking you for the opportunity to present the fruits of our strategic planning that we have undertaken over the last couple of years. We have a new board as of March 31st. We just had our AGM, and representing the board is Candace Carson here today of Scotiabank, and I thank Candace for being here. Our new chair is John Pryke of KPMG, and Carmela Trombetta will be assuming the chair in a couple of years. I think you'll find that it's a diverse board. There's a great gender balance on the board. It's experienced and youthful at the same time, and represents a broad range of sectors and types of business in our community, and in fact our not-for-profits as well, which represent a significant portion of our membership. So we wanted to revisit and look at the mission and the vision of the organization, and we wanted to keep it simple. And more than anything, we had determined that chambers at their core are connections organizations, allowing our members to connect with each other. You need friends in business to be successful. You need great talent. You need suppliers. You need customers. You need partners. You need just people that you can commiserate and learn from. And all of those are available through membership in the chamber. We also connect to information on the local business market, and we provide education to our members. And we connect to the powers that be that control the policy apparatus that impact on the matters that impact the business community. So collectively through our policy and advocacy efforts, we've been able to, as I said, accomplish a lot as an organization. And ultimately our vision and our whole purpose is to add value to that relationship with our members, so that 1 + 1 equals something more than 2. And we know that each year, when our members open their invoice, they think back on the past year of experiences that they've had with the chamber, and we know that they are adding it all up and determining what value we do add. And I think that we're finding that we have a high satisfaction among our members and a great retention rate as a result. So with the mission and vision being very simple, we also thought it was important to enumerate certain principles that guide us going forward as an organization. And so these are the 5 that we have come up with through our strategic planning process. Our ambition is to be an organization that thrives, serves its members' interests, contributes to Hamilton as an anchor institution, is inclusive and welcoming, and connects Hamilton to our region and the world. I'll dive into each of those just briefly. Obviously, it's important. Organizational health is the most important thing. If you aren't healthy as an organization, you're not going to be effective, and you're certainly not going to attract the confidence of the business community. So it's imperative to us that we are a model organization for this community, an inspiration for other not-for-profits and for our members. It's obviously important to have high employee satisfaction. Otherwise, if you don't have a great organizational culture, it doesn't matter what kind of strategy you come up with, you're never going to be able to meet your goals. We serve over 1,000 members, and that can be difficult and challenging at times, but we do it with a smile, and we believe we deliver excellent customer service. It's important to us as well to have innovative and engaging events. We're known for many of our events, and I think that you will agree with me that the quality of our events has increased over time. Membership growth and revenue growth are obviously key metrics for us, but the most important thing for us as an organization is how does this 171-year-old institution remain relevant in the 21st century? And I think we're getting great feedback from our membership and from so many people within the community that we're definitely solving that riddle. So as a membership organization, as I said, each of our members receives their renewal invoice each year, and we have to demonstrate that we have definitively served their interest. First and foremost, we ask them to see us as their first phone call, their lifeline in business. as the solution to, or to help them solve their problems vis-a-vis either the City of Hamilton, that happens from time to time, if they need a new web developer, if they need new market intelligence, access to markets abroad. We ask that our members see us as that first phone call. We're natural-born connectors. That's how we deliver a lot of value to our members, not only programmatically, but on an ad hoc basis. We provide a lot of continuing education especially for new members and young businesses. Obviously, we have a lot of networking events where many people are able to meet the friends in business that they need to succeed. Our communications and our promotions through social media, through Pipeline, and through Panorama are seen as among the best in the business. We are the gateway, as I said, to a lot of intelligence on the Hamilton market. We have affinity programs that help businesses save money. And our newest offering is Magnet, which is you'll hear more about this from the Mayor's Blue Ribbon Task Force on workforce development. But Magnet is a new system that will, hopefully, with a high rate of adoption, be the de facto jobs portal for this community. And I have provided you with information on Magnet, and as I said, you'll be hearing a lot more on that. You heard earlier this morning that there is a group called the Hamilton Anchor Institutions Group that has been coming together over the last couple of years, and we are proud to sit at that table. We are proud to be the voice of business at that table. We are the only private sector representative at that table, save for ArcelorMittal Dofasco, and we lobbied for ArcelorMittal Dofasco to be on the group, and the rest of the group agreed. We have, as a board, reaffirmed our commitment to being a thought leader in this community and a change agent, and I think you will see that that very much is front of mind in what we advocate for in terms of our policies. We work really closely with the Economic Development Department here within the City of Hamilton, and we appreciate their support, and we contribute, we believe, greatly to their efforts. And in particular, we've been talking a lot about forming a cluster in life sciences that will form the basis of our future economy 10, 20, 30 years down the road. And I think we'll be hearing a little bit more about that in the coming months as well. We've been doing a lot of work on Open for Business, and I think that you will be pleased with some of the things that we have developed in concert with Jason Thorne and Bill Jensen over the last few months, and there will be an engagement for infill developers with the city through those efforts. I already mentioned our efforts on the Blue Ribbon Task Force. We're also on the Government Relations Committee and do a lot of government relations ourselves, advocate a lot of policies through to the province and to Ottawa as well. In particular, one of the major policy victories that we have experienced in the last little bit is relating to the Morriston bypass. And Councillor Partridge was on that very large coalition of members, not just in Hamilton, but in Wellington County, in Cambridge, in KW, advocating for the bypass that will alleviate that bottleneck that exists in that poor town under siege, Morriston, Ontario. And so that was a very welcome announcement for our goods movement and our trading members. And I don't know if you've heard, but there's this little thing called LRT that's also been on the agenda in this community for a while. We had an LRT task force formed under John Dolbeck 7 years ago within the chamber, comprised of a lot of anchor institutions, a lot of larger employers, engineering firms, the Home Builders Association, the Realtors Association, and we spent many years consulting with experts like McMaster Institute of Transportation and Logistics, city LRT staff, Metrolinx, we read Rapid Ready, and the MITL report. And after all was said and done, the task force determined that this is too great a business opportunity to pass up. And the business case for for the members of the LRT committee and the board members of this organization. We have now shifted focus, and we advocated for the project, and now it's important to us that we do everything we can to mitigate the impact to the business community along the way, and that we get to the end of the process. And as the mayor says, I look forward to that day when we are able to say we should have done this a lot sooner, and I know that that day will come with the help of these leaders within the community. Finally, an announcement that we made at the Mayor's Breakfast a couple weeks ago. We have a new leadership initiative that we are launching in the fall called CEOs of Hamilton. We hear from all layers of government that the private sector and non-governmental leaders need to come together to help solve many of the issues that we face as a society. Budgets at the government levels, all government levels are taxed, and so this is us answering that call, and you will hear more about that over the course of 2016. Our fourth principle is, of course, to be an inclusive and welcoming organization. We are a member-driven organization. We welcome all businesses, all not-for-profits, and we receive a lot of contributions from hundreds of volunteers over the course of the year. We believe we reflect the community well, at least we strive to. The diversity of the community on all levels and with all demographics. We've done a lot of work with Wesley Urban Ministries on supporting newcomers. We've done a lot of work with the YWCA on women in leadership. Our Young Entrepreneurs and Professionals division is very vibrant and has brought a lot of youth to this organization. And of course, we welcome political leaders as they come through Hamilton. Finally, we endeavor to connect our city to the region and to the world through our membership in the Ontario Chamber of Commerce, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, and the Association of Chamber of Commerce Executives. We are the face of Hamilton at each of those gatherings, and we do a lot of policy advocacy through those bodies representing the interests of our members. We also work very closely with regional chambers, not just Flamborough and Stony Creek, but all of our neighboring chambers, Burlington, Niagara, Brantford, and beyond. We do a lot of work within the GTHA caucus of the Ontario Chamber of Commerce and have great relationships with other regional organizations such as Civic Action. And I think that Hamilton is top of mind now for people in Toronto, I hope in part to a lot of the efforts that we have undertaken. We are on the Global Hamilton Council here through the City of Hamilton and advocating other trade initiatives through our other networks. And we also know that we should be looking in the other direction and looking to forge ties in Buffalo and Niagara. And they are very eager to connect in with us as well. So my hope is that in 2017 we'll be able to do a Hamilton, Buffalo, Niagara Economic Summit, and I'm laying the groundwork for that. And the final reason I wanted to come here this morning was to invite you to our Bay Area Economic Summit. As many of you know, many of you were there last year. We had a great turnout on, it was June 2nd last year at the Royal Botanical Gardens of the first ever Bay Area Economic Summit. It was quite an innovative concept, actually, to have two neighboring communities come together. It was in part due to the leadership and the request of the Greater Bay Area Committee that we actually we do something like this, and we were able to take up the cause. And in the end, it was a really great day and a really great accomplishment, such that we decided by the end of last year's event that we were going to do it again this year. And so it's coming up. It's on June 21st. We have the premier coming. I have shared with you a media release related to this and the agenda as well for the day. So I invite you all to the Royal Botanical Gardens on June 21st. So that is my update on what is going on with the Hamilton Chamber of Commerce. I'm really pleased. We have such great relationships with so many people here within this organization, which is the City of Hamilton, and not just on the political side, but on the staff side as well. And we do so much together, and it's really nice to see, because in so many communities that is not the case. And so we are not we're not getting in our own way as a result. And so I want to thank you for all of the support that you provide for the Chamber, for your involvement in so many of the events, Mr. Mayor, and so many of the staff as well. It's a great relationship, and will only get better over time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Keenan. I have a speakers list consisting of Councillors Farr and Green. Councillor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and congratulations on 171 years of the Chamber here in the city, Keenan. Your successes, and of course, if you could pass along to the board, we're all keen to see the continued progress with the Hamilton Chamber of Commerce. And June 21st, the Bay Area Summit, it was very impressive last year, and with your keynote speaker, Kathleen Wynne, a good transition to my one and only question, which hopefully will allow you to expand a little on the LRT question, but not in a boat-rocking kind of way, just more of a focus on the business side of the question, because we have heard concerns. Nobody on the LRT subcommittee or around this horseshoe is pretending it's going to be an easy ride. Construction is painful, whether it's Concession Street or a residential thoroughfare. It's a pain. And we're working on, and when we read our LRT subcommittees, and we appreciate your contribution as a member of that LRT subcommittee, you could see that we're doing the very best to see what other communities are doing, come up with made in Hamilton solutions, and communicate. We've vowed to the 900 plus businesses along the Beeline to visit each and every one at least twice a year, things like that, and you've been instrumental in that conversation. But we also hear continually, and fair enough, because it is a great debate right now, and again, not in a boat-rocking way, that there are some businesses that just won't accept LRT. And you stand before us with your 1,000 members, a chamber task force that is essentially in phase 2 with people like McMaster Innovation and the rest of them that sit around that table to help with the conversation and help with the engagement. You said here today, quote, too great a business opportunity, end quote. It was years ago that you came up to that conclusion after reading Rapid Ready and meeting with your board and talking to your members. Your 1,000 members have shared it's too great a business opportunity. We have anchor institutions, as we heard here today, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that say, quote, transit is critical, end quote. That's a quote from our city manager when I asked the question earlier, but they're supportive of our 10-year strategy. You know this already. You are an anchor. You are representing an anchor institution here today, but the hospitals and the Mohawks and the McMasters. We have 600 local leaders at a mayor's breakfast that for the most part, many of them, were very supportive of the LRT commentary from our good mayor, who is quite obviously also the leader of our city and supportive of LRT. It goes on and on and on. But to you, as the chamber representative here today, and those 1,000 members of the business community, and we're talking about banks, we're talking about businesses big and small that are members that have this commitment to LRT, that say it is too great a business opportunity. If you could just expand, and not in a boat rocking manner, on that side of the conversation, because it's coming up frequently, and it's only fair that if you're here today and we have a presentation today, the timing is good that you add to that for the record.
Okay. Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair. I have no doubt that there are businesses that are against LRT, and I know a lot of businesses that are for LRT that are nervous, actually, about the impacts that it's going to have to their businesses. But I can say pretty confidently that there are 1,000 businesses, at least, that employ 75,000 people in this community that are supportive of LRT, and that membership is not just a random sampling of businesses within the community. It's 90 to 95 of the top 100 businesses within this community, of the biggest businesses within this community. It's all of the anchor institutions within this community as well. It is, as you mentioned, the vast majority of the key leadership within this community that are supportive of LRT, supportive of this project, and I think that should count for something. And they're supportive of this because, again, a sampling of that group came together through the LRT task force. looked at all the evidence over years and years, and evaluated it from all sides and determined that the business case for LRT in Hamilton was solid. And we're not the only ones, of course. Obviously, the city, the province as well has determined that, and so many other transportation planners and experts. So we're not alone. It's not a radical concept, and in fact, we've received the funding and the province's support for it. So we looked at Rapid Ready, as I said. We looked at the McMaster Institute of Transportation and Logistics work on this and in a number of reports. And we were sold on the transit-oriented development opportunities. So Hamilton is obviously, we're experiencing great renewal. But we have the opportunity to put the pedal to the metal and accelerate it even further. I think one of the biggest reasons for supporting this is understanding that, we're going to be a city of 750,000 people within 25 years. And Hamilton will be a city of 1 million people at some point. It might not be in our lifetime, but it will. It's going to happen. It's inexorable given the migration patterns in the GTHA. And the only way we're going to be able to do this, I believe, is by investing in a great transit system. The LRT task force knows that this is just phase one, and that there are so many other phases coming down the pike that will allow us to ultimately create the system that's needed for that 1 million-person city, and that will allow us to take off. So I think not only do we see the business case behind this, but I think that group of people, that congregation of leadership within this community has great faith in this city. And in our ability to do this right, to plan this right, great faith that we will get through it, and great faith that in the end it will actually exceed all of our wildest expectations. I can't tell you exactly how much uplift is going to result due to this billion-dollar investment, but I do have, and so many people have such great faith in this community that we're going to be able to weather the storm, and in fact that we're going to flourish afterwards. And we were able to do that. So I know that, again, there's a lot of angst, especially along the spine of the route. And to be honest, I have a great deal of angst as well, and I hope that we do this right. And so I reached out to Waterloo Region, and I reached out to the Uptown Waterloo BIA Executive Director, Patty Brooks, and I said to her, we're about to embark on LRT. You're going through a lot of things, and I'm hearing a lot of things about the chaos in KW. Tell us whether this is worth it or not, or whether we should just get out of this altogether. And she said, no, this is absolutely worth it. And I will come to your LRT task force and tell you why. And what she laid out at the LRT task force was the marketing campaign that the Uptown Waterloo BIA is implementing right now to get through the construction issues that they're dealing with at this moment. They're finding that actually some of the businesses are doing better. We don't know if it's because they have, through their marketing campaign, tapped into the civic duty of the people surrounding that particular area, and now they're spending a lot more of their budgets on local businesses. We don't know if it's because there's no traffic on King Street right now in the Uptown Waterloo BIA, that it's actually a far superior pedestrianized environment. So we know that some businesses have had a negative impact, but I would say that, how many businesses do we need? How many businesses are going out of business is too many for this? Because I'll tell you, if we're not doing this because of angst along the corridor and because we might lose a handful of businesses, I'll tell you, we will lose businesses anyway along that corridor, whether we go forward with this project at all, or because that's what happened. Businesses come and go, and so I believe, and again, this goes back to faith, that we're going to get through this, and that it is going to exceed all of our expectations, and that it's in the end, isn't it victory that has 1,000 fathers? And when we do ride that maiden voyage, we will say, why didn't we do this sooner? And I'm pretty sure everybody will say that they were supportive all along in this project.
That's a fantastic answer. I'm glad we opened the door to get you to expand, and I really appreciate it. Your advocacy, but your hard work as the face of a growing chamber with 1,000 members, and on a most important topic as it relates to business in the city more than anything else for your group. He mentioned the BIAs, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I neglected. I wrapped off Anchor Institutions and MAC and Mohawk and all of the rest, but I should have also included our downtown BIA and our International Village BIA, who have been tremendous partners and who also sit at the LRT subcommittee table and continue to work really well on the LRT file. So thanks again, and congratulations on 171. Best of luck with the summit, Keenan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Green.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and certainly some great insight there, Keenan. I just wanted to, first off, a couple of comments. Thank you for the evangelical way in which you kind of promote this city. I know, having been to more than a few of your events, it's great to see the regional approach that you're taking. If you could just take a moment and speak to, like, when you're looking at regionalism, coming from a time when I think we were very competitive vis-a-vis our different cities, our neighboring cities that are surrounding Hamilton here, why the shift now towards a more collaborative regional approach? What are the advantages that your chamber is seeing? Like, do you not have businesses that might say, well, you know, gosh, we're in competition with Buffalo or Niagara or Toronto? Do you care to just comment on the shift towards collaboration over competition?
Yeah, I mean, more than anything, it's due to market forces, global market forces. We find ourselves, the head of the OCC, Alan Odette, always talks about Ontario being a relative rounding error in the global economy. So obviously, we need allies as we compete against so many other economic engines across the world. I don't think that our members see the neighboring communities or even the other more regional communities as being in competition. Businesses actually don't see borders, and that's the whole reason why we have collaborated with Burlington. There are so many businesses and institutions and leaders that straddle both sides of the Bay. It makes a whole heck of a lot of sense for us to partner together, and I think that there's more we can accomplish together than we can apart. And as I said, this is just the very first step. Buffalo and Niagara are reaching out, and I think it's really important that we engage, and I think those represent great opportunities for us. I think that the Hamilton brand within the GTHA context as well has just improved so dramatically that all of a sudden everybody within the GTHA is wondering what's going on in Hamilton, and we're attracting a lot of interest and investment as a result. So not only are we able to forge relationships that only make us stronger, but in this whole process we're also shining a light on Hamilton, and we're benefiting as a result due to that interest.
Absolutely, and certainly I'm a huge supporter, a particular soft spot for the small S business. It's good to see more participation from small business in the chamber, which typically had been, in the past at least, perceived as being kind of a big industry venue or a big industry vehicle. So with regards to your Bay Area Economic Summit, I know last year I had the opportunity to attend, and there were some fantastic conversations around the table there. Were there any outcomes to date from that particular summit? Anything that you want to comment on in terms of what you're anticipating for this year, and what was the results of last year's conversation?
There has been a lot of collaboration going forward between many of the groups that came together last year. Certainly the young professionals groups have had a number of meetings after that together as one group. Same with the women in leadership groups. And I know well, and I don't know if this is the case, you know, at the highest levels, but I know, but I believe it to be true, that the cities have collaborated a lot more effectively at all levels. And certainly I've heard of stories of staff now working together across the Bay, whereas previously they had not. And that is certainly heartwarming. I mean, obviously this isn't going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen in 1 year. That's why we're doing it again. And that's why, you know, one of our recommendations is going forward. We continue to focus on this relationship. and we continue to put the structures in place to be able to get more benefits out of our relationship.
And so with securing the premier at this year's summit, certainly that's a huge high-profile keynote. Are you anticipating a conversation around their shift? Are they going to be talking about climate change, density? What do you think is going to be the theme of the premier's keynote address?
I don't know. The premier is right now in Israel. We have not worked with our advance team yet to. Obviously, we will share the agenda and we'll determine what their agenda is on their side and try to figure out where they overlap, and that's where she can focus. But I would expect climate change would be one of those topics. The great thing is the premier is going to come at around 3 o'clock, and she's going to sit through the report out section. So she's going to get the executive summary of the proceedings of all of the various agenda items, and hopefully that will also inform her keynote at the end of the day.
Well, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor Keenan, always a pleasure, and I guess in the words of George Michael, as it relates to LRT, you got to have faith. Thanks, brother.
Thank you very much. Councillor Scully.
Thank you, Keenan. I want to focus a little bit more on the LRT and just on the businesses within the chamber, small businesses, specifically along the route. Now, I'm hearing from my colleagues and from yourself, and would assume after listening to this presentation that we have 100% support behind LRT, and I can assure you that isn't the case. I was at a function last night, a volunteer banquet, and I asked specifically, everybody raise your hand who's in support, raise your hand who isn't, and overwhelmingly the people in the room were not supportive of LRT. Having said that, in terms of the chamber, have you talked to, and I mean polled, the people along the route who are going to be impacted, and how are they? Are they in support? Are they against it? And have you come up with, because you're making these statements, but I don't hear any real concrete numbers or a study behind supporting it.
Thank you. So I will say that I'm pretty confident that we have overwhelming support among the 1,000 businesses that are members of the chamber. I won't presume that we have unanimity among the members, but I also know that not once have I received a phone call from a member expressing concern or opposition to LRT, and not once have we received a resignation as a result of our position.
Sorry, did you say you have not received any phone calls from people?
I have not from my members. I have received phone calls.
None of your members have said that they're opposed to the LRT?
Correct.
None of your members are opposed to the LRT?
There's not been one member that has resigned due to our position on LRT.
Have you spoken to people along the route?
Yes.
And none have shown opposition to the LRT?
Well, I won't say that. Again, I'm talking about my membership. Members, many of whom are along the route, but we don't represent all the businesses along the route. But the members that are in support of LRT, the ones that I have received phone calls from that are along the route, have expressed concern. They are concerned, absolutely. But they also believe in the business case behind this. They believe ultimately that we're going to be a lot better off as a result and be able to meet those intensification targets. Our businesses want to operate in a city that is 750,000 people, in a city that is 1 million people. They would love to double the market size of this community, and they know that this is important to doing so. I think one of the great things about business owners is they understand the need for investment to make improvements and to be able to remain healthy over time. And this is just one of those opportunities. So in terms of we have worked with them to help explain the project and to also explain how we're going to help mitigate the impact throughout the course of the project. And we're very focused on that. We're working with Metrolinx and with the City of Hamilton on that very question. It'll be up to Metrolinx and the City of Hamilton that will walk the entire route, and we'll connect with each of the business and property owners along the way. I'm sure that it would be easy to do a poll of those businesses as they do that, but I think it's important to address their concerns, and I think it's important to help them understand how we're going to be able to ride it out.
How many members, through the chair, how many members along the route belong to the chamber?
Well, there are a lot downtown. There are a lot of the larger businesses and institutions in the city exist in downtown, and I would say that all of them are on the LRT route and will be impacted. And then as you get into the retail environment,
What did you just say?
a lot of companies have their headquarters or head offices in downtown, within the downtown BIA, within Jackson Square. So I would even count them as being businesses that are on the LRT route and businesses that are obviously going to be impacted by construction. But as you get out into the retail environments, there are fewer retail businesses that are members of the chamber, but I do have a handful, I would say 20 or so along the route.
So it would be fair to say that the chamber, because there may be a perception that the chamber, unlike the BIA, represents the entire small business community along the route. So to suggest that businesses are all in support isn't necessarily accurate. There could be, and probably are, many non-chamber members along the LRT route who are opposed and quite concerned about going out of business because of LRT.
I have no doubt. I know that the organization has always attracted the more forward-thinking members within the business community. That's why they invest in this organization and have for 171 years. That's why I would say that the business community overwhelming is, and again, especially, we're talking the 90 to 95 of the top 100 employers in this community, all the anchor institutions within this community, and the vast majority of the top leadership within this community. I'm confident to represent them here today and say that they are supportive of LRT. And I believe that that counts for something.
And I agree, but the top employers in our community are not private sector employers either. They're not going to have to worry about losing money. We're talking McMaster, Mohawk, a hospital, another hospital. I mean, these aren't people who are worried about a long-time business folding. They are public sector institutions that don't have to worry about a financial impact due to an LRT, correct?
Of the top 100 businesses in this community?
What are our top 5 or 6 employers in the city?
Of the top 10? Excuse me, I'm sorry to talk over you. Of the top 10, I would say 2 or 3 are private sector companies, so ArcelorMittal.
Private sector.
Yes, private sector.
So the majority of our top employers are public sector and won't worry about losing any dollars because of an LRT.
I would say of the top 100 businesses in this community, there's probably 80 to 85 of them would be private sector companies.
So in the top 10?
Top 10, 3.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you. I know I talked to Councillor Jackson, and he asked this of you, Keen, in the past. You indicated you did the survey. He indicated we're still waiting, and he requested to see a copy of that survey. So is that survey available for us to look at and see exactly what businesses have responded along this corridor in respect to their position?
We have never done a survey of the businesses along the route. I have not indicated that.
Okay, so have you done you said you did a survey amongst your members?
Yes.
Is that available?
Well, we have not done a survey of our members asking them specifically of their support for LRT, but as I said, we have not had a member resign due to our...
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Whitehead. I'm going to go for a second time to Councillor Green.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And Keenan, I'd like to thank you for all the time that you've put into the LRT subcommittee, at which I'm sure you'll remember presentations from Paul Johnson announcing David Derbyshire and a team of very apt canvassers that are going to be going not once but twice canvassing the entire corridor. So in fact, you'll be happy to know that your survey or your membership will be able to share that information with you in fact, and that acknowledging that you're right, certainly not all the small businesses are a part of the Chamber of Commerce. For those that are paying attention to the LRT subcommittee, and if there's anybody who wants to attend, they're free to do so, they would know that we have in fact hired a staff through Metrolinx, fully funded, to do door-to-door surveyings, not once, but twice every year. Because, I can tell you, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, being on Ottawa Street, seeing the revitalization that's happened there, there's been major turnover on that street. That is a part of small business. I know because I own a small business. And so what we've done with this survey is we're ensuring that businesses that might go out of business, as per happen in the business cycle, are noted for well in advance. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Keenan, when we're doing that survey, would it be useful for your chamber to also have that information, to know which businesses, small businesses have those concerns? Would that be of value to you?
I would love that. I would welcome that opportunity.
Sorry, Keenan. Looking forward to your answer. I just want to remind the group that we're going to be talking about LRT all throughout the meeting. So if we could eventually move toward completion of this delegation, that would be appreciated. That said, that wasn't my way of cutting you off, so I apologize, Keenan. Please complete your answer.
I would love that opportunity. I would love the opportunity to talk to any business that is not in support of this, to help them understand, again, that the lesson from Waterloo is not to not do this project. They would say that would be the wrong lesson for us to learn from this. The lesson from Waterloo is how to endure this impact.
And just for clarity, you at no point had ever said there's 100% buy-in from any small business. That's never been said anywhere. No, okay. So I'm happy with those comments. And again, if anybody would like to attend the LRT subcommittees and get up-to-date information, or I could even put you on my mailing list, I'm happy to do so.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge is on the list.
Yes, thank you very much. And just to recognize, Keenan, that you're not here to talk about LRT, you're actually here to give an overview of the great work that the Chamber is doing. So my question through you, Chair, is with regards to the Bay Area Economic Summit, is the agenda complete at this point, or are there possibilities of other topics being included with Premier Wynne coming? And I'm thinking specifically about, the environment, economic development, that sort of thing.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. The environment and economic development is within the agenda currently. I can go through the agenda with you and show you specifically where they are. But I would say... Sorry,
that wasn't my question. My question was, is it still evolving? Are there other topics that could be included that are perhaps not here now?
The agenda is about 95% complete. We're very close to June 21st, so yes. But I think you'll find that most of the issues, if not all of the issues, the opportunities and the challenges that we share as neighboring communities are within this agenda already.
Okay, and thank you through you, Chair. I really appreciate the fact that we are working together, the City of Hamilton and the City of Burlington, because there are many issues that we do share across this region. And I've gone through the agenda, and you certainly, your team has captured many of the topics, that are important to us. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
I have no further councillors on my list. I just want to say in closing, Keenan, thanks so much for all of your advocacy on every aspect of our local economy. I have a lot of Ward 1ers who are members of the Chamber of Commerce, and I get nothing but positive feedback about your leadership and the Chamber's work. And congratulations on your anniversary. Thank you for your delegation today.
Thank you, Councillor.
So, Councillor Farr offered himself as a mover, and we have Councillor Green as a seconder. All in favor of receiving Keenan's delegation? Thank you. We move on to item 7.1. As part of the motion respecting the reaffirmation of the LRT investment, our staff members were requested to make a presentation to the General Issues Committee on the LRT project. Ergo, I now call upon Paul Johnson, Director of our LRT project coordination effort, to make his presentation. Welcome, Paul. And thank you for last night. Colleagues, we had a wonderful meeting, LRT discussion meeting at Adas Israel Synagogue in Ward 1 last night with both anti-LRT and pro-LRT neighbors out having good dialogue, and that was facilitated by Paul. So thank you, Paul. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. The presentation that you're receiving in hard copy at the moment and that I'll work through is essentially the presentation that was provided to the LRT subcommittee. I've included 2 additional slides which the LRT subcommittee have seen on regular occasions, so we don't include them anymore, but would be helpful here, and they're up front in the slide deck. The presentation on May the 2nd was to provide the subcommittee and through the subcommittee to Council a project update. We are moving along a project schedule, and the update that we were providing in May was really around the LRT alignment. And we'll talk a little bit about the alignment and then what that drives in terms of our work plan. You'll see a schedule piece. We've shared this repeatedly with our subcommittee because they're keen to understand that this project continues to be on time in terms of its rollout. We are in an 8 to 9 year project phase, and as a project office, we've been in operation for about 8 months. So in terms of sometimes the answers to questions are we're not there yet. It's not that we're not thinking about those questions. We think of a whole slew of things that are related to this project. But really, when you look at an 8 to 9 year project and where we are at the moment, 8 months in, there are certain things that are underway and we're able to answer with some degree of certainty, and then other things that will follow. So as we look at the schedule here, the green bars are really some of the work that we're doing at the moment around completing, at your direction, the EA addendum. The announcement in May of 2015 changed the project scope. The announcement from the province received approval did not have elements that are now in the project around the pedestrian link, and also we had not done our full work around the maintenance and storage facility, so that will be included. This is an EA addendum. It's under the EA umbrella. Transit, of course, has its own environmental assessment process called Transit Project Assessment Process, or TPAP as it's often referred to. But we simply call it an EA addendum because we are updating many of the pieces of work that were already completed and approved in 2011-2012. The middle section of this graph really is where we start to dip into the procurement phase of this project. We are, in concert with our EA work, building the reference concept design, which will enter into the marketplace as a way of pre-qualifying some individuals that may be the consortiums that would be constructing this. From there, we would move to a shorter list and then ultimately get through to financial close in the middle part of 2018. Of course, when it comes to procurement, Metrolinx will be driving that process in partnership with Infrastructure Ontario. And our Memorandum of Agreement, which was approved earlier this year, lays out the roles and responsibilities that each party plays as we head into the procurement process. Most specifically, the City of Hamilton needs to be deeply involved in the development of the project-specific output specifications and the project agreement overall. In certain cases, we have full approval rights. In other cases, our information will be fully understood and incorporated wherever possible by Metrolinx into that final document. And then, of course, we enter into construction. And here's where it's a slight nuance. Construction theoretically could start after a financial close, and there could be, I suppose, some early works in late 2018. But we're very clear that on a project of this size and this scope, that major construction would not begin until 2019. There simply isn't a way a consortium that gets financial close midway through 2018 would be ready to hit the ground with major construction until about 8 months or so after that process is completed. So that is a high-level schedule of how we get from 2015 in the announcement through to 2024, which is the anticipated start of service date for our LRT project. The second piece that we talk about regularly is that we need to remember that our project is part of a global approach to both rapid transit and conventional transit here at the City of Hamilton. These are pieces that have been in the works for years and not something that's come along most recently. And here, of course, is the map of the rapid transit strategy, the so-called BLAST network, that sets out over the course of what I would call a generation the investments that need to be made around rapid transit. Of course, further filling in this system is the work that needs to take place through the 10-year transit strategy, looking at our conventional transit system that can link to a variety of rapid transit pieces along the way. The two early lines of the rapid transit strategy that we're seeing as where initial work should begin was obviously along the B line, one of our most heavily traveled route, and one that's always been identified, or recently been identified in our official plan as well as our transit planning as a good line for rapid transit. And then of course the A line is the other one that should swiftly follow in terms of if you're looking at sequencing. Some of the other lines are more projected to be part of that process over the next 25 years. So when we boil it down to the project, to which myself and colleagues both from the City of Hamilton and Metrolinx have been directed at your request to start to work on and move towards implementation, we then end up with looking at the B line and a small spur along the A line, the north spur of the LRT route down to the water's edge. The blue section on this map is, of course, the section that is a Phase 2 approach, unfunded at the moment, which would take us to Eastgate Square, the original eastern terminus point that we had contemplated in our LRT work in beginning around 2008 and moving forward to 2012. So what we're left with is the yellow route that you can see on the map as east to west from the Queenston Traffic Circle through to McMaster University, and a north spur that moves along James Street from James and King down to the waterfront. There are two asterisks on two of the stops on the north spur, and that is because as per our memorandum of agreement, the province through Metrolinx has approved design work to get us right down to the water's edge, contingent upon that fitting within our $1 billion funding envelope. The West Harbour GO station is an absolute connection that will take place, so there's no asterisks on those stops, but there are a couple on those last two stops. The other little piece that's in black and goes to the green circle here, which is the GO Centre at Hunter, is the pedestrian link, which will provide a better pedestrian link from the center of our city through to the Hunter Street GO station, where of course a lot of the GO train, GO bus, and some of our city buses are located as well. So today is really about giving you an alignment overview and telling you where we are in terms of some of the next steps. This is an overview of the alignment along the B line and the A line. Primarily, our B line is a center-running, segregated by curb barrier LRT. We are proposing 13 stops. When you're thinking about it from a rapid transit perspective, it's actually one or two stops more than exist along the B line express bus route that currently exists. We say the majority of the stops are 600 to 800 meters apart. There are some in our downtown core that are closer, and then there are a couple, one on the east and one on the west, that are larger than 800 meters apart. And we expect that through the public consultation process, that will be one of the areas of discussion. We're already hearing it from the community in terms of some of those stops being too far apart in the east, one in the east and one in the west. From an A-line perspective, there is a different running style to the LRT down the A-line on James. We are proposing that it be a shared running LRT. Truth be told, the entire north spur, if it gets to the water's edge at Guy Street and James, is only 2 kilometers long. And with stops along the way, the desire to keep up our running speed and to keep this as rapid transit is not as huge a factor when you're talking about such a short distance. And recognize, of course, that 2 kilometers is contingent on budget. It could be as short as 1 kilometer if the route only goes to the West Harbour GO station. Shared running on James provides us with a direct link in the straightest route down to the water's edge and allows us to have those stops along that line, and allows us not to have the same type of construction process that the segregation may have occurred if we went down the A line as a segregated running. So I'm going to walk you through the sections from west to east and then the north section as we get to the center of the city, just so you can understand some of the differences and nuances in the alignment as we move along the route. From McMaster to the 403, this remains unchanged from what you saw and went through the approval process in 2011 and 12 primarily. It's a center running LRT with lanes of traffic in each direction on the side, in this case 2 lanes of traffic in each direction. We have protected the opportunity for bike lanes on the western route as well, from Macklant down to Coots Drive, and then linking in at Coots in some designed way to the larger bike network that takes us through further to the west end and into Dundas. But that's a proposed option. Whether that stays or goes at the end of the day will be part of the commentary that we receive back. As with both the east and western end, there's a terminal point. In this case, in the west, it's at McMaster University, where there will be transition to GO bus service as well as HSR connections. One piece that also hasn't changed in terms of a proposal from the earlier project is an LRT only bridge over the 403. This avoids the conflicts that could exist either on King or Main with the interchanges of the 403, and it was revealed in 2011 and 12 to be the preferred option for that very reason, and we've continued to believe that is the best option to keep up the running speed of LRT and, more importantly, not to have to go through a long protracted process of redesigning those two interchanges. So this is a visualization of what it would look like at McMaster University. So I said to the subcommittee, I'll give you all the caveats now, and then each picture you can just remember the caveats. These are conceptual drawings. They are taken from our technical drawings, so the scaling of it is appropriate. You can see the scaling of it. But the actual treatments are representative of what might be there. We have done no design work on stops, so in terms of what the shelters look like, we have not done that design work and be working with Metrolinx around that. The vehicles themselves are typical vehicles of an LRT design. Whether they look like this, we know for sure that they will have doors on both sides. So, for instance, this is not necessarily the vehicle that will be there. I don't know that we'll paint bike lanes green. It was a question that came to me from the public afterwards. We're just showing that so you can actually see the difference between that and the other roadway. But this allows you to see what we're talking about in terms of the center running LRT and then lanes of traffic. And in this case, because it's the McMaster stop, there you see the hospital and the McMaster buildings there. At this stop is where U-turns would take place. One of the realities of our center running LRT system is that cross traffic is controlled to various intersections along the way. So it results in something we call right in, right out. At certain roads, if you wanted to get to something on the other side of the road, you would have to turn right out of the road, move to an intersection where U-turns are permitted, and there will be a signalized U-turn opportunity to move to either the north side or the south side, depending on which way you're driving. Once we get across the 403, the LRT would transition onto King Street. And between the 403 and the downtown, it is primarily center running with the LRT. There are some components in the downtown core that pull the LRT to one side of the street or the other side of the street and stop having the one lane in each direction simply because of a space constraint as we make our way through the downtown core. Because it is a center running LRT with one lane of traffic in each direction, King Street would become a two-way road. This would continue through the entire route of King Street. Loading, stopping, and parking impacts are evident. You can understand that from the first 2 points, and so that is why we're working through, and will be working through as part of our program, how we handle the loading, parking impacts, and how we operationalize the inability for there to be just stopping along this route, as some are accustomed to do, even if it's illegal at the moment. In terms of the downtown core, the connection to the A-line spur would take place at King and James and link into our McNabb Street bus terminal. The A-line spur is a separate line. So you would have to disembark from the B line, the east-west line, and actually get onto a different train to go north. Through the International Village, from John to Wellington Street, our proposal is that one eastbound lane of traffic is still provided. There was some talk at one stage about fully pedestrianizing International Village and having the LRT move through a pedestrianized area. But in terms of allowing access to driveways on the south side, it was felt that a stronger solution, quite frankly, was to allow an eastbound lane of traffic. A couple of pictures to show how the downtown core looks. Here you see the need to pull the LRT stop to the south, and you can see the two tracks here, and there is a lane of traffic here that would be moving westbound only. In this case, we're actually proposing that the stop be integrated into Gore Park. It wouldn't take land away from Gore Park, but it would be integrated in a way that passengers would be getting off and actually being able to enter right into our Gore Park as a bit of a signature stop. I want to address the segregation by curb. So there is a curb segregation of the LRT. We are talking about no more than a sidewalk lip. So what you would step up to in terms of a sidewalk. And it is to prevent cars and discourage cars from turning left across the tracks where not permitted, and also from driving straight across the road. When you get into the East End, for instance, taking, let's say, Cameron and going from Cameron South to Cameron North and traveling right across the road, it is to discourage, allowing that eastbound lane of traffic on the south side, or to allow access to the south side properties. You can also see here the overhead catenary system. These are electrically powered vehicles through an overhead catenary system, for the most part off side poles. And then in the west end, it'll actually be a center pole, because out on Main West, we actually have a much larger right-of-way. So the A-line spur is, as I mentioned, a different running style from the B-line, not segregated from traffic in that curbed way. And so the rails and the line that the light rail vehicles travel along will be shared with traffic as well. Some people call this similar to a streetcar, but it's important to note it's the same vehicle. So it's not a different type of vehicle. It's not those raised streetcars that we're used to at one time in Hamilton, or you do see in Toronto on occasion. These are the same vehicles that would travel around the B-line as well. So here is a depiction of what that might look like along James. This is actually James and Cannon. And you can see the light rail vehicle here moving towards King Street. And as you can see in this side, the cars that are moving northbound are actually driving on the tracks, and cars that would be traveling through the intersection, it's a red light so they're not, but if they're traveling once it turns green, would be driving the other directions. Crossovers allow the trains to move onto the other tracks, so that when they're traveling east-west or north-south, they're traveling with traffic and never traveling against traffic, which can be disconcerting to drivers, bikes, and pedestrians. From Wellington to the Queenston traffic circle, we move back to a center-running LRT, one lane of traffic in each direction. There are connections to some important destinations along the way, and as I say, for the most part, the stops are 600 to 800 meters apart. There is a wider section between Scott Park and Ottawa, which is where you get a little longer than that. It's just over a kilometer. Again, the end-of-line terminal at Queenston Traffic Circle will have connections to the HSR, so there will be bus bays there that allow for that seamless connection between LRT and our bus system. And it really does become the new transfer hub for East Hamilton and Stoney Creek, because we're not making it all the way to Eastgate Square, where that transit hub exists today. So here's a depiction of what the LRT would look like in this section. This is actually Scott Park. So you see the rendering. The school board was kind enough to send us a rendering of the new high school, which is being built at Scott Park. This white building here is Jimmy Thompson Pool, which of course is the site where we're also adding on some 50,000 square foot recreation facility. And further to the north is Tim Hortons Field. In this case, you can see how the traffic travels in the same direction as the light rail vehicles, between the light rail and the sidewalk, and here you see the platform in the center of the road again. In terms of moving on and off the LRT, pedestrians do have to stand on a platform that's in the middle of the road, but they cross to get on that platform at a signalized crossing, or in most cases, a signalized intersection. So you do not have to dodge traffic in order to get onto the platform and get onto the LRT. And because the platform's about double the height of a sidewalk, there are ramps on either end, so it's fully accessible. You come from the ground level, roll up a ramp, and then you're able to actually just roll onto the LRT. The vehicle does not have a fold-out ramp or anything of that nature. It actually lines up perfectly with the platform height, so that from an accessibility perspective, it becomes very easy to move on and off. We've shown you actually a couple of the pictures where they're center platforms, and in fact that's actually the minority of our platforms. Most are what we call split platforms, and they're called far side platforms to make it even more technical, so let me describe what that means. So if we take Kenilworth, for instance, if you're moving eastbound on the line towards the Queenston traffic circle and you want to get off at Kenilworth, the light rail vehicle will actually pull through the intersection and stop just beyond the light. The platform is in the middle of the road. Passengers will get off and walk towards the light and cross at the signalized intersection, just like all other pedestrians would to cross the road. If you're going westbound, you would do the same thing. Pull through the intersection, stop, and then cross at the light as well. Why those split platforms are helpful is that it keeps up running time. Once people get on and off the LRT, which can be as quick as about 15 or 20 seconds, then the LRT is ready to go. Doesn't have to wait for the signal, doesn't have to wait for pedestrians crossing. It can start to move towards the next station. So the majority of our stops are planned to be that way. There are some cases where we have not done that. One is at Scott Park. One is the volume of traffic there from the high school perspective, and then on event day. We felt this was a good option. The same happens at McMaster University, as you've seen. But the piece I showed you on Cannon is an example where it is far-sighted. If you're moving northbound, you get off the other side of Cannon. If you're moving southbound, same deal. You go through Cannon and then get off the LRT. We have a variety of studies and pieces of work that are going on. Really important, and why it was important to give a project update on alignment, is alignment drives a lot of other things. Without alignment, we can't do detailed design. Without alignment, we can't do traffic modeling or ridership modeling and a whole bunch of other pieces. So this allows us to start a lot more of that technical work, which we're driving towards completion for our public information sessions that will take place beginning in September, and move through the EA addendum process between September and late January. We have a number of pieces of work to do around finalizing the maintenance and storage facility location, and then of course designing that to a level that can go out to the public for comment and consultation. There's a number of studies that have to be completed as part of this EA addendum process. I've given a couple of examples on this slide, but there are more. So those are some of those technical reports that have to be in. They have to be updated. We did them before, but this is a different project and has some elements that are new, so we need to make sure that we do that before. To help us with this work and augment our own team that has been developed under your direction, Metrolinx has procured a technical advisory team. ACOM is the overall leader of the technical advisor team, but they have a number of subs that are helping them on the technical aspects of this work. The other thing that our alignment does is it helps us finalize the property impact details. And although we have order of magnitude information on property, we'll complete this work as we head towards the summer and ensure that all property owners that may be impacted are contacted prior to the public meetings in September. There are some factors that could affect alignment. So I also get asked all the time, so this is it, eh? And the answer is no. This is the proposed alignment. There's a lot of work that's gone into this. Trevor tells me I think it's version 10 we're on right now in terms of the full design. And in some parts, I know it's more than 10 things that we've gone through in certain elements of our alignment. But there are things that can affect that. The very first one, of course, is cost. While we have high-level costs that say we're in the right ballpark, we have to do some more technical work and detailed work around cost, and then that could affect our alignment in certain ways. Stakeholder and community feedback is the piece we're heading into very shortly. That includes your input, and we've already had some of that. We had direction from our subcommittee that when that report is approved here and ratified at Council, we will be working with the International Village BIA to look at what alternatives exist for the stop location in International Village. Currently, it's at the very eastern end, western end of the International Village, and it was felt that there should be some conversation about where that could be better located from an International Village perspective. There are 4 stops in our downtown core, one at King and James, and then one, of course, in International Village from a east-west perspective, and then there'll be a connection point to the A-line at the King and James interchange, and then, of course, one at Cannon, which is really the downtown core. But actually, if you take the downtown CIP area, you actually include the Queen Street stop as well. So, several in our downtown. We have design work to do that could affect our alignment. Of course, as we get a lot more detailed, we'll know a lot more about whether our alignment has to be tweaked this way or that. And then finally, we have engineering and utility impacts. As the technical advisor actually gets very detailed and bores and sends cameras into our underground utilities, both our third-party utilities as well as the city utilities, we may have to affect alignment based on what we find under the ground and actually what we need to do to relocate or not relocate some of those utilities. In terms of next steps, we are doing a fair bit of engagement at the moment. Our schedules are fairly full, going to a number of people who have requested visits. Those include some community meetings, as was mentioned by our Deputy Mayor, as well as a number of stakeholders that have asked for us to come and share where we are with the project. We also will be beginning, I think it's at the end of May, the last week of May and into June, our corridor outreach strategy. We're just in the final strokes of hiring the community connectors who will be undertaking this work. We already have David Derbyshire on board as the supervisor of that work, and so we will be starting that one-on-one visitation with every property owner along the corridor, whether it's a business or a private residence. There will be that outreach. In certain cases where there's institutions, they will be captured in our other engagement strategies. David's team, for instance, won't be going to McMaster University or the hospital. We have a separate strategy for that as well. And then, of course, we have our environmental assessment addendum. There is a subcommittee meeting that's been rejigged to be at the very tail end of July, where we'll be presenting some information prior to going to the environmental assessment meetings in September, which kick off our public consultation on the EA. So that concludes the presentation. As I say, a redux of the presentation that was provided to the subcommittee, but gives us an understanding of where we are. And really, it's important that this alignment information is out so we can drive the other conversations and start to actually get to those solutions that we'll need to build on a number of fronts. So happy to take some questions on this presentation at this point. And then I know you've got our latest report from the subcommittee too, so happy to answer any questions in addition to this that were part of our last LRT subcommittee meeting.
Thank you very much. Councillor Skelly.
Thank you. Thank you for your report. I'll start, I guess, and this would help me frame perhaps my ongoing questions, and that is, what does, well, there you have it there, light rail transit. LRT stands for light rail transit. Why do we treat this project as a light rapid transit as opposed to light rail transit? Because when I look at the design that you're putting forward, it's so restrictive in terms of any sort of movement of vehicular traffic. It stops becoming light rapid when it moves along, is it James Street? James Street to the West Harbour Terminal. So why are we pushing a light rapid transit as opposed to light rail?
So through the Deputy Mayor, the term LRT is really about the mode it is. So instead of bus rapid transit, it's in this case we're talking about rail, and so that's the mode of it. Along the B line, so the east to west portion, we have always, in terms of our planning and our systems approach to it, felt that there needs to be a rapid transit approach, and we have that now. The B line express bus service is an express bus service. But protecting for the future growth of the population and the congestion that will follow with that, LRT offers an opportunity to maintain that rapid approach to the transportation on the east-west link, where we've always felt that that was really important, and that's been, endorsed in the reports that come forward. Where we struggled a little bit was this new north spur piece. It's a very short piece, and why you would need it across 11 kilometers, or it's just over 11 kilometers end-to-end east-west, is that obviously slowing this down and being at the mercy of traffic across 11 kilometers over time will really slow you down. For a very short spur that's heading north, that becomes less of a challenge, and quite frankly, the ridership differences between what's happening on that little spur versus what's happening on the B line is night and day. So the approach on the two lines is different, but we have not deviated from the fundamental approach that has been in place and in thinking since our rapid transit project started along the B line. That hasn't changed. What was new for us was the A line spur. And our recommendation, note of the technical team, is that run with a different style and not be that segregated running. So you're quite right, it will be slower and it's at the mercy of traffic, but because of its distance and because of the ridership along that, it was felt that running style was the thing to be proposed. Could change. There's nothing stopping us from segregating that LRT as well and having it run in the same style as the B line LRT.
Who makes the final determination on the plan?
So it goes through a series, through the Deputy Mayor, goes through a series of consultations. The community has to have that consultation in it. Committee and council will have the opportunity to talk to us about what works and what doesn't work in terms of the alignment and the ultimate design of this. So those types of information pieces come to this group. And at the end of the day, as co-proponents on the EA addendum with Metrolinx, we will be seeking approval next late winter into the just about the turn to spring, seeking approval to submit the environmental project report to the provincial government. And so, of course, we need to be on the same page in terms of what we're submitting as our EA addendum.
So who makes the final approval of the plan? Is it the city? Is it you? Is it Metrolinx?
So through the Deputy Mayor, the one person it absolutely isn't is me. This is not something that staff alone can submit. So in terms of the overall design that's being submitted for EA approval, we are co-proponents on that. There will obviously be decision-making that happens at Metrolinx to support the submission of that, and then the city, through you, would have to also make that approval.
Can the Metrolinx override our decision?
Through the Deputy Mayor, they can't override a decision of council, no.
So in terms of final design, the city has the final say in the design and the route and all of the bits and pieces of the line.
Through the Deputy Mayor, you would provide approval to us as staff to either go forward and submit or not submit under the EA. So yes, there are some, and why I say it in that way is that there are certainly some elements that when you look at what Metrolinx is responsible for, what we're responsible for, that we have our roles and responsibilities to play. Metrolinx, for instance, can't make unilateral decisions on city-owned assets. That's your final call. But there could be other elements that we may say, well, if that doesn't change, we won't support it. But we can't actually tell Metrolinx certain things. We would have to say, we're not comfortable submitting this plan around the LRT forward until we make those tweaks that satisfy us as a council.
Clarify again, I'm a little confused. Are you having buses as well as the trains on the route, especially through the International Village? Will buses be using that route as well?
So the absolute, through the Deputy Mayor, the absolute is there'd be no Beeline Express service for sure. That would be replaced by the LRT. How the local bus service that right now is run in concert with the Beeline Express, how that is mapped out, we're still working through the bus redeployment and the strategy around how local bus service operates in conjunction with LRT. So I can't give you a definitive right now. It's not our expectation that we would be running local service along the Beeline as well, but that's not a definitive. What is definitive is this obviously replaces the Beeline Express service from a bus capacity, but the local service we're still working through.
Through the chair, would it be fair to say that some of these stops are very far apart and might be onerous on some people who have mobility issues?
Through the Deputy Mayor, yes.
How do you address that?
Through the Deputy Mayor, we'll certainly look for some input around stop spacing and stop location through the process. We want to start somewhere. There is obviously a desire not to have stops as frequent as, say, local bus service, but we need to hear back from you and from the public around that, and there's ways to make this work, from balancing rapid and reliable transit with the access to the station stops. So I'm sure we'll hear through that. The original design and how many stops were there, and we're a little shy of what was originally proposed, and so we may hear some of that as it goes through.
Through the chair, is there a huge cost associated with additional stops in terms of perhaps infrastructure?
Through the Deputy Mayor, not if we're talking, in a couple. If we start to talk, and the reason I say that is I have had some emails and calls from the community saying, I think we should be looking at, 25 stops, 30 stops along there. That would be, A, not in keeping with what light rail transit is supposed to do, and secondly, that would get cost prohibitive. But there's enough flex that if there was some readjustment to stops or an addition of one or two, that it would certainly be fit well within our budget discussion discussions, we'd obviously, we're not sure exactly where we net out yet. We have to do some more detailed costing on it. But if you're talking about 1 or 2 tweaks, that's something that's in the realm of possibility. If it's adding 10 or 12 stops, I would suggest to you that that would be outside of what we could handle within budget.
Through the chair, how much time are we saving having the limited number of stops and treating this as a rapid service?
Through the deputy mayor, you'd be protecting the service running time somewhere in the mid-20s in terms of minutes end to end. So it's less about saving time today; it's about protecting that time long term. That would be the relative running time. Do I say forever? For a long period of time, decades, and it wouldn't be impacted regardless of what the increased volume of traffic as the community grows does as well. So, as you know, along certain routes now, timing gets delayed as congestion and traffic grows. So we'd be protecting it. Our estimates are it's somewhere in that mid-20 range moving end to end.
Is there, in your estimation, a bit of a conflict when we're proposing the spur line as not rapid, it's just rail, it's not going to expedite the service, in fact, it will probably slow it down. But the argument I hear consistently by people who are in support of LRT is how sexy a train is versus a bus, and that is one of the key drivers in attracting and building this service. Is that enough of an argument? I mean, we're not. Why don't we just have buses? If it's not helping improve time, which it can't be on the spur, why are we not just switching to buses there? Why are we continuing? And if it's not about time, then why don't we just treat this as a light rail transit? Have numerous stops, don't have the elevation, allow cars to cross. Keep the current route, just treat it as rail and not worry so much about this rapid part of the argument, because we're ignoring it once we head down to the West Harbour. Is that not correct?
Well, through the deputy mayor, in terms of what the city has put forward for a long period of time, the B line was always to contemplate a rapid transit approach. The question back in the day was whether that would be bus rapid transit, which quite frankly is segregated in much the same way. If you look at Ottawa, they're actually converting some of their bus rapid transit right-of-ways, segregated right-of-ways, to their rail. So the question was whether it's bus rapid transit or light rail transit, and in fact some of the benefit case work that was done by Metrolinx indicated that overall there were more benefits achieved by going with the light rail. So in answer to why rail and not buses, along the B line it was really about what mode of rapid transit. You are quite right that along the A line it is a different approach to it. I've given you the reasons why we've thought through that. The A line could run as a different style of service, but quite frankly, we were funded to provide LRT down to West Harbour, and so we found the best way to do that technically. In terms of why trains, and you made the comment about is this, just a more attractive mode of transportation, there certainly is evidence that ridership does increase by a factor beyond bus rapid transit. And Trevor Horzellenberg, who's been with this project for a long time and certainly is deeply embedded in this and has been through it. Trevor, maybe you can talk just a little bit about the light rail versus the bus rapid transit, because that's a conversation that has been going on for a number of years that we finally came through the end result of in 11 and 12.
Through the chair to the councillor. That's correct. That debate has happened for over 8 years. I've been involved in the rapid transit file for probably about 6 years, and that argument always comes up. And it's yes, is the LRT kind of sexier, or it brings more investment dollar, or that sort of thing? It's in some way it's inconclusive. However, there are some facts that I could put on the table in regards to an LRT actually rides a lot smoother. You don't have the bumps from a bus. There's just and also in a segregated corridor, and I think that's really what you kind of focus in on, is that the segregation, it really gives the reliability, and that drives transit ridership, is if you have a reliable system that people can access. So as for just BRT versus LRT, it's kind of like there's people on both sides of the fence, and I can't say that one way or the other is a benefit, but it's a matter of just kind of what the funding that was given to the city in regards to the LRT proposal.
Thank you. Through the chair, I will mention that I spoke with officials at York Region last week about Viva, and they said they chose the BRT system, which they have seen development along the route as well. And they chose BRT leading up down the road to considering LRT, but they wanted to have the ridership up before they invested in LRT. Why are we restricting the number of stops, and more importantly, why are we preventing vehicular traffic from crossing over? Because I can see a mess in the downtown core trying to navigate around the downtown in a vehicle with what you're proposing now with the elevation and the physical borders and preventing traffic from crossing over King Street.
So through the Deputy Mayor, just to talk about elevation, so the curb for sure in some case would be there. To be honest, in all likelihood, the LRT will actually probably drive right at the ground level. There won't be an elevation of the train to any height, because at each intersection or pedestrian crossing, you would actually have to bring the train down to the flat level, because you don't want people having to step up and walk over a raised guideway for the LRT. So in that case, we're not fully there yet. What would be there is this small curb, which would deter the traffic. It goes back to what we're trying to achieve on the B line, and that is that this is a rapid and reliable service. Whether it was BRT, it still would have been the same. It's curbed, it's everything else. Whether it's LRT, it's curbed, and when we limit the movements. If you look at Toronto, they've been doing some of that work as well. You have the U-turn sections to allow traffic to get to the other side. It is a change in behavior, and it's a change in service patterns in terms of driving, but not completely unique to what Hamilton is trying to do. So I keep coming back to, this was a corridor to provide a rapid transit service. We do that today with an express bus service, but that can't be protected in terms of its rapidness over time. That's where either the LRT or the BRT came in. And the direction was to move to an LRT system in Hamilton. Yes, some other communities have done BRT first, and that's, the Ottawa is a great example of that. They're actually just converting the right-of-way that BRT ran on, laying track, and now it's going to be LRT. That was an option that certainly could have been discussed and put forward, but what was put forward was about LRT, and that's what's been funded.
Through the chair, how many roads will be impacted? In other words, turns. How many roads will be blocked from vehicular traffic crossing over? Left turns.
So the number of, so through the Deputy Mayor, the number of no left turns, I'll have to provide you with that precise number. There's a number, obviously, in the eastern end of the piece, particularly when you get onto the main east part of this. There are lots of small roads. A good friend of mine used to live on Cameron, so it's the one I use most often as the example. But you've got Cameron, you've got Cope, you've got other streets moving along there. So there's more in certain areas and less in others. In some areas, it's no different. We do have medians that run along Main West, which restrict left turn movements now. Some streets are already right in, right out. And don't forget that when we hit the Delta and move, today, the entire north side of King Street is right in. Or right out, sorry, because they can't turn left onto King. So in some cases, we're adding movements that cars can't do. In other cases, we're changing where those movements can occur. But in terms of your specific question, we'll get you the number of restricted left turns or crossings across King and Main East. We could get you that actual number. I just don't want to guess at it right here.
I would like that number, and the names of the streets, actually. Each street that will be prevented from turning left. Who will be operating? Who's paying for the operational costs going forward once it's built?
So through the Deputy Mayor, in our memorandum of agreement, we set out that this may be a design, build, finance, operate, and maintain approach, which may mean that there is a third-party operator. It's the way things are working, for instance, in Waterloo, that there is a part of the consortium is actually an operator for the consignment period. In terms of the operating impact cost to this community, we are working with Metrolinx and Metrolinx with the Ministry of Transportation around the operating and maintenance agreement. And so when we have more detail on that, that will come back as an agreement to understand what those impacts are. There are, of course, a number of revenue and expense pieces related to transit in this community and related to this project that have to be taken into account. And so you will see that work. We're not there yet. And in fact, there's some policy level discussions that are happening with the ministry level at the moment on a number of these projects. So we're not even in a position where we can sit down and start negotiating, but we will do that, and we will have those answers for council before we would be, signing any construction agreements and consortium agreements moving forward. Toronto is in a situation where they're actually building some of this, and they still haven't pinned down all of those pieces. That's not the approach that's going to be taken on the projects. I understand from Andrew Hope from Metrolinx, in terms of here Ontario ourselves, Finch even, that we're not going to get ourselves into that position. So you'll see that. I just don't have that information today.
To the chair, so we're sitting here arguing about or discussing $1 billion investment in project, and we have no idea who is going to pay to operate it. At this point, we have no confirmation who's going to operate and cover the cost of LRT. Is that correct?
Well, through the Deputy Mayor, no, we have some of that is in place. The contract and Metrolinx's work, and I may add Andrew to add a bit of context to that, includes all sorts of some of this cost. It's not a decision whether the city will pick up all the cost or somebody else will pick up all the cost. But in netting out all of the issues that exist, including issues around gas tax money and some of those pieces, we have to work out with Metrolinx what the final deal is that's on the table. Because, for instance, if someone else is operating as part of our system, we also have some issues with integrating of our conventional transit system with this. So there's a series of things, and I don't know, Andrew, whether you want to share any more or have I covered it off. You can just nod if I've covered it off well enough at this point. So we know that there is money built in, and Metrolinx understands from their contract, and when this goes to the market, some of the operating and maintenance costs will be covered within that. But there's going to be a bit around the edge that we have to work out with Metrolinx in terms of what the impact on this community would be.
Through the chair, I would like Andrew, perhaps, if it's possible, or someone to clarify what is covered under this agreement. I don't know. These are very vague terms. What are we covering? What are we responsible for? What is Metrolinx covering? Where is the gas tax money going? What do we know today in terms of who is going to be paying for what once this is built?
Well, through the Deputy Mayor, from a city perspective, I'll let you know we don't have any of those details right now, and Andrew can talk maybe a bit about the process around that.
Thanks, Paul. Through the chair, I would just say at this point, we have 100% funding commitment for the capital costs of constructing the project, and that's similar to the commitment the province has made through Metrolinx to projects in Ontario and Mississauga, at the Eglinton Crosstown project in Toronto, and the Finch West LRT project in Toronto. So similar situation. Regarding operations and maintenance costs, no decisions have been made at this point as to exactly how those costs will be apportioned. That, as Paul indicated, that would be the subject of negotiations between the city and Metrolinx that will be taking place in the coming months. And that covers a wide field, as Paul indicated. There's many pieces that come into play in those negotiations. There's the actual operations and maintenance costs of the LRT. There's the impacts that would have on the city, the gas tax revenue the city receives from MTO. And the impact generally on existing bus routes and revenues from existing services that operate in the corridor. So there's a complex set of things that need to be worked through with the city and Metrolinx. We will be doing that in conjunction with our partners at the Ministry of Transportation over the coming months. And as Paul said, the commitment here is to get to a proposal on this and a recommendation from the city and Metrolinx before we get to a final decision on going forward with construction.
And Mr. Deputy Mayor, if I can add that, right from the very early stages of the conversation, as the announcement was being made, our city manager has also been stressing with the CEO of Metrolinx that this is something that cannot be continued to be kicked down the road too far, that we need to understand as a city, and you need to understand as the decision makers what the impact is. But there are just a few pieces that we have to sort out before that happens, and some of it also is about alignment and the discussions we've had. So this also gets that going. And but I just wanted to chime in that this isn't the first time we're raising it with Metrolinx. It's been raised right from the beginning by our city manager.
Through the chair, and that is what concerns me. We don't know the details, and I think it is almost too late at this point to not know what the deal is as we move forward. I'm not sure why, but why is our material that's being put forward now you've changed even the color scheme and everything on the light rail transit? Is it going to be a Metrolinx then look on all of the trains, or are we going to have the HSR branding? Because I've just noticed a shift recently to the green from our original designs.
So through the Deputy Mayor, the branding and marketing, namings of stops and everything else is to be determined as we move on. These are all indicative pieces around it. So.
Another question, and do you know how much it costs per kilometer to build the actual line itself? Is there a cost broken down per kilometer?
Through the Deputy Mayor, no. I mean, you can reverse engineer that number once you kind of know what it is, but it's a wide range, and really what we're doing is we're actually breaking down each element of it. So you would have subsurface costs, you would have your actual guideway costs, you've got all sorts of these costs broken down. There is, and of course, what changes that, so why you can't just say it's this, is if we were just putting down the guideway and the rails and everything else, it'd be pretty straightforward to say this is your cost. But what's difficult is when we get underground and start to look at the utilities and the relocates and all of those pieces, there becomes a variability that's different in every community. So those are the kinds of pieces that can skew you one way or the other. So some of the costs fairly straightforward, but many of the costs not. So we're building that costing model now that we have our alignment to understand where we are relative to that funding envelope.
From what I understand, actually reading in the CBC this morning, this money is committed strictly to LRT outside of the GTHA. Money from the $34 billion that the province determined would go to the big move. We had to spend it on rapid transit, BRT or LRT. Could we shorten the route and redirect some of the funds? For example, we've already shortened the route from Eastgate. Could we shorten it to perhaps the International Village and say any savings could be redirected to feeding in the line with additional buses across the city? Is that possible?
To the Deputy Mayor, no, it's not possible to change the running style from LRT to BRT, nor is it possible to create a hybrid project that would do other things within our transit or infrastructure system. This funding is for the project as announced and for the style of transit as announced.
And another question is about the reliability or the accessibility of the trains themselves. Bombardier is so far behind in delivering its trains to other cities across the province. Do we have any guarantee? Do we have any idea where we would stand in terms of being able to actually get trains to run on the line?
Well, through the Deputy Mayor, to be honest, we're not actually bound under the contract with any vehicle at the moment. So Metrolinx will. There's a couple of ways it could go. It could be the vehicles that are being used in other projects and continue on. And I think there's less talking to Waterloo, who are, of course, very nervous about that because they go into operation next year. Their concern level is not the panic that I thought it might be reading some of the news feeds around it, nor is Toronto's under an acute issue with some of their aging infrastructure and the vehicles. But the short answer is we're not bound under that. There's a couple of ways it could go. It could be those vehicles. It could be that actually the consortiums that come together could be responsible for the types of vehicles that are there. So again, that's something that would come forward, but there's not the panic in even the projects that are underway eyes that they won't have vehicles. Andrew, I'm looking at you if you have anything more to add to that through the Deputy Mayor, maybe Andrew as the Metrolinx rep.
Yeah, through the chair, I would just say no decisions, as Paul said, no decisions have been made at this point on what exact vehicle will be used for this project. We're considering what our options are. We do have a contract with Bombardier to deliver vehicles for the Eglinton and Finch projects. Here, Ontario and Hamilton are not part of that contract, but we would have options if we did want to secure tag on to that original order, but we haven't made that decision at this point.
And maybe you can clarify for me, if or explain what the deal says. When we open up the roads and we decide to change the infrastructure, there are pipes that have to be replaced, the road's going to be repaved, blah, blah, blah. Who's paying for what? And what happens if we discover something that is outside of what we predict right now? Who covers the cost of all of those infrastructure costs?
So through the Deputy Mayor, all the project costs are borne by Metrolinx, and so where there's movement of utilities, absolutely they are concerned about the risk of that from a budget and schedule perspective, but are prepared to work through that as they are with every project. Where the city does have some decisions to make is in cases where we may want to enhance what's there while the road's open, or we actually absolutely from a growth perspective know that we have to expand service in some capacity. We would be required to pay for the incremental cost of that. The example I use, I don't know whether we have any 6-inch pipes, but if we go from a 6-inch pipe to a 9-inch pipe, we pay for the 3 inches to go to the 9 inches. The 6 inches is covered as part of the project cost. So I just had Andrew had set up a meeting for us Tuesday morning, yesterday, to talk through some of the folks that are working from a technical perspective on other projects. And once you get underground, absolutely you find things you didn't anticipate. You find condition of utilities that is different from what was anticipated, whether it's the city or third-party utility providers. And we have to find solutions for all of those. It is the same on every project. You work through that. And those things are built in as tolerances within our budget. But that's why we're doing the technical work right now to bore, to get cameras down, to try and figure out what we do know already from our public works staff and our third-party utility providers, and then the other pieces that we need to issue manage as they come forward. So.
Can I hear from Metrolinx what the commitment is by Metrolinx to cover the costs of our infrastructure? And I mean, we make reference to one pipe that going from increasing from 6 to 9 inches, but do we have any sort of a guarantee or written confirmation of what Metrolinx is willing to cover?
Through the chair, I would just refer to the language that we included in the memorandum of agreement, which was very clear on this. So we will replace like-for-like infrastructure. So anything that needs to be relocated as a result of the project, we will pay for that. As Paul indicated, if the city decides at the same time that they want to make upgrades or enhancements to infrastructure that's under the road, the city would pay for the incremental costs associated with that infrastructure upgrade. So that is laid out in the MOA.
Through the chair, maybe there's somebody else from the city that can speak to what our perceived savings or costs would be to this. We hear that this is going to be an advantage. We're going to be saving money because Metrolinx or this project will replace outdated infrastructure. What is the real case in terms of dollars? Do you have any idea?
To the Deputy Mayor, that's things we're working through still with Paul's group in looking at what size of pipes we need and things like that, and utilities and what has to be relocated. So we don't have that kind of detail yet. A lot of that work, though, over time, we would be required to do as a city, regardless of whether the project goes ahead or not. So that's a consideration.
Through the chair, if we replace a pipe, for example, change one from 6 inches to 9 inches, do we then have to tap into other pipes in the city and start expanding our infrastructure around the LRT project and absorbing costs that we hadn't planned? And I don't know if I'm speaking clearly enough, but in other words, are we going to have to start replacing other pipes that we hadn't planned simply because we've done the work along the LRT line?
Through the Deputy Mayor, part of the utility work and the public works infrastructure work will be to look at where we expect growth to take place and where we need to anticipate for that growth and time that work to happen when the road, if necessary, when the road is completely open to do that. So you're quite right. In theory, there could be some other pieces that need to change. It's not as a result of LRT. It really would be as a result of the city understanding what our growth is around this area and along the corridor. And of course, those are decisions that you would make. Again, it's not a decision that's made by myself or by Metrolinx to say, no, you will do it because of this. It's our decision to make as a city. If we choose to stay in place with what's there, things will be relocated, things will be, and as a result, some of it may be replaced. But all of those discussions and decisions would happen through committee and council.
Through the chair, I have one final question. Perhaps I could, the gentleman from Metrolinx could answer this. Were other municipalities across Ontario given the option on how to spend this infrastructure money?
Through the chair, so I guess what I would say to that question is the funding that's been provided for this project is being provided through the Moving Ontario Forward Fund, which has inside GTHA components and an outside GTHA component. Within the GTHA component, the funding is for rapid transit. Outside the GTHA, which covers obviously, rural, remote areas as well as central Ontario and southern Ontario, there are different priorities that were established for that fund, but that is sort of goes beyond our role at Metrolinx.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Skelly. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Paul, for your presentation. I really appreciate the opportunity for the majority of us to receive the information at the same time. And I know there was a mention at the very beginning to move this vote to another date. And if we do that, I would just like to request that we look at either June the 8th or June the 15th, the GIC, when most people will be here. I'm not sure how many people around the table actually heard what I just said, but I'd like to just put that out there for consideration. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. A couple of questions, and I'm going to try not to duplicate some of the questions that have been asked and your answers that have been given. But I have to come back to the comment that was made that the funding is only for LRT, and I think we all understand that. But then there was a reference, I believe you made, that can't be opened up and renegotiated, and I want to know why. If the funding from Metrolinx is for rapid transit, that's BRT and LRT. So if this council decided to renegotiate and to look at BRT or a combination of, why couldn't we do that? And I say that knowing that Toronto has renegotiated in some cases and made some changes. Mississauga has bus rapid transit. Ottawa has invested for the last 30 years in growing their ridership with bus rapid transit. And as you said, they're now laying down the tracks where those routes are, which makes perfect sense. And I spent a lot of time in Ottawa, so I know what they're going through right now. But they've grown their ridership substantially, and ours is flat. We haven't grown it. So why couldn't we renegotiate?
Well, through the Deputy Mayor, thanks for the question because it gives me a chance to clarify it. So in response to could we unilaterally decide to shorten one area and then redirect it to something else, that's not something we control. The project scope is laid out, so we couldn't just say today, well, let's cut back 2 kilometers and use that incremental cost to do something else. In terms of saying this isn't the project that we wish to move forward with, that's always an option, but it's not that then we keep rolling. This is a project, the memorandum of agreement outlines what this project is that we're moving forward on. If we wish to resubmit to Metrolinx and say, we'd like your consideration on additional projects, Andrew and I have had this conversation. I mean, Metrolinx is open to receive our conversation there. So I think in the broader picture, that would be something that, would take a different conversation. I was as you can understand sometimes, like if in the project realm, we can't kind of make changes on the fly with the project and then put money over somewhere else because it's not our budget.
Right.
Metrolinx is the funder. Everything we spend, as city staff even, we submit them an invoice for our time and then they pay the city for our time. So it's all that kind of, we couldn't make those decisions without there. But I think it's fair to say, Andrew, that if there was a desire to, completely change the project and resubmit, then that's something that would have to happen at a senior level with ourselves and Metrolinx. So.
And I thank you for that. And I would
sorry to interrupt, but I think Andrew just wanted to pipe in from the Metrolinx side of that, if maybe we can allow him just to have a second here.
Yes, and in a minute, I just have one more comment to make, but then I would absolutely like to hear from you, sir. I do appreciate that. Our Rapid Ready report, though, did talk about and promote and suggest and recommend that we look at bus rapid transit, and that we grow our ridership to then evolve into light rail transit, light rapid transit, whatever you want to call it, but that it would be something that we would grow to down the road. Similar to what Ottawa is doing, and similar, I would suggest, to what Mississauga is now doing with their investment that they're putting into BRT. So my question is still, it's not about tweaking, it's not about changing the route, it's not about shortening anything up, but I'm talking about growing our ridership as a city, doing it in a very reasonable, thoughtful, pragmatic, and efficient manner with good investment. Why couldn't we renegotiate that for a bus rapid transit?
And that's for Mr. Hope.
And now, sir, I'd like to hear from you. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. So I guess I would just say from our perspective at Metrolinx, the province has committed funding to a specific project, and we've been asked to work with the city to implement that project as it was announced. I guess just the simple answer would be if the city decided at some point it was no longer supportive of that project or didn't wish to move forward, that would be a conversation the city and the province would have to have. We take our direction. We're an agency of the province. So.
And through you, Chair, I very much appreciate that because I don't see any reason why we couldn't have a designated team of a couple of councillors, the mayor, and senior staff working to renegotiate that. We already have approved Rapid Ready report. So I thank you for your answer. Coming back to affordability and the cost to ride the light rapid transit line, we have a lot of people in our community who currently ride the buses that have affordability issues. And so these same people, I would hope and think, should have the opportunity to ride the light rail transit. What's the cost going to be for the fare?
So through the chair, the fare integration piece of this, again, it's all part of that operations and maintenance that's coming forward. I've been very clear that, our objective is that this is a seamless transition with the rest of our transit system, that, people should be able to use this in that same way. And that's, been certainly the position that's been raised by our transit folks and myself through to Metrolinx as well. So we'll continue to push that as our goal, and then through that negotiation be able to report back around how that's occurring.
And when would you be able to report back on the cost of the fare?
Through the chair, looking to Andrew for maybe some help in refreshing. We've got so many agreements we're looking at right now, I sometimes lose track of the timing.
Thanks. Through the chair, I would just say that would be part and parcel of the negotiations we'll have on operations and maintenance. It would be a factor in that because it's affected by fare revenue and all the other pieces that go into that negotiation. So.
And through the chair, is this is a process that will be probably a year away at the most to have some of that early information back to you because of the complexity of all the O&M components.
Okay, so when we're well into this, knee deep, so to speak, that's when we'll finally know what the fare is. I'm concerned about that because I look at, the line that was built in Toronto to go up to, from Union Station to go up to the airport, and at $27+ to ride that didn't seem to have the ridership, certainly didn't realize the ridership that they thought was going to happen. They're now going to reduce it. That's still an awful lot of money. And if it's going to cost, any more than an HSR fare to ride from one end to the other, this 11 kilometers, then I don't think that our citizens, our residents, our taxpayers are going to see the benefit of being able to ride on it. So I'm putting that out there as a concern more than anything. And if it's not affordable for our students, because a lot of what I'm hearing is our students are going to be riding on the LRT. Well, if it's not affordable to students, it's certainly not going to be affordable to seniors. Who's going to subsidize that, or are we just going to not let them be able to ride the LRT? Can you comment on that, please, Paul?
Well, through the chair, clearly all of the dynamics around the ridership of this need to be factored into those negotiations. The one thing I would say is that, the comparison to really a commuter service to the airport in terms of the Up Express, I understand the concern, because that was a big concern. So a little different. This is fitting in with a transit network rather than just a spur to the airport. But you're right. We have issues around the fares. McMaster University has already contacted us around that piece. There are concerns about that. We talk about the worst case scenario, but don't forget there are other fare strategies around, particularly LRT, that have fare-free zones. So, in some cases, LRT has been meant to be a free, in certain zones, way to move people around. So there is a variety and a continuum of approaches around the fare strategy, and that's all of what will go into our conversations with Metrolinx. And I take the urgency question to be, I'm giving you the total package of all the operating maintenance issues we've got to deal with. If we can start to knock down some of the concern on elements of this earlier, we would certainly be bringing that back.
All right, and thank you for that, and through you, Chair. So then it comes down to, so far what I'm hearing is that we don't know anything about costs. We won't know until we put this out for tender whether we're under budget, over budget, but we're building something without knowing the costs. And I can tell you, being from the corporate world, this would not happen in the private sector. They don't build anything until they know the cost and what the return on the investment is going to be. And spending $1 billion and getting that $1 billion to build this is not a return on investment. The return on investment is what is over and above that. So I'm just, again, making that comment for some of my concerns. When we look at the growth throughout our city, the majority of the growth, I would wager to say, somewhat in Waterdown. Our transit service, by the way, in Waterdown is fabulous. It's fine. It's 6 days a week. It's 6 in the morning till 8 o'clock at night. We have new routes, new buses. Looking at the areas of Upper Stony Creek, and I'm looking at the mountain, and I'm looking at all of the massive growth across, right over into Ancaster. How are we going to serve those folks that deserve to have access to buses on a regular basis? So are we looking at doing that? And I realize you're not Dave Dixon, but where's the money going to come from? And are we looking at increasing the bus service? Are we taking the buses from King Street and putting them up on the mountain?
So through the Deputy Mayor, I'll let John chime in, and then I wonder also if Jason might just talk about some of the growth piece, including some of the latest information that just came out from the province around intensification projections. So it might be helpful on your question to hear from both.
Yes, thank you. I would.
So through you, the Deputy Mayor, you'll recall, Council has approved the 10-year transit strategy, and really, I think that's our investment as a community in servicing those areas of growth. There may be surplus buses from when we redesign the system. We're working through that right now. And the first step in that would be to, fill gaps, if you will, according to the council-approved service standards. But in the future, really, it's the 10-year transit strategy that drives growth in transit across the city.
And thank you for that. So that it's all part of the transportation master plan. Is that correct?
Well, the transportation, through you as chair, the transportation master plan is the overall document that will help establish policy, looks at where we've been since the last transportation master plan was completed, and just updates that. So certainly they all are components of that plan, yes.
So there will be components, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, there will be components within the Transportation Master Plan, though, that do relate to the LRT, is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, or Deputy Mayor, yes.
Okay, thank you. And that is coming to us when?
The timing of that we hope to bring that forward is in the fall of this year.
Okay, thank you. So our Transportation Master Plan is coming to us sometime in the fall, perhaps September, October. Maybe that's when we want to have the more thorough discussion on LRT, is when that plan is coming forward. A couple more questions. I keep hearing about the economic boost and the growth at the transit stops, the LRT stops, and how we're expecting to have these big booms. Why isn't that happening at the HSR stops? Because we got people riding the buses now, and we got all kinds of stops along the way. So where is that big economic boom, and why hasn't it happened already to a certain degree?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure I've read any report that absolutely says here's why not. Trevor, I'm not sure whether you've got anything to add, but what I will say is there seems to be this phenomenon of higher order transit driving that kind of investment. I've just read actually an academic report on Minneapolis and St. Paul, which if you look at the size and scope, about 700,000, Minneapolis and St. Paul is an urban area, $1 billion LRT investment that they made, and some similar characteristics to Hamilton, and they saw an absolute growth in numbers by about 30% of applications, and a value of those plus 80%. So there is that phenomenon. It seems to happen around LRT, the BRT community, where BRTs have been implemented. I think we heard a presentation at a recent meeting that suggested similar type activity is occurring. So exactly why with conventional transit? Transit's helpful in a variety of ways, and so I think some of it does help. There seems to be an order of magnitude, and that's probably the better answer that the evidence shows, is that there's an order of magnitude increase with higher order transit than there is with conventional transit. Anything further to add, Trevor, to that? No? We're good. So that's that. It's an interesting research question, and when I talk to the McMaster Institute of Transportation Logistics, maybe I'll get them to sort of answer that question, because it does always seem to be this order of magnitude increase. Not so much that bus is bad, it's just that there seems to be a higher level, and it plays out time and time again. As I say, the latest report reiterates it again.
So thank you for that, and Mr. Deputy Mayor. Other than Buffalo, it doesn't seem to have made any difference in Buffalo for the last 30 years. But thank you for confirming that it also takes place with bus rapid transit as well as LRT. The question was asked about the infrastructure, and I just want to, pun intended, dig a little deeper on that one, if I may. So with our infrastructure replacement, I did hear like for like will be replaced. Knowing that our planning and economic department has launched into doing a review of our commercial and residential zoning, they are specifically and firstly looking at wards 1 to 4, which is where the LRT proposed line is set to go. So if we are looking at increasing density along that line, there is surely going to be an increase in pipes for capacity, water, sewage. So I'm just wondering, and perhaps part of this question should go to Jason, and I'll let Jason, if you want to add to this. But so, you know, we could be looking at substantial upgrades because of identifying the opportunity and to increase density along that route. And that will be a cost to us, because I heard only like for like. How are we anticipating that cost? And you know, again, perhaps Jason would comment on that as well. Looking at the zoning, looking at increasing the density and the cost. Has that been in the discussion at all?
So through the Deputy Mayor, I'll talk about what we've been doing from an LRT perspective to coordinate, and then Jason can add some more detail to that. So we are certainly working with the growth management folks and public works folks to look at what they are projecting in terms of growth. Not always would we be looking at upsizing immediately. Some of the work that may happen is actually a protection and a protecting a space provision for that in the future. I think the misnomer is that for 50 years we can't ever touch anything along the LRT corridor. What we want to do is ensure that we don't have to disrupt the guideway and go down below the track and disrupt and stop the LRT for 6 months or a year while we do work. We want to protect for that. So some growth that we anticipate early on will have to be accommodated. Other growth is probably, it's not wise to do it this day right away anyways. If you increase the size of the pipe too much, you're not going to get the right kinds of flows that you want anyways. So it's bad engineering. But what you can do now is space provide for that in the future, and that's basically no cost to us. But Jason, maybe a bit more on, because I know there's a growth management strategy that's rolling out along the corridor in conjunction with the rezoning as well.
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you, and through the chair. So in terms of the work that's being done through the zoning exercise, part of that work is informing that analysis that Paul spoke about, is where do we expect some of that growth to occur, where are some of the, where do we expect some of the higher densities to be located, and then looking at what are the surfacing capacities in those areas so we can answer the question of does it make sense to do some upsizing now or protect for it in the future. And then the zoning work that we're looking at right now is being informed by a couple of things. One is just sort of a review of the kinds of development activity we've seen on the corridor in the past. We're also looking at what we're calling kind of key opportunity sites or signature sites, where there may be opportunities for higher density development, taller buildings, and we're looking at that through a couple of lenses. One is through the lens of built form, and actually having architects who build these kind of buildings say, okay, can we actually physically fit a larger building on these parcels? Dealing with all the sort of the access issues, setback issues, shadow impact issues, all those sorts of things that you'd have to take into account if you were an actual proponent proposing something on a certain site. And then looking at through a real estate lens as well, that is this something the market is ready to build and the industry is ready to build in these sites. So we're looking at that on a few select sites along the corridor so that we can make sure our zoning is not strictly aspirational, but is tied to an actual realistic understanding of where the market can deliver.
Thank you, Jason. A very thorough answer, and I appreciate that. But through you, Deputy Mayor, whether we replace an upgrade at the time we dig the tunnel or whether we decide to do it years later, it's still going to be our taxpayers that pay for it. And I'm just saying that because I want everybody to get a sense of what the costs are and could be down the road. So I thank you for that. I also want to just point out through you, Deputy Mayor, that with the LRT, there's a considerable amount of digging that will be going on. Would we have the same thing with the BRT?
Through the chair, depending on the way you do it, absolutely. The actual track bed isn't so much the issue with LRT. It's that right-of-way segregation. You don't want to be doing that. We'd still have utility relocates that have to go through if we're doing a segregated bus rapid transit approach. So there are certainly some costs that are not there, and the big one, of course, is vehicle cost. Buses just cost a lot less than the trains that we're looking at. But, some of the other utility work would still have to occur regardless of how we're doing this.
Okay, thank you. But it would be cheaper than, because the BRT was definitely cheaper than the LRT. But thank you for that. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I just have two more questions. Traffic flow to other main corridors. So when we have the construction going on along the King Street, what plan are we looking at? And I'm thinking particularly of Aberdeen Avenue because I can see Aberdeen Avenue as being the only go-to route for people coming in from outside the city. They're going to be jamming up Aberdeen Avenue. So what kind of traffic mitigation are we looking at with King Street under construction?
So through the Deputy Mayor, it's going to work in two phases. Our traffic modeling work will be done late summer, heading into that September period, and that will give us the impact of the traffic scenarios. We're looking at it, of course, through the LRT lens, taking the base case, looking at what happens through LRT. It's going to give us some indication, though, of what's happening through construction as well. And then the second piece of that is obviously building the solutions. So we're quite aware of where some challenging points will be. Our traffic folks work very closely with us and will continue to. But until we get some of that modeling work and look at where volumes are going, right now what we need to do is sort of protect our base so we understand what the base is, allow that modeling work to happen, then come back with the solutions to that and ensure that those can be acceptable.
Okay, and thank you for that, and Deputy Mayor, and I'm assuming that wooding is going to be built over the 403, that there won't be access onto the 403 because the bridge will be in that same area. So are we also going to be looking at where we do additional ramps, or are we not going to have any ramps from King Street down onto the 403?
So through the Deputy Mayor, the impact to the on and off access to the 403, we're not anticipating, I haven't heard to date, that we would be closing down those access points. There would be some construction, hoarding and work that happens, but the LRT only bridge hugs to the south at Dundurn, crosses over the tank that's now, it's got a little park on top of it just behind the plaza, and traverses the 403 and then ends up on Main West, quite close to the Beverly Hills apartment complex. We're not impacting and closing down those interchanges during that construction phase. No doubt, a little bit of construction impact, so I don't want to say it's none, but in terms of full closure of those interchanges, no, I haven't heard that, and that would cause a serious amount of concern from many people if that was something that came forward. So we can manage some of that through the contracting period as well. Some of our approach to how we handle traffic can actually be put into the tendering documents that go to the market, and in order to ensure that that occurs.
Okay, thank you. So my last question, the citizens jury. The citizens jury that was put together to do a great deal of work on recommendations for the LRT. Recommendations was that the HSR be kept whole, meaning that HSR was not to lose any revenue from the B line, which is of course our most profitable. Is that happening? Is that still the case? Or will we be sharing some revenue?
So through the Deputy Mayor, I mean, our positions around revenue and costing and all the rest have been made known through our I think this furthers what I said before, is we've made very clear what our goals are in the negotiations with Metrolinx around this. So I think the work of the citizens jury only strengthens that.
Okay, so we are definitely paying attention and incorporating that the HSR be kept whole and that the city not lose revenue on that. That's what I heard you say.
Well, through the Deputy Mayor, that's the message we're bringing forward, absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much for your answers, Paul. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Skelly. Next on my speakers list is a brand new grandfather. Oh, pardon me, Councillor Partridge. I beg forgiveness. You are different people.
And I
Our next speaker is Mayor Fred, who's a new grandfather. Congratulations, Mayor Fred. The floor is yours.
Thanks very much. First sitting ovation I've had for anything, quite frankly. Thank you all very much. Thank you. I had nothing to do with it, I promise. So I'm delighted we're having this conversation. It's a good time to get some of the questions that we've had answered, I think, many times before, back on the table, and let's have another go at them. So let me start off with where we kind of left off with a little while ago in terms of cost. So we talked about the difference between BRT and LRT, and what other communities are doing, actually going to the higher order transportation. I think LRT is virtually everyone's objective, to be honest. But what does that do to cost if we do it a two-step process? So from BRT to LRT, what do we end up doing? We end up actually building a BRT system and then having to go back later on to do an LRT system. What does that do to our cost?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I wouldn't be able to comment on what it does to the overall cost. Our current budget for LRT is in line with the detailed work we did prior, which had us at 800 and some odd million, and we're pretty close to that if you look at the escalation from 11, 12. So, but in terms of what it would look like on those projects, I wouldn't be able to give a comment to that.
But it'd be reasonable to assume, though, that it would be additional cost over going right to LRT. Is that reasonable? I mean, you're doing two systems as opposed to one. We're going right to the higher order. Would it be reasonable to expect that the cost would go up if we do both over time?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I've just never contemplated that, so I don't want to get into those types of overall the projects for the same period. You've seen that work. This councils in the past have looked through that and talked about what a project of this size and scope from a BRT and an LRT perspective look like. So those pieces are certainly out there. But in terms of what it would take, we'd have to get in touch with a place like Ottawa and talk to them about what happened when you move from your BRT system to an LRT system.
Okay, thank you, Paul. So one of the issues that comes up often in the community is the issue of couldn't we spend this money somewhere else? And so the question's been asked. I think we need to put it to bed at some point. The province has funded LRT through Metrolinx. So the answer to the question is, could we spend this money anywhere else? Paul, what's the answer to that question?
To the Deputy Mayor, no.
Can we embellish a little bit so it's a firmer answer? I mean, one of the, and I appreciate the answer. I think one of the challenges is that we have many in our community that have this belief that we can just turn away from LRT and just move on to something else. That is not on the table currently. Is that correct?
Well, through the Deputy Mayor, the announcement around this project was made with the core elements. That's been reinforced in terms of the Memorandum of Agreement, which lays out the scope of this project. And it is for an LRT, so a light rail transit system. It lays out the east-west parameters around that, Queenston Traffic Circle to McMaster. It talks about a north spur and gives us the ability, if budget exists, for it to go to the water's edge. But it is clear on the type of transit service it is. It is clear on the scope of this. Should also remember the pedestrian link and the maintenance and storage facility, not to forget those important components. So that scope has been laid out. It's laid out in our Memorandum of Agreement. So changing those core elements to go beyond that project scope, cannot occur unilaterally for sure, and our conversations have been, well, that then puts us back into a submission of something else in order to look at the funding. So hopefully that clarifies a little better, and the scope is always laid out in that Memorandum of Agreement, and that was really our intent to get going on this. Let's be clear on what we're doing together, and let's be clear on our overall roles that each of us play, the city and Metrolinx. And so I keep going back to that as the common point of, if you want just basic information about what we're actually doing, that's the document that lays it out quite well.
Thank you for that. So the cost, it was mentioned here that we really don't know what the overall cost is going to be. I mean, clearly the cost today is representative of the Rapid Ready report and all the research that was done. I think the original estimate was $800 million for the LRT previously. So can you talk a little bit about how did we get to $1 billion in terms of the cost overall? It's not a number pulled out of the air. It was an estimate based on the work that needed to be done on the Rapid Ready approach. So how did we get to $1 billion?
So through the Deputy Mayor, the $1 billion is based on our previous work, some escalators in there for inflation and overall market changes. But our original report, the 800 and some odd million was the midpoint. There was a lower point, which was in the high 600s. There was a high point, which was in the low 900s. And so if you look at those tolerances levels, we're clearly within $1 billion. That project was 13 point some odd kilometers in length. This overall project is 13 kilometers in length. So there's some sense that although some of it's a different running style and it runs north, you're really looking at a half union and turning a corner or running it down a 2 kilometer length. So our length is the same. Our costing in much of the corridor, we have done some of that early work. So we understand at a high level what utilities look like underneath that portion of it. So the only new piece is 2 kilometers. The chances of that being such an incrementally higher cost is low. So the billion comes from that. And I'll take this opportunity to clarify. We do know around the cost from a capital perspective that we need to stay within that billion, and we're confident that what we're doing fits within that $1 billion. And if it didn't, we would have some discussions about how it would fit within that $1 billion. The questions around cost are less on the capital side. The questions around the operating and maintenance is where we are still beginning that negotiating strategy. But I don't want there to be the impression that this could be a $2.5 or a $3.5 billion capital project. We're talking about a tolerance that would be well around that $1 billion, like we did the last time, $700 million to $900 million, the midpoint somewhere around $800 million. That's the kind of area we would be in, not that this would cost billions more on the capital side.
And through the chair, Paul, how much does this design differ from the previous design identified in the Rapid Ready report?
So through the Deputy Mayor, the one fundamental change was the movement to center lining the LRT for most of the portion on the center-east portion of this. It was side running in the past. It was at the mercy of people pulling out of driveways and crossing over the tracks regularly. And the credit for asking the question about this and working through this really goes to our Director of Transit, David Dixon. He said, let's take a look at this from a design element perspective. And as we got going through it and looked at the principles we were trying to achieve, it simply was a way that achieved what LRT was looking for. And so some portions of it are unchanged, really. The western portion by McMaster was always center running. We've got the right of way. As I mentioned, we had always put forward the team around the LRT only bridge, which I know some people think is a new element. It was the recommended element before. So some of those things, and even through International Village and the downtown core, it was always understood that we were going to have anything from complete pedestrianization and have transits and pedestrians only through to maybe some limited traffic. But that element has changed a bit in design, but the fundamentals remain that that's a tight part of our corridor that's have limited traffic through it, and that's what exists today. And then, of course, the other major change is the North Spur. Never contemplated, so that's a brand new element. But along the east-west corridor, much remains the same. We still had parking issues. There was going to be loss of parking along that corridor. It was well documented that there was an impact on parking, an impact on loading. So many of the same challenges and the traffic impacts remain. What we're trying to do now is figure out different solutions because we have created some changes. The last major change that I'll talk about, of course, is the two-weighing of King. That was not something that was in the report, but that really is to line up with the center of this. To have one-way traffic on either side of a center-running LRT is hard from a traffic perspective. You couldn't then have U-turns to get people down to the other side, and moving against the train is also disconcerting from a traffic perspective.
Thank you. So essentially there are some modifications, but essentially the alignment east-west is essentially the same alignment as we had before, except center line.
Through the Deputy Mayor, correct. There's been a couple of stop adjustments, changes of locations of stop. There was at one point a contemplation of one at the hospital in the West End and then pulling on to the campus of McMaster. We're no longer pulling on to the campus of McMaster in this proposed design. And the Delta stop, as you notice from our line, is not on this proposed piece. Kind of betwixt and between with that because it created a short run between the Delta and Ottawa. But those are things that, as I mentioned, may be sources of discussion. Largely, this is the same project that we were talking about. We've just ensured that as we go towards implementation of this, that it actually is a rapid and reliable system of transit.
Thank you, Paul. So there's a perception out there that we're moving extremely quickly, notwithstanding the fact that this has been in the works for the better part of 8 or 9 or 10 years. And we've already, I understand, submitted an EA on the previous design. So can you tell us why things are accelerating the way they are right now?
So through the Deputy Mayor, we were set up to implement when the funding was there. The recommendations last summer were to set up this office. It was about doing an EA addendum and getting us through to the construction process. So we're moving at the pace we need to do that. There was clear articulation from the Premier and through the Minister's office that these are not projects that are about contemplation. They want them built. And so we're also under the time pressure of saying, if at all possible, we'd like to see these things financially close by the middle of 2018, and so our work back schedule to that has us doing a number of things in parallel and a number of things fairly quickly. But we are an office that's about implementation right now. We're updating work that's already been done and moving forward around that.
Thank you. So one of the other questions that has come up is, excuse me, surplus vehicles. So when we introduce LRT into the lower city, that would likely cause us to have additional vehicles available to be deployed elsewhere. Can you confirm that for starters? And then one of the questions has been, well, where could we deploy them? Certainly I'm a supporter of the notion that we deploy them on the mountain and in suburban areas, but on the first question.
So through the Deputy Mayor, I mean, there certainly will be buses that are no longer traveling along that route called the Beeline Express buses. So in an absolute term, there's obviously some buses that no longer have a route that's there. It's important to note, though, that why we're taking some time and working with HSR around the redesign of the bus system is that we need to make sure that we effectively feed the LRT system. You know, with the change to the alignment, that in the East End in particular, we have a bit of a change. You know, the West End really hasn't changed much. Whether we pull onto campus or not is a minor adjustment. But in the East End, you know, we have a transit hub at Eastgate, and now we've got to figure out how that connects in with the Queenston traffic circle now. And so there's some work to be done. So in terms of where they actually go, that is work that is ongoing as we build this system out. But clearly there are buses to be redeployed. I guess the question, you know, is where. And John has answered at a higher level to what some of the process would be. Right now we have you as council have set some standards for us in terms of where those would go. And if there's further direction through John to transit, then that would be incorporated as well. So when we bring back that plan around how the bus network fits in, we can certainly provide deeper clarity around where those vehicles are needed from an LRT operation perspective. And then, John, I'm not sure if there's anything you want to add in about the broader redeployment, if that is a possibility.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. No, I think, Paul, you've covered it mostly. As he said, you know, we would, any surplus that there was, if there was any, our first step would be to deploy it according to the service standards that council has approved. And, you know, there's already some gaps in the existing. We could come back and we'd be open to any direction council would give us as to where to deploy those buses.
Thank you for that. So I am working with other members of council to come back with a motion to do that. And we'll certainly present that a little later on, not today, but another day. So the question then also leads to, and I'll go back to John, the investments that we made last year and this year on transit, bus transit, traditional transit, where are they going to be deployed?
I have some details here, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I have some details here. Maybe I'll just ask Nancy or Jim if they could come down and explain that.
Sure.
Morning, through you, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks.
So we have, the plan was approved in 2015, with the first 2 years being applied to fix the deficiencies that are in the current system. So that's what we've been working on, starting with in September of 2015. We've added basically more running time to a few of our routes in order to improve reliability and to add capacity to the system so we don't have as many pass-bys. So the focus has been strictly on the service that's there, that's on the road right now, and improving it. So we still have some more fixes to do in September, which have not yet been determined.
Okay, so just to follow on that, so one of the arguments is that not enough is being done on the mountain to improve service. So what service improvements are we making currently and will make in the next year or two to improve services on the mountain and the suburban community?
So to date, we've made adjustments to, and not all of these are huge adjustments, but we've made adjustments to our route 25 and 26, Upper Wellington, Upper Wentworth. We've made adjustments to Route 27, Upper James, Sanatorium, Route 33. We've made changes to Route 44, Rymel. And we've added some improved service in Waterdown.
Okay, so when you say changes, Nancy, what do you mean? Additional buses on the road, improved running time, which would require additional buses, I'm assuming. Could you explain that a little bit in terms of what that change means?
Certainly. In all of these cases, it's been to add additional running time to improve reliability, to ensure that we are getting to the stops when we say we're going to get at the stops, and to add capacity so people can get on when we get there.
Right. So does that include then putting on additional buses?
Yes, we've added to date. We've added in the neighborhood of 11 buses so far, peak period buses.
Correct. And then next year, I think we funded additional for next year as well, or for the coming. Through this budget, we added additional bus investments.
Absolutely. So we will be adding more buses to the street in September. We don't have the exact number or routes that we're going to adjust at this point.
Okay, thank you. So that then leads me, thank you for those answers, because it's important to, I think, recognize that this is not just an issue about lower city transit investment. It's about a citywide transit investment. So, Paul, a little information on the BLAST network and how that kind of integrates and fits with what we're doing in terms of LRT in the lower city, and how that expands into the kind of the broader network.
So through the Deputy Mayor, I mean, this project is part of a plan. It's a plan that we've looked at. Sure, there can be some discussion on what style of rapid transit exists, and in certain cases, through the development of the BLAST system, we would definitely not be looking at, say, LRT through it all. But this is part of a plan. There's a rapid transit plan, there's a conventional transit plan, and building those out is really important. I say early and I say often that this is one component, because we are not solving with LRT alone as that project how people are getting to the business parks that dot around our community, which I know is a challenge, and in talking to Neil Everson from an economic development perspective is critical. So it is part of a system. We never see ourselves as the end-all be-all of anything. We just see ourselves as helping to advance the city's cause in terms of approved system approaches to both rapid transit and conventional transit. And here's where the two intersect, which is great. We need to do both.
Okay, thank you for that. And there was some discussion about kind of the cost of operating the system. So I'm going to refer back to the Rapid Ready report, which I think identified the fact that LRT is actually cheaper to operate by about $7 million annually. So that then translates into savings. So when we're talking about operating costs, we're actually going to reduce our operating cost over the long. I mean, in this instance, it might be through Metrolinx, and by agreement, it might actually turn into an agreement that we may operate at some point. Who knows? But the fact is that there's a reduced operating cost by virtue of running an LRT. Can you confirm that?
The Deputy Mayor, based on ridership increases, absolutely, because of the volume of people that you can move. So these are vehicles that can move seated and standing 130 people in one car. Along the B line, we've protected at our station stops to actually be able to couple two cars together, which would get you a capacity of over 250 people in one vehicle. Currently now, an articulated bus, we're somewhere in the neighborhood of the high 60s, maybe touching 70 if we get seated and standing, as the numbers that I've received. So, and on a standard bus, lower than that. So you can see how that volume factors into the overall cost. So from a pure cost perspective, of course, it's more expensive because vehicles and everything else is, but over time, as you drive your ridership, those costs come down considerably, and it becomes an effective way, which is why you want to use it in corridors that demand the kind of rapid transit and use ridership that you have. It's not something that you would use as a solution to your infill transit pieces.
Thank you. So one additional issue that came out of the Rapid Ready report, and I think this the business case analysis, was that notwithstanding the fact that Toronto does most of their transit issues now because of congestion issues, they waited too long to make the investments. Now they're kind of behind the eight ball and have to make these investments to actually deal with serious congestion issues. For Hamilton, it was a bit of a mixed bag. So we're dealing with future congestion issues, not necessarily congestion issues today, but that the economic uplift in the business case actually identified additional benefits that would come to the city as a result of moving to the LRT. Benefits like the jobs that come out of the LRT, the cleaner environment as a result of running electrified service, the economic uplift, which is often talked about. That I talked to the regional chairman Rick Sealing in Kitchener-Waterloo that is already happening in a significant way in Kitchener-Waterloo, and they haven't even finished their project yet. So the investments are actually happening, and anecdotally, all the places that we visited, Portland, Oregon, Calgary, with Councillor Ferguson and Powers and a number of others at the time, all demonstrated significant economic uplift. So the business case analysis that was done by Metrolinx actually had a larger focus on the added benefits as opposed to the congestion issues for Hamilton, correct?
Through the Deputy Mayor, absolutely. It's a different kind of project in each community, and certainly they looked at the benefits across a number of key areas. Some were about the jobs that this creates, period, when you're constructing and building and then operating. There are some jobs that continue on ad infinitum with this approach. Looked at the environmental benefit of this, and you've touched on that. These are vehicles that are zero emission at the ground. They run on electricity, which is notwithstanding recent reports that are talking about perhaps some provincial direction around electricity and natural gas. But generally speaking, we create electricity in this province in green ways. So, there are lots of benefits there. And then on the economic side, it's really about matching this with a planning regime and an economic development regime that can leverage this for investment. So the one caveat I always put on this is that just building this alone is unlikely to succeed. The evidence is overwhelming that you need to do a couple of other things, and the good news is that we're doing those things. Jason talked about our corridor strategy around the rezoning. I just, as I mentioned, read this report out of Minneapolis and St. Paul, and they clearly articulated it was as though they took away our work plan and said, do this, do this, do this. It's what helped us be successful. You have to make sure your zoning is consistent with people wanting to invest. You have to do that kind of extra work to incent that investment along the corridor. We're doing that. We are working with Infrastructure Ontario and our own staff in real estate to look at diving a bit deeper where there could be some sites that can actually generate a fair bit of intensification, both residentially and perhaps commercially and retail-wise. That's where you actually get those numbers. So when we talk about, the increases to assessment value, the increase to new investments that happen, what we see around Waterloo, that's what you need to do in order to be successful. The last thing the evidence and the reading we've done on other projects is it doesn't happen in those first years. It happens as the project gets closer to fruition. Waterloo confirmed this for me in spades when I was there visiting with some of their developers, as they said, don't expect the project announcement that all of a sudden people are going to build right on the corridor. It takes a little time. They build up their ability to do that, and then it comes. And the same thing happened in some of these U.S. studies where just the announcement itself didn't trigger a huge uptick in new developments. It was after the financial close, shovels in the ground, then they started to see this fairly steep curve of development applications coming in. So a little bit on that benefit side that's clearly articulated by Metrolinx. There is an increased benefit, and in fact when you look at BRT versus LRT, more possibility for those benefits with LRT versus BRT. That was another piece of their benefits case, was what's better, a hybrid approach to LRT, a BRT system, or an LRT system sort of full bore, and the answer to their benefit analysis was LRT.
Yeah, and that's a very strong point, Paul. There's some perception out there that those things haven't been assessed. They have been assessed, actually, very significantly by the folks that are actually going to be building this thing and through the province. So this is not something that hasn't been looked at and considered. And at the end of the day, the conclusion was that LRT had the greater overall benefit, not only now but over the longer term, than any of the other options that were available out there. So I think that's a good message to keep sharing with people. One of the issues that came up earlier was the infrastructure work, and I know the Rapid Ready report identified about $80 million of underground infrastructure work that would be done to our benefit as a result of putting an LRT along the corridor. So in the absence of LRT, we would have to go find that $80 million to do that underground infrastructure work because it's currently not funded. So that was in the Rapid Ready report. Can you confirm that or recall that that number in the report?
So through the Deputy Mayor, certainly know the number. I would say that, we're doing the detailed work, so what the number is will change as we do the detailed work. But, generally speaking, I think we're going to be in that ballpark. And you're right. It's work we would have to do at some point. So I think that's important to recognize. Some of the infrastructure that we will be moving has a long life ahead of it. Some of it doesn't. But the bottom line is that where Metrolinx is moving those pieces of infrastructure, they look at our standards. We set those standards. It's like for us, and that does have a benefit from an infrastructure perspective, no doubt. They also pay for all of the redoing of the top. I did receive a question that said, well, on the roads, are they only paying for the portion of the road that they felt was needed to be replaced, and we had to pay some incremental cost on the road? And the answer is no. When they dig up the street, the road will be replaced as part of the project cost as well, and sidewalks and anything else that's disturbed.
Right, and I don't mean to jump around, but I think the last point for me, and this will be my last question. So the Rapid Red report also identified a per passenger cost for LRT and a comparison to that for the regular transit system, and it's estimated that it's 75 cents per passenger for bus and LRT system, as opposed to our regular transit system, which is about $1.12. So from an operating perspective, again, on a per passenger basis, there is actually a reduced operating cost to operate this facility.
The Deputy Mayor, clearly as we can drive that ridership on it, this is moving large volumes of people. There is just no other way to move the kind of volume other than in an urban environment than the LRT system. And that's why in some cases you see communities that have 90-meter, 120-meter wide platforms coupling together 3-4 cars. You've been to cities, and so have others who have seen just how long these cars can get. But based on our population and our projections, we really don't see the need to go beyond a 2-car strategy. And then you would also look at frequency of service, which also allows you to move people, which goes back to our design, which is about the reliability. If you have more frequent trains, but you're getting bunched up, you're just going to have a bunch of trains running one after another, which isn't as effective as keeping the spacing.
Great, thank you, Paul. And so last question, this presentation is the same presentation that you made at committee, and virtually the same presentation that you brought to all members of council, I think, save except one.
Well, through the Deputy Mayor, this is almost identical to the subcommittee presentation with the exception of slide 2 and 3, and a correction on the subcommittee date at the last slide. It is not a presentation that was shared with the individual members. We actually walked through it in a more verbal and conversational approach when the LRT office met with folks one-on-one.
Thank you very much, Paul, for answering those questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Next on my list is Councillor Pearson.
Deputy Mayor, and I certainly thank all the previous speakers. A lot of questions that I had have been answered, but I might touch on them again. And Paul, thank you so much for your time up there today. So I just want to verify going along, and I know there's a number of things that you say you're going to be coming back with. So there's a lot of unanswered issues still on the table. So surplus buses, what's going to happen, fares, the operation, the local bus service. I also want to touch on the rates, because currently we have great rates in City Hamilton. We have great incentives to assist the seniors, seniors pass, the golden age passes, the student passes. So we have no idea. That's all going to be reported on going forward. Is that correct?
The Deputy Mayor, yes, we don't have answers for that as it relates to the operation of the LRT, but certainly are taking note of the concerns and the desires of council and the community, because we've had this come from institutions and community members as well.
I'm concerned because it sounds like today I'm concerned that it's going to be a 2-tier rate system, and I'd hate to see that happen because it would create confusion.
Through the Deputy Mayor, I understand the concern, but just there is no decision made on what that looks like today. So we'll be taking forward the positive message of how this works and integrates within this community, and report back to you on how that goes.
Thank you. And because I'm going to ask a question because it's been raised a few times, and I think we've mentioned in the past. Has the opportunity been addressed of the possibility of tunneling between John Street and Wellington Street? Subway section.
Oh, through the Deputy Mayor, I'm going to go to Trevor. Did we look at tunneling?
To the chair, to the councillor, we didn't particularly look in great detail at tunneling. That comment has always come up, and there's a bit of a feedback to that. Typically, when you go underground, there's a lot more complications to that, so it drives up the cost, probably about 3 times the cost of a typical at-grade LRT system. So I think that's the biggest significant. One of the other benefits of LRT at grade is really because it is at grade. And I often tell people is that you have up to 200 passengers on each LRV going in both directions every 4 to 6 minutes, and they're looking out the windows. They're not staring straight ahead at their steering wheel. They're actually looking out the windows, and they can actually see the various businesses and shops that they have just passed by. And therefore, you get this ribbon kind of uplift for the entire corridor versus just at station stops where you see from a subway or underground. So that's just one of the arguments. I'm not saying it's the end-all be-all, but it's just one that comes out.
Well, and I appreciate that because I think it's important for the viewing public also to understand, because those are questions that have come to my attention that residents have been raising, and I certainly be questioning why aren't we doing it in that particular stretch, because then that carries on or keeps the vibrancy of the downtown BIA area. So I appreciate that other viewpoint. I'm going to go now, Paul, if I could, I'm going to go back to the pictures, if you don't mind going back to some of the pictures, because they're worth $1 billion. Looking at the downtown picture, the one that you have with in the BIA area, right there. So just clarify to me, in this stretch of King Street, we're now going to say that this particular stretch is going to be eastbound only for vehicular traffic. And how are we going to address that?
Through the Deputy Mayor. Correct. So under the proposed alignment here at Wellington, westbound traffic would not be able to continue on King Street. So the choices would be in the current network at Victoria, you could go north. At Wellington, you could go south, and you would move around this area if you were looking at a movement east towards the west. So from sort of the John Street area down to Wellington, yes, this was the eastbound traffic. So you see the traffic lane here. And really that was about access. So on the north side, because there is an alleyway system and there is a whole bunch more rear access available, and there aren't entrances to things like underground garages on the north side, it was the south side that caused us some concerns operationally. So we have an apartment complex with the only access to their underground garage off King. We have other commercial buildings where there is access points only off King. And so a solution to that is to look at one lane of traffic that would move eastbound there. It then flips, and the westbound traffic, so if I go back one, the westbound traffic picks up at Catherine, and you would actually be able to go westbound through the rest of the core and continue along King Street after James.
Go back to the first picture again. So there are actually 2 tracks. So that's eastbound and westbound. There will be 2 units that run up and down there, correct?
Correct.
Just wanted to be sure of that. So if you can just clarify, going on now to the main west, and I know there's no picture for that. So when it comes out with the bridging over the 403, you said there's going to be no issue of except for construction crossing over the ramps at the 403 exits, correct?
So through the Deputy Mayor, there's no contemplation of closing down those interchanges. The actual impact of construction, I have no doubt there will be some, but in terms of a full closure, nothing that I've heard to date to indicate that. I'll confirm that with Trevor just to make sure that those haven't been our conversations technically.
To the chair, to the councillor. We haven't heard any complications in regards to construction, but we haven't got into the detailed design either of how that construction is done. However, the ultimate alignment does not affect either ramps. So, and knowing engineering and knowing construction practices, there's usually workarounds to keep ramps open. So again, we haven't heard any closure of any ramps through construction.
Okay, thank you. Then can you also give us an idea of how it's anticipated when it bridges, it's going to come out, actually it's going to be going in the opposite direction now when you're heading westbound on Main Street, because in that particular stretch it is only eastbound to at least Paradise, the other side of Paradise. Is that correct?
Correct. So from a two-way perspective, for a short section until we get back online, there would be a very short period where but the traffic would actually be buffered by the train that's moving in the eastbound direction, and then there is this westbound train for a very short section. I'm not sure, Trevor, if you can actually talk about the actual length we're describing here, but you know the point where we're at the drawn on the north side and then getting back to center.
But yeah.
To the chair, to the councillor. Yeah, basically you're running from the 403 where it crosses right at Main Street, so that's just east of Macklin, and basically going one block between Macklin and Paradise.
But it's going to cross at Paradise, and it's going to be on grade at Paradise, because traffic, unless we're planning on closing that ramp at Paradise that comes out, or is that anticipated to stay in place?
Through the chair to the councillor. So we are looking at different options in regards to the detailed design of the closure, and that could be one of those closures. But you're correct. That's where Main Street basically goes from a two-way directional to a one-way directional, and we'd be following that kind of flow with the LRT tracks staying on the north part of the one-way section, and then transitioning right at Paradise to a center running. And how that works, again, we're working through the details, and we'll be coming to the PICs in September with those details ironed out. However, there's always opportunity for some changes as we go forward, as Mr. Johnson made.
Thank you. And I grew up in this neighborhood, so it just made me realize as well, we also have the emergency unit services at the corner of, I think it's Macklin and Main, correct? So now you're going to have that very north lane blocked. So as far as emergency visits to the center and access, that's all going to be reported back in the fall?
So through the Deputy Mayor, just Macklin is staying open as a way that traffic can move in, and one of the factors around that was the urgent care center that is there, as well as the family practice unit and all the rest. So we've been strategic in areas where we allow all movements and movements to cross the tracks and for cars to come in and out, that they match up with key destinations that people are going to, whether it's for personal or, in this case, medical reasons, and making sure that we don't block that off. So it was an absolute consideration, and we're not going to have to wait to come. You're not going to have to wait to hear that. We've kept that open.
Thank you. And I guess I'll just wind down then. I appreciate the pictures and the clarification, and certainly more information to come forward. You mentioned a couple times, Paul, the maintenance and storage facilities. So we do not know where that's going to be. Is that part of the capital costs of this project that will be covered by Metrolinx and the $1 billion?
So through the Deputy Mayor, absolutely all the costs associated with the property acquisition and the construction of that is covered in. It's actually a building that Metrolinx will own and operate through whoever ends up operating this. So it's all covered. In terms of the location, we're still negotiating on the location, so we're not in a position to say here's where it is now for obvious reasons, but that will come out in the fall as well. But in terms of costing, not an issue for us.
We will have to be sure that it's tracked as well for these units, for the buses or the LRT units to get to and from the maintenance yards, correct?
Through the Deputy Mayor, absolutely. The goal is, of course, to always have your maintenance and storage facility as close as you can to the track. But that's a difficult chore when you look at our alignment. So we're trying to find the closest piece. But yes, there are running tracks in and out of this, unless you have the good fortune of actually having that site right on the line. But in all cases, you have to run the cars in and out of it. And so we also have to protect against issues around where it's located from a neighborhood perspective as well. The vehicles, of course, come in late in the day. They go out very early in the morning to load the line. So part of our consideration on siting of this is to ensure that it's not in the middle, running through the middle of a residential neighborhood.
And is it anticipated, because this question has been asked, with it starting at the Queenston Traffic Circle, is it anticipated to have parking available for people to drive to there and get on the LRT?
So through the Deputy Mayor, it's a question that's coming up more and more, so I can't give you a definitive answer right now. Generally speaking, LRTs are not park and ride styles of transit, but we're hearing more and more about how will I drive potentially to an area that can link me into the LRT. So actually at the LRT stops themselves, I mean, some of them have parking nearby, which is available. There may also be other opportunities to link people into good transit, bus transit connections. So it might be slightly off the LRT, but they're feeding into the LRT very quickly and very well through our bus transit system. You know, for instance, in Mount Hope, hopping on the bus system and going down from the office there on Upper James, and you can easily be downtown and connecting in through our transit hub in downtown Hamilton onto the LRT line. So those are kinds of things where you could actually drive, park, get onto transit, and end up utilizing the LRT. When you think about it for going down to the waterfront, you could be parking your car in Mount Hope and actually getting to our waterfront via our transit system. So some of those exist, but we've heard it enough that we're actually going to noodle around a little bit with what that looks like at the terminus points as well. Tougher at McMaster's End, I'll just grant you that right now. Perhaps a little bit easier on the eastern end.
And sorry, just going back to the Westdale situation. So you mentioned we have the LRT going through, but we're also still going to have sub-services, because you have the Delaware service that runs through the heart of Westdale now. So that's all going to be factored in.
So through the Deputy Mayor, there's certainly in the West End, there are other routes that are not related to the Beeline Express and others. So you'll see that whole network, but I can assure you that where there's routes, even if they're close to the LRT, if they're their own routes, they're going to continue. Whether they get tweaked a bit in terms of how they run vis-a-vis the LRT routing, but it's not an elimination of all the routes that are anywhere near the LRT line.
Because you mentioned earlier that we're not sure that you're going to be able to have secondary buses servicing in the same area as the LRT is going now, correct? Through
the Deputy Mayor, actually on the line is one of the areas that we have to think about, but certainly local service has to be very close to that line for a variety of reasons. The LRT can't answer all of our transit needs, even along that corridor.
Thank you. I have two more questions if I can. One to Mr. Thorne, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you to Mr. Thorne. Jason. Jason has been commenting today about our project population projections and certainly intensification along the corridor. And we've all been dealing with this as Planning Committee over the last number of years. So currently our population projections for the City of Hamilton are where?
Through the chair, to the year 2041, 780,000.
That's not anticipated to change with the review and the intensification at this time, correct?
Through the chair, not the magnitude, but certainly where it goes. The growth plan has made some changes in that regard.
Excellent, thank you. And my last question, if I could, Mr. Deputy, through you to Nancy or someone with regards to transit. I just wanted to confirm the discussions that were mentioned, the comments and questions raised earlier about improvements to other areas, especially the West Mountain currently. This all came about and is coming about with regards to the reviews that have been going on. Is that not correct through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Nancy? These are reviews going on currently throughout the whole city, because I know I've met with staff on improvements in the Stony Creek area, especially the north side of the QEW. So it's not technically part of this, it's part of the ongoing review of transit through the whole city, correct? Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Pearson, thank you very much. I appreciate the excellent Ward 1 questions being asked publicly. Thank you. Very seriously, thank you very much. It's great information about Westdale. And Councillor Pearson, of course, grew up in Westdale, so she has intimate knowledge of the neighborhood. Thank you very much. Next upon my list, Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you very much. There's not many questions left. There have been some really good questions, and so most of my questions have been answered. But I do have a couple of things. I think that I've always said that I was supportive of good, efficient, flexible transit that is financially sustainable for the entire city. And so I still hold fast to that. And it's not that I have any opposition to, in particular, to LRT. I like the flexibility of BRT and various other things, but I would like to ask you a couple of questions, and I'd like to start with the ridership on the B line. It is my understanding, and maybe you can, perhaps through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to either Paul or to transit staff, it's my understanding that it is our busiest line and our greatest revenue source for transit in this city. Is that correct?
Would like to take a step.
To you, Deputy Mayor, that corridor is as you described, not the B line itself, though. That corridor is the
So the buses that are on that corridor.
That's
okay. And am I correct in my understanding that there will be no buses on that corridor when we put LRT on it?
Well, through the Deputy Mayor, when we talk about the whole corridor, and as John and the transit staff are saying, there's more than just King Street or Main East. So on the actual route that the LRT travels on those roads, we will be removing much of the bus that's there, but that's not to say there won't be any local service very close to that. So perhaps transit staff can talk just a little bit about some of those other pieces that factor into it. Because if we talk about a wider corridor than just King Street or Main East, there's actually going to be lots of bus service that continues along that. And in fact, that's part of the challenge that we're going through now and the work that we're going through in terms of how we redesign the entire system around there. So I think it's important to clarify that. So I think Jim's going to handle that.
Through the chair. We are currently undergoing the changes to the design of the local services. So we are talking about very close to the corridor, like Canada and Wilson, as opposed to, we may reallocate the King route that goes along that corridor. Same on the other side, it could be a two-way Main Street, which is still under consideration. That's not been decided at all, but it could make a big difference. And then right up next to that is the Delaware route that's not too far away. So everything gets moved off the King, but very close by.
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, my concern is that we're going to give up significant revenue to some entity that's going to operate the LRT for a short distance, relatively short distance. And a lot of that revenue supports the rest of the bus system in this city. So my question is, how are we going to make improvements to feed the LRT line if we're losing revenue because it's going to go to a third party? I understand that the negotiations are underway and the decisions haven't been made, but that's part of my difficulty in the decision that's being asked of us today. And so how are we going to make that money up, and how are we going to support additional buses and additional systems outside of LRT if we're going to be losing revenue for whoever that needs to go to, Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Well, through the Deputy Mayor, I'm actually going to turn to Chris, because these have been conversations that are, even precede our work here. So Chris, I think, can answer some of that.
Sure. Through you,
Mr. Gray.
Through you, Chairman. Just so you hit upon, I think, what is a really fundamentally important question, and that is, after the discussion is had in terms of revenue sharing, will it leave Hamilton taxpayers and or the fare box in a deficit? In other words, will the taxpayers have to pay more to enjoy the LRT service? Or will the riders have to bear that burden? So that was a question or a comment that I shared directly with Bruce McQuaid, and my comment to him is that I fully expect council will have a concern about what kind of cost gets passed on, fully understand the capital costs, how that's going to be managed, and I think we've had lots of questions about that today. It's that other question that I know is your concern. So I think what we're hearing here today, and we will continue to hear from you, is a fundamental concern about what does the revenue sharing mean in terms of impact to the rest of the system. our taxpayers going to pay more? Is there going to be more expectation coming in the fare box? And that will be a concern certainly to City of Hamilton. We can't get at this answer quick enough as far as I'm concerned, even though places like Toronto, for example, they're already building the system and they haven't resolved this issue there. So I don't think you want, or we want to be in a situation before anyone signs on a dotted line to move ahead with construction. We want this question answered. So, I've communicated that to Bruce, and we're going to, again today, reiterate our concerns about moving on this particular item because it's important to this council, and so we'll get you an answer from Metrolinx as to when do we expect to get this resolved, because it is fundamentally important to you and your decision about this project.
Thank you. I think the hardest thing for me, I realize this is a comment, not a question, but I'll try and make it into a question. One of the hardest things for me, and goes back to something that Councillor Partridge asked, which is in private enterprise or as a small business owner, which I have been all my life, you don't make decisions about monumental expenses unless you understand the ramifications or the possible ramifications and the impacts. And I guess if you want to say the worst case scenario, and if you can live with the worst case scenario, then, if there's a chance that it's going to be a great thing for your business or for the city in this instance, then absolutely you go for it. But I am having difficulty with the number of times that questions are asked and people's response is reasonably so, and I understand why. We don't know yet, because we can't know yet. And so at what point, so here's my question, at what point do we make a decision? Do we make a decision in the hope that, and I'll go back 50 years, when they were destroying downtown Hamilton, we're going to make a purse out of a sow's ear? Or do we make a decision at a point where we've got more information and we're comfortable? And sure, there are on both sides of this equation people who are really for it and really against it, and I get the vision and I understand that, and this isn't parochial for me. It's a question of good stewardship of the job I've been elected to. And so I resist making decisions without a confidence that we know what we're making a decision about. So I am going to continue to listen to the dialogue. I'm not prepared to lay down in front of the whole project and say, not, over my dead body. That's not where I'm at all. I really want to see this city do well. And I really want to see this project work if it's going to do what it's proposed to do. And if it isn't going to be a noose around the taxpayer's neck for the next 20 years. But we're talking about 5 years down the road before we might have some uplift. Maybe 6 years, maybe 8. And we've already got a metamorphosis happening here that I would not want to stymie either. So when we've got rich things happening in this city and people are feeling good and positive and hopeful and excited about what's happening here, far be it from me to vote on a side of something that's going to stymie that, whatever side that is. So I'm going to continue to listen, and I'm hopeful that some of these answers can come back. And I would really like to see this decision not be pushed to the point where we have to stand up and say no to something that could be a fabulous project for the city because we just don't have the confidence that it's going to be what it's said to be. So I'm sorry that's not a question, but I really feel strongly about that. And so the more answers that you can give us before we have to stand up and make that decision, I think that's the safest way to go. And is that possible? Is it possible to wait for some more of these answers? Or are we really under the gun and have to say, okay, we'll do it or we won't do it? Are we really under that gun that it has to be done immediately? Or can we get some more of these answers so that there's more confidence around this table in what we're voting on and going forward so that we're not doing the wrong thing, one way or the other. Thank you.
And that's for Paul.
Through the Deputy Mayor, there are a number of points where decisions will have to be made. So let's play a little bit, and for both sides. So we decide as a community, you decide as a council, we have a whole bunch of things we want from a design perspective, and the budget comes in and it's $1.9 billion. Metrolinx is not going to say, well, that's great, go ahead. So there's a decision point that may stop some things there. You may feel that there are some elements that through this process that we're under right now, that the operations and maintenance is a good example of that. So from a project office perspective, from our reporting through, this is titled this way for a reason. This is an update on where we are. We've been charged to do some work. We have to complete some technical work in order to get through a design process and actually submit for environmental approval. Let's say, for instance, something comes up through that, to which the ministry says, oh, wait a second, you've missed a environmental piece, a sensitive piece here, and now we're back into having to redo something. So there are a number of ways. My hope is, through the Deputy Mayor, that I'm today not suggesting that this is it, because there are too many questions. This is only alignment. We haven't done the detailed work. I think there are a number of gates we're going through together. The project team will bring forward the best information we have as soon as we have it. And so we, in some ways we took a bit of a risk even providing some of these general updates along the way because we don't have all the answers. But if we wait till all the answers, then of course, how do we get through some of these other pieces so we can nail down some of the concerns, perhaps on alignment and the philosophy, and then move to some of the other bigger decision-making pieces. There will be a number of these gates along the way that have to go through before we actually have a project that's being built in our community. So I think that was an answer to another question earlier on, when are some of these approvals coming? There are times where we're going to ask for your approval on certain things to move forward, and that's a more of a decision than just receiving an update from me on some of our thinking.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm very grateful for the update, and the update isn't my issue. My issue is the update that leads to a motion where we're going to have to make some decisions. And so that's why I'm asking about, from your point of view with the project update, are we at a position where we have to make a decision right now? I mean, are we in a position where we've got to have that motion? I understand. I talked to Councillor Marula. I asked him why he was bringing it forward. I've had conversation about that. I'm just wondering if we're, from your point of view, if we are now in a position where Metrolinx needs to know, the government needs to know, somebody need to know that we're all firmly on board and we're all going to forge ahead. And we've agreed to accepting the province's money. We've agreed to a memorandum of understanding. We've agreed to the Citizens Committee. We've agreed to an LRT working group that's come back with this update. And so I guess my question really is, do we at this point, I'm not asking you I want to be clear, I'm not asking you to make a decision about the motion that's going to come forward at some point. I'm just asking you if we're in a position now where we have to declare ourselves or this whole project falls apart.
Well, through the Deputy Mayor, I think it's more, if there was a declaration that, when we signed and approval was given for the city manager to sign that memorandum of agreement, we signed an intent to move forward and get these answers and develop these details so that decisions could be made and this project could come together. I think if that's no longer the case, we should know that. But if that hasn't changed, what I think you're hearing today on a number of fronts is there is information that has to come forward. You will be asked to evaluate that information and make decisions at key points. I would love to be able to say here it all is today, but on a project of this magnitude, there's no one in the world that would have that at the 8-month mark to provide. So we're not behind in any way. We're just working our way through, and you will have those opportunities to evaluate that information and provide direct feedback to myself and to Andrew, because he is good enough to be at all these meetings, and we talk regularly as well in terms of what's going back. So I think it's only if intent is changing around what we've already decided, but there's lots more that has to go through an approvals process, and that's where other decisions will get made. So we just keep working on until that day comes where it's like, stop working. Then I'll stop working. But right now that direction was given for us to do this work and keep bringing back to you, sometimes updates, and then when appropriate, things for approval.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, just my last comment. Again, I say thank you for the updates, and I want to thank you for your openness in coming to see some of us to discuss, just basically to bring us up to date in some ways, and for the work that's been going on to be evaluating this. I'm very appreciative of that and the openness with which you coming to GIC to give all of us this update at the same time. It gives us an opportunity to at least stay on board and understand where we're at, and I'm grateful for that. So thanks, and great presentation. Thank you.
And through the Deputy Mayor, maybe I'll use this as an opportunity. Andrew and I talked about this the other day. We think we've made it clear, but we'll make it clear to everybody here publicly that we want to sit down, have conversations about whatever the questions and dialogue needs to be. Andrew brings a wealth of knowledge and understanding from Metrolinx and can go quickly back to his leadership to get those answers. So we have lots of work to do, but recognize the role that Andrew and I play, which is really to be that bridge between the rest of the organization and you folks in order to get your questions answered, and we will do that at any time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Der Beek. Next on my list is Councillor Johnson.
Well, actually, Mr. Chairman, just a point of privilege. I was named, and I just wanted to clarify something.
On a point of privilege then, Councillor Muller?
I was named. No, but I was named.
I heard
point of privilege.
You're next.
On a point of privilege, Councillor Muller?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just getting back to, and I'm glad that Councillor Van Der Beek mentioned the confusion that exists, because clearly, through you, Mr. Chairman, there was an understanding in the community as a whole that basically the decision was already made. That we said, yes, we want LRT, this is the design, and we requested the province fund it. We actually even brought forward additional motions pressuring, almost embarrassing, I know, trying to embarrass the province and to push them and pressure them and prod them and call them names to pay for what we asked for. For no time, since that time, did somebody come forward with, I want to reconsider my support, asking people who have a mandate along the corridor on what should or should not be done. People are moving into the ward because of the project. Some people have moved out. Some people are opening up businesses. The end zone, as an example, spent $2 million.
How would you sum up your point of privilege?
My point of privilege is, Councillor Van Der Beek mentioned, she spoke to me with respect to the issue of whether or not the motion of reaffirming needs to happen. Well, it already has happened 3 times, and so all I'm trying to do is recapture that reaffirmation. So it's just shocking to me that question was asked.
Thank you.
But and I just need to clarify that we've already answered that question 3 times. We're at the implementation stage, and we really got to stop playing with people's lives here and start sending mixed messages that this is even remotely potentially not happening, because it does affect people's lives.
Thank you for
people
that
that I represent and people along that corridor, and I have a mandate, and I ran 2 elections on this particular issue. So as a direct result of that, I'm just asking for some sort of reciprocal respect, because if they were their residents,
thank you.
I'm sure that they would be feeling a little bit more perturbed than I am. So
thank you for that point.
Thank you very much.
So we will move on to Brenda Johnson.
Thank you. I have always said all along that we need to seriously upgrade our HSR in order to sustain this LRT. Since that time, we had our 10-year transit strategy, and along with that was a $300 million ask to the province to help us accomplish that. So through you, probably to John Mader, to bypass. Sorry, Paul. So through you to John Mader, when we lost the $300 million ask, how impactful was that for our 10-year strategy that was supposed to be upgrading our HSR to sustain the LRT?
Through the Deputy Mayor, that was a significant component. That is a significant component of the whole 10-year strategy. Having some place to house.
Go back in my system to get the time, but Oakville at that time was housing the CEO for Metrolinx of the day, and he was answering questions about LRT and doing a short presentation. At that time, I asked the CEO of Metrolinx, who will maintain it, who will hire the employees, pay the employees, who collects the fares, and paraphrasing, the bottom line was, we don't know yet. Now let's fast forward 3 years later, and the answer I've been hearing around the table, because you've answered it more than once, is we don't know yet. So that is also a concern for me as well, so I just want to put that out there to you, Paul. But I do have some questions from your presentation, if you don't mind. Just want to go through the list. If you can go to, are you calling this slide 1?
Slide 2, but that's...
Okay, so can you go to slide 4, please?
Root?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm to assume that each one of those circles is an LRT stop.
Correct.
Thank you. So when I look at Kenilworth to Ottawa, Ottawa to Scott Park, Sherman to Wentworth, and I know this is a very vague map, but I'm using my little pen and I'm counting how many blocks in between each one. And potentially we could be looking at anywhere from 12 to 15 city blocks between stops. Would that be fair to say?
Through the Deputy Mayor, at times it may be those blocks, but blocks are not always the same distance apart. So we have been working not in terms of blocks, but in terms of actual distance. And so that's where we come up with that statement that it's 600 to 800 meters overall. The one, very clearly that's longer than that is Ottawa to Scott Park.
Right.
And then the other piece is not the Dundurn to Longwood, because there's nothing to stop at there, but Longwood to McMaster.
Right.
The others, it may be sometimes the map, and when the more detailed drawings come out, we'll actually insert various pieces. But Trevor, we're in terms of the blocks that you're looking at, even a Wentworth to Sherman piece, we're still within that sort of 800 as an outside amount, correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, correct. And typically when you talk about rapid transit systems around the world, it's that 800-meter mark that you have stop spacing, and that makes it rapid, reliable, efficient. If you start reducing, not to say that we can't look at different opportunities, and that's what we've done in the downtown, and we have a shorter stop spacing because it's more of a destination.
Sorry, Trevor, I can't hear you very well.
Sorry, I'll try and speak up. Sorry about that. When we're looking at the downtown, we've actually looked at reduced stop spacing just because of the destination focus. But again, when we look at rapid transit systems around the world, they're typically around that 800 meter, which is a 10-minute walk, and this is consistent with our previous design that went through the EA 4 years ago as well.
Okay, thank you. So this 10-minute walk is for the able. This is for someone who's fit that can walk the 800 meters with no problems, correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, correct. I believe that that's a typical 10-minute walk for an able-bodied person.
Thank you. And it's my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong, that the HSR has a policy in place that it's 300 to 400 meters? 400 meters? So we're actually doubling the amount of space from one stop to the other, just to be clear.
Through the chair to the councillor, that's correct for an enhanced rapid transit. It's not to say that when you look at the system as a whole, that council has adopted service standards for the HSR so that at least every resident in kind of the urban transit area is at least covered by a 400-meter stop spacing.
Thank you. Paul, can you go to, I'm sorry, I forgot to count. Can you just go to the one that, the picture slide that says 403 to downtown? Thank you. During your discussion at this point, you were talking about the curbs, and now have somewhere along the lines that there'll be a right in, right out in, or left in, left, depending, but right in, right out. So you used Cameron as a benchmark, and I'll stick with that. If I'm traveling on Cameron from north to south, I can go across all the cross streets. I can go across King. I can go across, I think it stops at Main. But I can go across all these. So theoretically, and this is to piggyback onto Councillor Kelly's remark, is that even though it's a right in, right out, and there's a list of streets you're going to be pinpointing, what about the ones that you can actually cross north to south? Because when you block off certain streets that can't go directly north to south, that makes an impact on the neighboring streets, because they're now going to use those streets, the ones that are more accessible, north to southbound. So the ones that don't allow that all-way access into their street, they're going to see a significant traffic decrease. And the ones who can go across and across and across, they're the ones that are going to see an increase, because people have to go there if they want to go from King to Main, or from even all the way from Main up to Barton. So do you have a list of those as well that are going to be actually end up being more arterial than residential?
Through the Deputy Mayor, yes, you'll see all of that information. I can tell you that we're not opening up some what I'll consider side streets. So if we use, I'm not opening another Cameron, and our suggestion is not that something adjacent to Cameron is the one that you go through on. It would be a road that's used more to move traffic north-south now. So Kenilworth, Ottawa. There are some that may be, but they're not. We're not side streets to traffic to allow. Along this route, if you wish to travel across King Street, either moving south to north or north to south, it would be right out, and then you're hitting a U-turn somewhere at, maximum you're probably going 500 or 600 meters, and then you're hitting a U-turn to go around to the other side if you needed to do that, or you're adjusting your route altogether.
Okay, thank you for that. Also, you said at this particular time that EMS can bump the curb. They can ride over the curb and go. Are you suggesting that they can actually travel along where the tracks are?
The Deputy Mayor, if they needed to, that's what we're looking at. Because, of course, in some of the areas, with one lane of traffic on either side, you could get into a situation with how would the traffic actually allow for that emergency vehicle to move through. So we'll have to operationalize that with EMS and fire and the police. But our preliminary conversations with them have been to use this if they absolutely needed to. And Trevor was in on some of these specific working group meetings that we've been having with various departments. So I'll ask him to add any further context to that.
That'd be fun to watch, Trevor. Train coming in the opposite direction.
Through the chair to the councillor, that's correct. So it does provide, the corridor does provide a nice corridor actually for EMS, and because there won't be any stop vehicles in their way, so they can actually have a clear run at it, and they will have to observe other LRTs coming in the opposite directions. But again, LRT is operated by line of sight, so the LRTs could also stop when they see fire truck coming or something like that.
Okay, thank you. As in all our wards, we all have construction happening in one form or another. In particular, Bimbrook Village is in a big upheaval right now because from one end to the other, it's just one big massive construction. It's only going to be from start to finish 2 years. My understanding, listening to your presentation, it's going to be a lot more than just 2 years. It's going to be a lot longer, this construction zone. I've had many businesses over the 5 years I've been in this office who have come to me and said, you've just ripped up Brimell Road. My business has literally sunk dramatically. So what can you do to either compensate me or compensate me for the road that you're doing? It's caused me to almost go out of business. What have we, if anything, put in place for the businesses that are along this corridor that's going to be facing probably longer than a 2-year, probably up to a 5-year project, who simply cannot sustain the lack of business due to the construction.
So through the Deputy Mayor, in terms of the length of the construction process, you're quite right. Start to finish of the whole project, it's that length of time. That's not to suggest that a particular segment would be under construction with, limited or no traffic for the entire 5 years. This will, there will be sections. I can't say it's going to move from east to west in an orderly fashion, because where the work is hardest and where the work will take the longest, they'll have to start there and do some of that underground work. In terms of what we're doing for business, nothing changes from the fact that we can't provide just a pure compensation for lost business, as we don't with any of the construction projects. However, there's an investment strategy that Metrolinx uses with all the projects around how to work with businesses. Be it around communications, be it around signage. The city, can also work in terms of how can we free up opportunities if it's about parking or signage. How can we ensure that we're not a barrier to people being able to access buildings? And within the contract for the building and with the consortium, Metrolinx has a program called Doors Open or Open Doors Matters, or it's words to those effects, which means that we don't want to close the doorways to businesses because of the construction. You can't sit all the equipment in front of all the doors, so there has to be access for people to get into those throughout the whole process. Finally, if there is, for any reason, some direct impact of construction that causes damage and causes losses that need to be compensated for, Metrolinx will follow their process, and I think that businesses have up to a year to claim for certain things under that. And maybe, Andrew, if you want to talk just a little bit more, I think I butchered the open doors thing. I think I'm thinking of Doors Open Hamilton too much, but you may have just a bit more on what we do for businesses.
Thanks, Paul. Through the chair, I'd just say a couple of pieces. We can maybe come back at some point and provide a more thorough presentation with our Director of Communications and Community Relations, Jamie Robinson, who leads this work on our behalf. But basically, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. We work very closely with the businesses in a given corridor, and we're doing this on our projects on Eglinton, Crosstown, and Toronto, and we'll be doing so on Finch and here Ontario and Mississauga. We work with BIAs, we work with individual businesses, and we try to come up with programs that help promote the businesses, marketing support, event support, things like that, to help businesses promote themselves during construction and help the public understand that the businesses are still open, buy local campaigns, that type of thing. And as Paul mentioned, in the agreement we'll sign with the consortium that will build the project, there's a component of that agreement called Door Access Matters, which is all about ensuring that during the construction period, businesses in the corridor, customers can access those businesses, and we minimize any interruptions to that access. So.
Final piece through the Deputy Mayor that was mentioned a bit earlier by, I think it was Councillor Green. We're actually doing a proactive approach to every property owner on the line. Most of those are businesses, and ensuring that communication is provided about what's going on and linking particular businesses that have specific questions with appropriate staff, and that will happen twice a year through the duration of this project.
Thank you, and that was a segue into my next question. Reading the Light Rail Transit Subcommittee report, the latest one from May the 2nd. But I got more information from the local newspaper that we're looking at expropriating 250 properties.
So through the Deputy Mayor, when asked what the magnitude of property impact was, it's in the order of 250, 180 or so of what we call shavings. It might be corners. It might be making sure that we actually can get our depth of sidewalks. So if we're at 1.3 on a sidewalk, we need to get to at least 1.5 or a little bit more. We may take a piece of that. The remaining pieces at this point could be up to full property take. And you get into the complicating factor of if you run into a building on a property, it becomes problematic to only take partial of that if a building's impacted, but not impossible sometimes. So we are talking about property acquisition, not necessarily expropriation. Experiences on other projects are that there is decent percentages of the properties that negotiate this, and in terms of the shavings, that's probably easier to deal with than the full property takes. So that's the order of magnitude, but until until we get to the detailed design work, we can't confirm the exact numbers because they will change as we get a little more detailed. Last thing I'll say on that, of course, is that Metrolinx is acquiring all the properties, and if necessary, they will be the expropriating authority, not the City of Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you. So in other words, out of the 250 properties, approximately 180 is really for simple man's terms, is road widenings. It's just to allow the space. When I go through the International Village, it would be very hard for me to understand where exactly are we going to take that road allowance when it looks like the sidewalk's straight up against the door. 70 properties then will have to be expropriated in whole, entirety. If you take the 180 minus the 250, I'm coming up with 70.
Through the Deputy Mayor, acquired in some capacity, yes.
Acquired in some capacity.
That's and I have to say that is the early estimate. Asked if we had some order of magnitude, that's it. That number may change.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. I have Councillor Farr.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. You know what? There's some great questions today, and I keep being reminded of council and the reaffirmation motion last week, and I was originally obviously a little befuddled and referred to a meeting I had with the school kids who all but one sat around that table the day of council. That was a true story, and talked about all the good reasons of why and the costs of not doing LRT and all of that. And the one thing I forgot to mention, though, those kids, the number one on their list was the environment. So anybody who has a history of working with environmental issues in this city would probably appreciate that this project is for the future. It is for those kids. And the environmental issues, the environmental positives to LRT was their number one, I would safely say, reason to build LRT. So if you've worked with the environment in the past, you'd probably really appreciate that, or if you just care about the environment. But this has been good for new councillors, for veterans. It is an extensive file, and we need this. We are receiving some very reassuring and positive answers. That's why I'm kind of pumped up here, that are serving as a reminder of why we made the decisions, why we ratified decisions this term of council, and in past terms of council, supporting where we're at right now. So through you to the clerk, Mr. Mayor, and I know it's not Lori who's been doing a great job today, but is there a way, when this issue comes back, and it will, that we can get a timeline, a review of council resolutions on this issue? And probably it would be Stephanie, because Lori's in for Stephanie and Lauren's in for Lori right now. But if we could get formally a presentation that shows us just we're getting a lot of answers from staff today, but those political timelines, those debates and the motions that came of those debates and the decisions, the votes that came from those decisions. Is there a way we could get that?
I'll second that.
Like, I don't even need to move it as a motion, but as
I'll turn to the clerk. I'm sure that's available. And then Paul Johnson, if you have anything to add. Madam Clerk?
We have our records department has assembled some information. I'll check. I think I can distribute that by email now. Documents. But I will definitely get that to you very soon.
To all of us, like for the next time. I'm not in any great here.
Okay, and just one second. Paul Johnson wanted to add to that. So, Paul?
So through the mayor, Rose has pulled that listing together, so I think it's available and can go very quickly as a point. I don't know that there's a lot of work left to do with it. Rose did share that it's coming together, so.
Yeah, no, I do want it as, we are going to debate this in a committee. Again, so there were suggestions to actual dates. When we do, can we have, for a matter of the public record, those timelines, those motions and the timelines in that document for public record? Thanks. Yeah, I'm sure. Nodes and corridors, Mr. Mayor. And again, there were great questions. I should not assume that everybody has been entrenched as I have, obviously, in the downtown core. And the other councillors who are along the line, it's been referenced already. There is undoubtedly been a lot of attention to this throughout the city, but can you imagine along the line? And so, earlier we had the chamber. So for the edification of my colleagues outside of the line who have asked some very good questions, and I'm not patronizing here. I've had a chance to look at some emails. I've heard from the International Village BIA. I've heard from the Downtown BIA. International Village BIA referenced that the worst case scenario in today's debate or this debate is that we lose the LRT, okay? And the Downtown BIA welcomes any one of you to any one of their monthly meetings, of which I regularly attend. Same with the International Village BIA. So with that and the economic development piece and the business piece through you, the core is bookended by two 5-phase developments right now, Vrancor and Spalaci. Vrancor near done his 5, got one to go, and the second phase is going, the sales are on now for the 5-phase development at the other bookend, closer to, well, at the end of the Gore. Major hundreds of millions of dollars being invested by two proponents of LRT. These developers are big LRT supporters. And we have had some questions today with respect to the planning that goes with the line, but I'm only focusing on things that I haven't heard. So Jason, you mentioned the tall building study. You don't have to mention that again, but if I can, to our PED GM, other planning policies and plans that this and other councils have endorsed. Once we're working on the downtown secondary plan, nodes and corridors, even recent support that council has given to, I think unanimously, if not maybe one didn't vote in support of the interim control bylaw, which is directly related to LRT. So directly or indirectly related to LRT, Mr. Mayor, through you to Jason, now or maybe again in June, if we could get a pager that shows those tie-ins as well.
Yes, through the chair, we can pull together a list along those lines.
And and it's something that you can bring us the next we speak on this, and again as a matter of public record. Okay, good. The traffic study, that's coming. This is my final question, and I thank you for the latitude to editorialize just a little bit here. But currently, Upper James, Ward 7 and 8. Upper James. Everyone knows Upper James. Any time of day, a bit of a nightmare to drive on, as far as I can see. Every day, 7 days a week. Currently, Upper James, Ward 7 and 8 has peak auto volumes in their 2 lanes of traffic that is equal to the 5 lanes of Main Street at lock peak volume, same peak times, same volumes, same number of cars in 5 lanes that there are in 2 lanes. So understanding that in the fall this traffic study is coming that looks to mitigate these issues that are very valid concerns from those folks who are really concerned still about the automobile and the impacts of congestion and those automobile riders. I am one of them. I'm concerned about that too. The gridlock that could potentially look like Upper James. Does this study that's coming to us in the fall, do these staffs, do we look at that through you to John Mader, the capacities that we have currently now, how we handle those capacities on those streets that are widely known to be much more congested than even the 5-laners that are Main Street at lock now, and how do those comparisons tie into that study? What will you share with us that help us with respect to that?
Mr. Mayor.
To the Deputy Mayor. The impact study work is being completed by the project, but they would look at it, from a network basis and look at reassigning traffic to our existing network first, and you would look at capacities and impacts, and the modeling should help describe the extent of those impacts, whether they're up the mountain or down the mountain or beyond.
Okay, good. So you're looking at capacities, and you can make comparisons, I would assume, John, through you.
The Deputy Mayor, yes. Part of traffic impact work in general is just look at capacity roadways and see what they can handle. And once you've done that, then you start to develop solutions.
Right. And would you share that or agree, John, that growing force that is the command center technology to accommodate congestion, particularly at those lights and when we're redirecting due to major accidents, is that going to be a factor, and is it going to be help us, and it's going to come in handy when we look at this mitigating potential impacts aspect of this game-changing transformational plan?
To the Deputy Mayor, certainly the investment that's been made there will help us to deal with traffic congestion and traffic accidents and those types of things all across the city. We're not there yet in terms of having all of those locations online. We started last year, Council might remember, with the corridors here with respect to access to and from the Pan Am Games. So that's where that is focused right now, but certainly going into the future, that kind of a system gives us the ability to respond quickly, to respond remotely. Last year when we had the problem with the truck hitting the bridge on the Queen E, we actually had to send staff out into the traffic and so they're in the same problem as everybody else. They're trying to get the traffic signals to adjust timings and things like that. The new system will allow us to do that kind of thing.
Excellent. That's really good to hear, and it's something we shouldn't forget. It's something we supported and invested in. You know what? As a follow-up through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Chris Murray, I see him sitting there, and he's paid close attention. And I'm not expecting a diatribe or a long-winded response to this question because it's very general in its approach. But we do have future opportunities to get together and debate this game-changing, transformational billion-dollar project that the province is paying for the city of Hamilton. Is there anything that you can take away here today, or have you got a few thoughts rolling through your big brain, Chris, with respect to how you might be able to mitigate some of the concerns that we're still hearing that we heard 8 years ago with respect to how it is a benefit to us all. It's an entire city project. It's not just the Beeline project, and how some of the folks who have been asking, again, good questions. They're getting these questions from their constituents. I agree. I believe it. But is there ways in which you can get out of here and sit down with some of your senior managers and help to maybe ease some of the concerns that we're still hearing after all these years, and fair enough, that helps reinforce that fact that this project, this billion-dollar infrastructure project for the city of Hamilton as part of Move Ontario, is a benefit to all the other wards?
I'll try and be shorter than the question.
No diatribes, Mr. Murray.
The simple answer is, I guess, yes. This is a system, and I think that's what we've been saying over and over and over again. This is a transit system that we're trying to build for this community. And of course, one part of it is LRT, and then there is all the conventional. So the work that John's group is doing on traffic impact assessment will help us in terms of not just where the problems are going to be during the peak travel periods, but how we're going to be able to mitigate some of that challenge. But also it gives us a wonderful opportunity to discuss how we're going to evolve the transit system. And again, keep in mind that we are intensifying within urban areas our growth. The other thing to keep in mind is that we have an aging population. And the answer to the question at the end of the day will be more transit. And so it's about making wise investments in the right places at the right time. And LRT is but one part of a system. And we haven't even talked about, or at least I haven't heard today, any talk about the fact that we have a new GO station that's being completed, and then a second GO station which is being completed, which ties the Hamilton economy more directly into the Southern Ontario economy, which is one of the most robust in North America. So there you have it in a nutshell, what we're trying to accomplish, and we will continue to answer every question that we can as we get more and more detail.
Far. Very good. We move on to Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, or Deputy Mayor. Maybe I should dovetail, ask the clerk. Any decisions, any resolutions passed by previous council, is it binding for new councils?
It would, the motion...
No, the question I'm asking, anything that was passed before this new council was elected by previous council, does that bind this council?
Yes, it does. In order to revisit the motion, it would have to be a reconsideration.
Councillor Whitehead.
It's not right. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I've already asked this Mr. Chair, I've already asked this question. No, I've already asked this question of the clerks. I've already got the answer. That's why I'm a little bit surprised. I was told that no council can bind future councils on any issue. Now I'm hearing that that is not the case. So now I'm a bit confused, getting two different answers from the clerk's office.
Shall we go to the city solicitor, Councillor Whitehead?
Correct.
Through the Deputy Mayor. So yes, clearly
decisions of previous terms of council are binding on council, but they do not require reconsideration to revisit.
Thank you. Appreciate the clarity. The next question I have is for Mr. Toms. Mr. Toms, my question, I have the floor, do I not? My next question is to Mr. Toms. Doms.
Forever.
Doms.
Mr. Dobbs.
Several years ago, we had empty buses and lots of complaints going up West 5th to the bus barn. A number of complaints came in. I made a call to Transit, HSR, and asked them the most direct route was Upper James to take Upper James. Tell me what was the experience.
Mr. Dobbs.
I'm not sure I know what you're referring to.
So I thought you might have been part of that. So Don Hall, I called Don, who's the director of HSR. He did move the buses for a year off of West 5th, the empty buses, back to Upper James. He contacted me a year later and told me that moving it to Upper James was costing between $12,000 and $17,000 more a year for those empty buses to travel out the Upper James route versus the West 5th route. Are you aware of that?
Mr. Doms.
No.
Okay.
Councilor Whitehead.
That's fine. You may not be, but it's certainly fact. But I just wanted to identify that when you deal and tinker with traffic, there's economic consequences, and this was one of those consequences I'm referring to, and we will get verification. I'm only sorry that he wasn't aware of it, but certainly the director was, because he's the one that wrote the emails. He's the one that contacted me and asked me to put those empty buses back on West 5th. So a couple other questions. My understanding is that Don Hall, director of HSR, David Dixon, director of HSR, during the bus lane debate, both told this council very clearly, based on the ridership numbers, that we were not ready for LRT, higher order of transit. Were they wrong?
That's for Paul.
To the deputy mayor, I don't have knowledge of that conversation, and so they're putting forward at that point. You know, the work has been done. You know, the LRT project, in terms of the background studies and the work to do it.
Mr. Chair, I'm just trying to get factual information on the floor. I'm not looking for any editorializing, and I respect where you're coming from, and you'll have plenty of opportunity. I'm not here to debate. I just want factual information on the floor and history as we move towards the number of questions I have. So the question I'm asking is, Don Hall made it clear that we weren't ready. Dave Dixon, when we had the bus lane debate, who advocated for the bus lane, indicated that our ridership was below the thresholds. I think it was around 17,000, or it needed to be around 22,000. We were below it, so we didn't meet the standard to justify going to a higher order of transit. That discussion took place in this council chamber. Public record. So that's what was indicated, that we weren't ready based on those thresholds. So were they wrong?
For the deputy mayor, I can't answer that. Our own work on LRT and the benefits analysis from Metrolinx clearly indicated that this is a project that was eligible for funding and moving forward. So I can't answer it any further than that. I'm not trying to be argumentative in it. I can't comment on that.
I don't mean to be. I just want to make sure that we have some history here so people understand some of the confusion. And there is confusion out there, so we need to ensure that all those conflicts, those issues of discourse in respect to what people understood, we put it out there as part of public record so people can better understand how we got to where we are today. So I just wanted to put that on record, that we had two directors that indicated that we didn't, and oh, by the way, let's go the next step. 2006, there was a report done by Metrolinx, I think it was Howe, who indicated, again, reaffirmed that Hamilton was better suited for BRT based on flexibility and ridership. That, was he wrong?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I can't answer that either.
Okay, no, that's fine. So the next question I have.
Pardon me, Councillor Whitehead, Mr. Murray's indicating he'd like to speak. If that's okay with you, we'll go to Mr. Murray.
If I can, through Deputy Mayor, I think you put Paul in a very difficult position to effectively question the professional reputation of the two gentlemen that you're talking about. And quite honestly, I don't think that's really a fair question to be asking Paul. The evidence, as you just said, Councillor, I think is well documented in reports and in the record, the public meeting records. Let's go back to the facts as you want, and let's go back to the facts of what they said. Don't put Paul in a situation where he's here to contradict what a professional has said.
Mr. Chair, Paul couldn't answer the question. I respected that, but I wanted to put it out there as public record. It certainly was picked up during the bus lane debate when David Dixon stood at that very podium and indicated, I think it was 17,000 ridership, and that we didn't meet the threshold for a higher order at the time, but we certainly should consider the bus lane. I remember it like it was yesterday, and certainly I remember a lot of the councillors around this chamber remembers Don Hall saying very clearly that we weren't ready for that higher order of transit. So I'm just putting it out on record. I don't expect Paul to have necessarily the answer. He may have it, he may not have it, but I want to put it out there as public record.
Mr. Murray, do you wish to respond?
And again, we're going to get on with the questions here, which is more important. But all I'm saying is that the facts are the facts as they've stated it. To suggest that they're wrong for having stated what they stated, I don't think is a fair. If it's going to be simply, we're not looking for an answer, Paul, but here I just want to make clear what was on the record. Fair enough. That's a fair thing to state, but I don't think anything beyond that is really fair to any of us.
And I understand that. I probably shouldn't be asking if they were wrong, even though they put that on record. So we'll get to why and how things changed and morphed into where we are today. The next question I have is, my understanding is this is about congestion adverse. It's not about today. It's not about tomorrow. It's about the future in regards to potential congestion along the corridor. So I guess the first question is, do we have a congestion issue today?
Through the Deputy Mayor, not a congestion issue that is at the level that would base alone. So, the answer is no to that. And yes, you're quite right that part of this element of the blast network and rapid transit and protection of that in terms of the segregation, particularly on the B line, is that you do protect for that rapid and reliable transit for a long period of time. Right now, it actually equates to about the same time, and that's well known and well documented. But over time, this segregated LRT protects for that. So you're quite right in that original hypothesis or projection you put out.
Thanks. Sorry, Councillor Whitehead, just before I let you ask your next question, message has been conveyed to me that Paul is in need of a very well-deserved break. Councillor Whitehead, I wonder if your next question is for Paul, or is it a question for other members of staff? Perhaps we'll finish with your questions and then let Paul take a brief break.
I was exploring the issue of the adverse congestion impacts, and one of the driving forces to build something today that may not necessarily be optimized in regards to its benefits today, but certainly something that will be needed for tomorrow. And I think I've heard the answer. That is pretty well the thesis in respect to having this discussion on LRT today. Is that correct? Through the Chair. Through
the Deputy Mayor, from a transit element perspective, absolutely. There are other elements of this that are not about long-term in the future, but are also about, building for the now, and including some of the economic activity and the revitalization activities that accompany LRT corridors. So yes, when we're talking about a transit piece, this isn't going to speed up, if you use today's terms, it doesn't speed up our mode. It does make it more reliable, because even today we have some variability because our buses move obviously with traffic and are at the mercy of the light sequences, don't have priority signaling like LRT will, and so on and so forth. But there are other benefits that are not about 20, 30 years down the line for sure.
So, Councillor Whitehead, sorry to cut you off. I'm going to suggest a 10-minute break if that's okay, and the floor will be yours when we return. If that's so for everybody. 10 10 minutes. The time is now 1:45, so we'll see you at 5 minutes to 2 promptly, please. Thank you.
Fun today. You're super. How are you? You're super. You're actually good.
compassionate thing is right for everybody. Thank you. Have a seat, and the councillor with the floor is Councillor Whitehead. Please go ahead, sir.
So, Paul, I had asked through the chair the question about, and I demonstrated, and you can confirm this with HSR, the impacts of certain routes, congestion, and so forth on service. So have we done a scoping of the impacts on not only our businesses that rely on movement of goods, transportation? Have we looked at what the economic loss or impacts might be by just locating them from the current routes they use?
So through the Deputy Mayor, the traffic impact study will look at movements that would impact all of those pieces that you've talked about. So we are looking at transit. It would impact goods movements, our truck routes, and all the rest. In terms of going further to an analysis of what that means for those individual sectors, no, that's not part of our traffic impact study.
So is it fair to say, based on the experience I articulated and you can verify, that there could be some lost economic or commerce as a result of some of this realignment?
The Deputy Mayor, that's certainly not what we would want to see, and we'd work with those industries and sectors the same way we would work with individual businesses along the corridor. What does the solution look like that doesn't cause any of that to occur?
So it is possible, though, through the chair?
The Deputy Mayor, yes, it's possible.
Thank you. The density, the congestion issue that we're projecting out. Can I ask this question? I might have to go to planning, I'm not sure. We did a lot of zoning in that to try and capitalize and on the opportunity of the LRT. Is that correct through our staff?
Through the chair, we're in the midst of that work right now.
Now, we also recognize that along this corridor, there's a lot of residential that encroach on some of the commercial properties along that corridor. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, along large stretches of the corridor, there is residential that abuts up against the commercial on the corridor frontage.
Would it not be true that that residential encroaching would provide some challenges and barriers to higher density or higher heights within that corridor?
Through the chair, there's certainly varied conditions along the corridor when you look at parcel depths as well as the adjacency conditions in behind. In some cases, following our guidelines around impact on adjacent properties, that would limit the kind of heights you can go to. Right now in the zoning bylaw, the drafts that are out for consultation right now, largely along that transit corridor outside of the downtown core, the standards would be in the 3 to 6 story range, would be the height limits outside of the core along the corridor.
Appreciate it. Do we have, because we do Places Grow and they do great work, and I know our staff do great work in analyzing, assessing growth. I know the province of Ontario certainly put pressure on the cities across Ontario meeting certain targets by certain years. And we have some projections. So do we have projections with the, let's use the favorable or most optimistic view of that corridor and what and how many, what kind of activity we can expect? Numbers.
So through the chair, I don't have specific numbers to that corridor, but what's in the council approved official plan is that of the intensification units that the city would have to accommodate, which is in the range of about 25,000 units by 2031, what council has directed through the OP is that 20% of that be accommodated within the downtown core, 40% within the sub-regional nodes in the primary corridors, of which King Street is one of them, the B line is one of them, and the remaining 40% of that intensification will be accommodated elsewhere in the existing built-up area. So that's what the current policy direction is. As I alluded to earlier, we do now have a growth plan, new draft growth plan out there from the province that would make some changes that we would have to look at and see if those percentages and distributions are still appropriate given that new growth plan world that is coming.
So I guess what I'm trying to understand, and I don't know which staff to ask this question, with the most optimistic look in regards to full uplift along that corridor, what kind of time frame are we looking at? Realize it?
Through the chair, I couldn't give you a date in terms of full uplift, and I would suggest that in most corridors, there never really is an end date, that they are constantly evolving. So to suggest that there's a certain date after which no change would ever occur on a corridor like that, I don't think would be realistic. So there isn't a specific end date that we've given for full build out and exactly what the unit yield would be. What we will be able to do once we have some of the new zoning in place is be able to forecast at least what an as of right build out would be. But that's, it is feasible that it could go beyond that if there are rezonings, land assemblies, things like that in the future, but we will be able to forecast an as of right build out once we have the new zoning in place.
So currently we have no forecast, no numbers, and no time frame that you can articulate so that our listeners, the mountain residents and beyond, understand how realistic kind of activities are.
So through the chair, I wouldn't say that's entirely true. I think what's in the official plan is that currently we've got to accommodate about 5,000 units in the downtown core by 2031. That's what the policies have set out. Another 10,000 in the nodes and corridors, of which the bead line is one of those corridors. And we now have, that's a 2031, we now have new growth forecast to 2041, as well as an increased intensification target from the province. I can't give you precise numbers to what that's going to work out to, but it will require additional growth within the existing built-up area than what is currently contemplated in the official plan. And council will have to decide how it wants to distribute that within the existing built-up area.
So am I understanding then 5,000 downtown core, which, what are the boundaries for that?
That is, I'd have to double check the urban growth center boundaries. Victoria, no. I'd have to double check that.
Okay, and the 10,000 additional is, you said it's along that LRT corridor?
So the 10,000 additional, through the chair, the 10,000 additional is through the other nodes and corridors in the city. The other primary nodes are the Centennial, Queenston, and Lambridge Mall area. And then there's the smaller nodes, which are essentially all the downtowns of the 4 municipalities, as well as a few other locations across the city. So those are spelled out in the urban structure plan of the official plan.
So that 10,000 then would be divided by several nodes. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So that could mean in the corridor that we're referring to directly, it could be, we're talking about maybe 2,000?
Through the chair, I couldn't put a number to that, but a portion of that 10,000 within the other nodes and corridors would be in that location. I should note, though, that is all based on a 40% intensification target to 2031 growth. What the growth plan is now calling for is a 60% intensification target to 2041 growth. So I can't tell you right now how many units that's going to be. But it will be a challenge to this council through the new grids process to identify where all those additional units are going to go.
I appreciate it. So we've established that there's 10,000 additional in the current places to grow to 2031. The 10,000 can be divided among some major and minor corridors, 4 or 5 of them, which means that the number is going to be certainly less in regards to the expectancy along this LRT corridor. Is that fair to say?
So through the chair, if you're talking specifically on the parcels facing that corridor, yes, there are additional, above and beyond that, an additional 10,000 units that is just to be directed to other locations within the built-up area that is looking at other infill intensification opportunities off some of the main corridors. So that would have to be accommodated as well under current conditions.
Okay, but that's divided, again, across the greater city, is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. Now, is there a correlation, or have we done research, or is there empirical data that indicate if we add 2,000 more units along that corridor, what the net impact would be on vehicle traffic and congestion?
So through the chair, the growth forecasts do feed into the traffic modeling and the transportation modeling. So when that information is ready, then we would have some indication of what that would look like in terms of the response of the transportation network.
Okay, so We don't have that now, but we will and do expect that in the near future. So when I look at the issue of and this is probably the most frequently asked question in respect to the $1 billion for the LRT, is there's been a lot of talk about uplift. I think somebody at Metrolinx maybe indicated, when you're a champion of something, you're going to look at all the positives in regards to the uplift. When you go on the internet, there was a study done, I believe it was by Harvard University. Actually, I'm going to be forwarding it. They looked at 40 American cities, looked at the transportation corridors downtown, and determined that the uplift was negligible, not even measurable, because it's hard to determine how much was going to happen anyway, regardless of those transit corridors. Can I look for somebody that's got some expertise on responding to that?
Who would like to try?
Through the chair, I'm not sure if I am the one with that expertise. I'm not familiar with that particular study. It's a fair point that it will never be possible to create a direct cause-effect relationship between infrastructure investment and the uplift that happens. You could never make a direct cause-effect relationship like that.
Okay, appreciate it. So next question is, I have an email from Mr. Dixon, who indicated, and I think Councillor Jackson asked the same question, whether with the LRT being put in place, whether there would be buses that would be released that we can target for the mountain. And the response I got from Mr. Dixon is no. Now, if you want, I could actually read it because I think it'd probably be more accurate. I'm maybe editorial, I can't get the word out. Anyway, now I'm hearing that there may be an opportunity. Help me understand what the thoughts around, because I certainly love to see more buses come up onto the mountain. And I appreciate the effort from the mayor and others that say that if there are some, we will send it there. But it's also my understanding that it's really important to maintain the viability of the LRT and create those feeders. I don't want to sacrifice the LRT by stripping the feeders so you can placate a political issue on the mountain. Not just a political issue, but certainly an issue on the mountain. So I need to understand that if there's going to be buses available, that we wouldn't be sacrificing in any way the comprehensive strategy around the feeder systems to the LRT network.
Deputy Mayor.
Oh, Chris.
Yes. At the time when Dave wrote that, I guess that's what he said was may be no buses available. So I think the key thing there is at the time when he's making that assessment. As we go on, we continue to study the issue. If there are buses that become available as a result of the realignment of the routes, like I stated earlier today, we would use council's approved service standards to help us determine where we would place those buses. And as I said before, certainly we'd be welcome any direction from council to change away from that if that was the desire of council.
Okay, but I just want to make sure that if there are surplus buses that you're not sacrificing in regards to the viability of the LRT service. I'm sure that many parts of this community would love to have them. I just want to ensure that we're not going to sacrifice if we're going to accept $1 billion and build the LRT. And I think this is what we heard from our director. You have to make sure you have strong feeding systems into that LRT to make it work. I'm not one prepared to compromise that.
Through the Deputy Mayor, nor are we, and that's why the bus system work is first looking at what is necessary to not only ensure that there is local service close by to that corridor of LRT, but also how are we feeding the system. I think the question is, once all that work is done, what might happen after that? But first and foremost, we need to see that work and understand that work and ensure that the LRT system is fed correctly and that the local bus service is reoriented correctly for those who require it.
Appreciate it. Did we do a study, through the chair, on the destinations of the ridership along the B line? Do we know what their primary destinations are?
Through the Deputy Mayor, no, nothing overly formal, informally, and just having a 3-second conversation with Jim behind me. It's the key destinations along that route. So obviously McMaster University is one of those pieces. The downtown, those, but nothing, no formal study that's asking that question.
Okay. One of the things I'm getting, and I had 72 businesses along that corridor contact me. They indicated that the reason they locate their business there is because of the traffic network as it existed in regards to access to their storefronts, picking up, whether it's a service, some of them were financial services, insurance services, etc. And a lot of their clients didn't come from downtown. In fact, you'd be surprised, but came from outside of the downtown and commuted to these stores for those particular services. They're concerned now that it'd be more difficult for those clients, knowing that they pick that location based on the current traffic system, will be impacted negatively and would impact their businesses. So what are we doing, understanding that we are changing dramatically, radically, the transportation network in that corridor? What are we doing to facilitate and help those businesses that clearly attracting business from far and beyond that local corridor?
Well, through the Deputy Mayor, our goal would be that it's going to be different. There's no question about that, but that it's just different. So we need to work with businesses, sometimes one-on-one, sometimes in groups. And I don't just mean groups through a formal structure like a BIA, but sometimes there may be clusters of businesses that are located together that have similar concerns. Work with them around what are the solutions, what does success look like. So I was at a meeting last night where that's exactly the conversation we're having with some individual business people are saying, look, this is where my loading happens now. I think that's going to change because of it. So how do I sit down and think through what that looks like? They're not saying, now I'm going to pack up and leave. They're saying, how can you work with me to look at those solutions? And another downtown business do the same thing. We're going out and just looking at how we can be different, but still allow the success of those businesses to flourish. And so I think that's the message, is that if it's changing, it's changing. It will be different. There's no question about that. And how do we maximize that? And also encourage the new folks that will be traveling by, and a bit to Trevor's point about seeing it as they move along the LRT, encouraging that people are using these stops and getting off and exploring what's around these great locations along the corridor.
So when you say that, I'm going back to the bus lane experience, and we did hear from a number of businesses that indicated their business actually went down with the bus lane being adjacent to their businesses. You're indicating the correlation between people on the LRT and those businesses along that corridor would actually increase their business. Is that what you're contending? That this more than likely would enhance their businesses?
Through the Deputy Mayor, what I'm saying is I think there should be a program that, from a marketing perspective, is encouraging people to experience what's happening around not only stop locations, but in between those stop locations, and how those destination locations, some are self-evident, but others need to be marketed to. So that's, I think, part of this exercise as we move forward towards the service date in 2024.
Fair enough. My understanding is, and I think I heard the answers for questions earlier in respect to during the construction phase, that and I heard the access, storefront, whatever, the programs and Metrolinks, but what really is important to the people that put their life savings into business is keeping their head above water and affording to live and pay their bills. Is that correct?
Through the Deputy Mayor, no, not for just a business loss that is a result of the construction phase. So think Concession Street, there was no program on there, and there's not a program for this either.
So would there be an opportunity, could we explore the ability to decrease their taxes during that period based on obviously a lower assessment, because no one's going to be buying something that you can't run during the construction phase? Have we looked at that as a solution?
Through the Deputy Mayor, and not best to answer that, so I think I don't know if Chris wants to take a stab at it, or Janice.
Through you, Chairman, a few thoughts kind of come through my head, but I would, if this committee would like, we'd be certainly happy to provide you a very brief report indicating what maybe some of the challenges would be if we were to go down that path. I don't know if it's a bonusing manner. I don't know what, again, I don't want to speculate without having a chance to talk to Mike Zagaric and Janice and a few others as to whether or not that's possible.
So my understanding, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that, but we already have a system that, like Jackson Square, where they cordoned off a big chunk of their area, declared it vacant, and got a tax break based on assessment and based on that vacancy. So during a 5-year construction phase, which is extraordinary, based on even what concession went through, the question is there something creative, not bonusing, but creative in regards to, they might have to lay off people because of the amount of activities taking place in their storefront, and if they even open up some space that they currently can't use or operate because of the lack of traffic, you got to think that they have an ability to either apply for reassessment or create a program that might give them some relief during that period of time.
So, if I can, through you, Chairman, there's nothing we like more than a great challenge, and I think that's what you're asking us to think out of the box. And if there's something that we're missing that others have done, we're going to look at that and come back to you. So, I mean, if nothing else, we can certainly give you options one way or another.
Appreciate that. Now, when the study was taking place, well, let's get back to the design for a moment. My understanding is currently that the LRT will be running down the center lanes, both east and west, and there'll be 2 single lanes, east and west, two-way traffic. Is that correct?
Through the Deputy Mayor, through major portions, yes. In the western end, it's at least 2 lanes of traffic in either direction in the main west area, and then there are a couple of occasions, as we've talked about in the downtown core, where it's only a single lane of traffic, either eastbound or westbound, because of the constrained corridor. But you're quite right. For the vast majority of the route, it is 2-way traffic, 1 lane on either side of a center running LRT that's also going 2-way.
So if we had a car breakdown in the middle of that narrow lane, would that paralyze traffic? Or is there a solution?
It's through the Deputy Mayor. That's about operationalizing, and there are ways to contract for quick removal by tow truck and things. But yes, the bottom line is at times it could halt traffic from moving beyond the issue and having to find an alternative route. But I continue to put forward that this is becoming a local and an access road. It's not an arterial road, so that would have to be rerouted at some point near to where it is and then come back on if they wanted to access something that's just beyond where the accident or where the breakdown or where something is happening. But clearly there'd have to be an operationalization of a quicker removal of vehicles along that, and that's something that does occur in cities for a variety of reasons.
So can I understand, because I know that when we do speed humps and so forth, the slow traffic in our neighborhoods, one of the downsides that we've been told is from the paramedics and the ambulances, how they have to actually literally slow down, and the impact of seconds to get, when you're talking about life saving, and obviously the ride of the people trying to take care of somebody that might be in dire needs within the ambulance. So help me understand in practical terms, with this narrow lane, an ambulance that is trying to service an individual that's injured, will we expect them actually to be driving over these curbs?
Through the Deputy Mayor, that's certainly one component of the operationalization for emergency vehicles is absolutely. They need to get where they need to get to as fast as they can get to it. And if that means that they have to utilize that right-of-way and even perhaps block that right-of-way, I think life safety issues usurp all of our concerns about rapid and reliable transit. So we would allow that to happen. It's easy to do with the construction of these curbs. This is not a wall. This is not to segregate it in any huge way. It's really just to stop cars from turning left or going across it. So yes, that's one way. There are other options, I'm sure, and so we'll bring forward our emergency strategy, but clearly we're designing this with them in mind of being able to go over the curb and enter into that LRT right-of-way.
So you're indicating that then, even though I've heard very clearly from the paramedics that they will be not driving their ambulances over curbs. So you're indicating now that that is going to be the solution?
So through the Deputy Mayor, the other piece, of course, is that at any intersection they can enter into it without going over a curb. So some components of this are, if you really need to, you really need to. And that may require mounting the curb. But the curb is not continuous from one end of this LRT route to the other. At every pedestrian crossing, at every intersection where cars are allowed to make turns across the tracks, the curb disappears. There is no curb. The tracks are simply in the road, and the cars and people move across them. So if you wanted to duck onto the LRT right-of-way to get to something, if there was an accident or something that was paralyzing traffic in a section, you could say jump on at Ottawa and then move along westbound and get to where you needed to be. That might be another option that doesn't allow you to mount the curb. My point is, though, that if push comes to shove, it's something that could be driven over if necessary for these vehicles.
Yeah. So paramedics have told you that, I want to make this clear, I know that fire trucks can do it, I know that most of our emergency vehicles can do it, but I've been told from the paramedics that they have no problem driving their ambulances over these curbs.
Through the Deputy Mayor, our engineering of that curb will ensure that that's the case.
Thank you. The next question is, when I met with you, Paul, through the chair, and a lot of people are asking this question, and your answer to me, and this was in regards to looking at Main Street as an alternative for the LRT based on its width, the fact that you wouldn't have to build another bridge, it's the most direct route to McMaster. So the question is, or what you had indicated to me is that you were not directed, or this group hasn't been directed, to do any further detail work and costing on the Main Street Road. Is that correct?
So through the Deputy Mayor, two components, because I've been asked about traffic and two-waying of Main from a traffic perspective, and we're not directed to look at that unless we come back with traffic information that says that's something that needs to be explored. But in terms of the LRT running down Main Street, no, this project was along the corridor. We haven't changed the corridor with this project. We did a review again. The Main King piece has been looked at over the years, and the right-of-way width isn't a lot different. Clearly, the challenge points for Main are across the 403 bridge. The challenge points for King are through the center of the city.
So can I then understand, when I go back to my community, do we actually have a report that says that from a costing point of view, the most inexpensive route for this LRT system is in fact King Street?
Through the Deputy Mayor, no, not to the full costing piece. We never costed out the original work that was approved through council, went through the EAA. The costing for that was strictly on the corridor that was approved and went through. We never did an alternative costing for an alternative route, be it Main, be it Barton, Cannon, or anything else.
So is it possible then that because we didn't do that, that this particular route might be the more expensive route?
The Deputy Mayor, there's nothing I can say with any definitive nature, but what I can say is that as we've spoken about publicly, the differences between those two routes are not as dramatic as sometimes is put forward. The right-of-way would still require, it to be a center line with 2 lanes of traffic, 1 on each side. Completely changing the configuration of an interchange on the highway is probably not going to happen, so you'd have to look at some kind of bridge. So there aren't major elements that differentiate the two corridors, but if you wanted to get to a fine detail of do we actually have the cost differential, the answer to that is no.
And fair enough. So we cannot conclude then that we've picked the more expensive route at this point in time. Correct?
Through the Deputy Mayor, we have the costing for the route that we're on, and that's what we have. So sure.
Mr. Chair, I think, in fairness, I did ask a question because I'm sure many people are watching are trying to understand. Have we absolutely concluded that this is not the most expensive route versus the main street? And I think the answer is, and that's what I was looking for, is no.
Want to take another run at it, Paul?
So through the Deputy Mayor, we don't know what the cost of that would be, so you're quite right. It could be lower, it could be higher.
Thank you. The next question is, and this is one that gets asked probably the most regular, is as a city, we have a responsibility to do the greatest good for as many people as we practically can in regards to a comprehensive transit system. So I guess the 10-year plan, Rapid Ready, when was that report approved?
Deputy Mayor, 2013.
And when was a 10-year plan approved? Sure.
2015, right?
Through the chair, 10-year plan was approved in 2015.
2015. Would that be the most recent document that's been approved unanimously by this council?
Chair, for conventional transit, that's true.
So the BRT, the original numbers for the BRT was around $800 million, and that would be A line and B line. Is that correct? BRT.
You mean BRT or LRT, Councilor?
No. Well, we were looking at there was a concurrent track where Metrolinx was looking at LRT and the BRT, and some of the pricing they came out with is we could do an LRT in one line, or we can do a BRT on two lines. And I think the cost in the report that I saw was $800 million for the BRT. And
who would like to respond?
So through the Deputy Mayor, to the specific question, we'll have to go back and check on that. The actual formal, which is on the Metrolinx website, the benefits case analysis of this looked at three options. One was sort of a phased-in approach around LRT, or what's it termed, a hybrid approach or something like that, or BRT or LRT. It did not have the actual case that's online does not have the costing or the information you're talking about. That could have been previously, and we'll have to track down that information.
2006, I can provide you the report if you don't have it. But it was, I think, around $800 million, and we could service two main arteries in the city. One to the airport, one to Central Mall, through McMaster University, and that was BRT. That's what the report said. And the reason I'm putting it out there is because people are asking, how do we go from something that serves a greater amount of people? And we've already identified earlier this morning through a number of questions that there's not, other than the operating cost, and I'll get to that in a minute, there's not a marked difference between, I think you answered that question up here, between the LRT and the BRT. Is that correct?
Through the Deputy Mayor, a marked difference in cost?
No, in timing and in delivering people.
So through the Deputy Mayor, in terms of timing, if you segregate something, sure. In terms of volume of people moved, there is an advantage around LRT because of the size of the vehicles and the amount of people that can be on each vehicle. So that is a bit of a difference. You could look, I suppose, at operationalizing it with the rapidity of the buses. But yeah, you know, from a pure, if I get on a vehicle and move along a segregated right-of-way, the LRT, the light rail vehicles move at the speed of traffic. So would the the BRT system.
Thank you. So let's explore that for a moment. So in the LRT committee, and I think Councillor Ferguson asked this question. Right now, we're looking at one car going both ways. Is that correct? Through the chair.
Through the Deputy Mayor, that's the working hypothesis at the moment, but when we get the ridership information back through the course of this summer, it will tell us sort of where we should be day one, and then how the system is projected to build from a ridership, and when we would add those additional cars to the B line.
So currently, it's one car is what was proposed for the LRT in the City of Hamilton.
Through the Deputy Mayor, we haven't proposed anything. That's a working estimate based on what we know today.
Okay, and one car holds how many people?
Through the Deputy Mayor, typical vehicle, because we don't know the actual vehicle, but typical of LRTs, seated and standing, 130 people, give or take.
Okay, so where's the 60 number? Was that the sitting when we made the presentation to the LRT committee?
Through Deputy Mayor, yes, seated capacity somewhere around 60. The rest is a standing capacity. It's a different service standard, looking at rail vehicles than buses. So certainly the seated and the standing combined capacity is the 130 number.
Okay, I appreciate that. So I think Councillor Partridge asked some excellent questions on the BRT, and in fact, you had answered a question. And you said you answered unilaterally, so I'm going to give you a chance to provide clarification because we called York and determined what the answer is. So when you talked about the infrastructure cost of putting BRT in, one of the things that you identified is you'd have to move the utilities and everything else still. Do you still hold on to that answer?
So through the Deputy Mayor, we were talking in hypothetical, so certainly you could choose not to. The line of questioning came around, doing this and then adding LRT. I suppose in some ways, the argument could be made building your ridership on a BRT system and then having to close it down for a significant period of time creates a chaos that if you simply did the infrastructure work below it to begin with, you would have a much shorter construction project to lay the guideway and the tracks and the catenary system. So that's where it came from. So if it was a little bit too quick and definitive, I took it more as a hypothetical question. Clearly, there are ways you could design a system that would have lots of cost variables. But I think if you were looking at doing ultimately the LRT component of it, you may seek to do the utility work at the beginning of this, not once you've built a ridership for rapid transit.
So. Are all the other communities that got BRT moving all that underground that we're suggesting at this point?
So through the Deputy Mayor, Viva's doing some of that work, but to be honest, I don't know. I can't provide any clarity to that.
I appreciate it. I will have, they're going to send me the itemized list for council, so I'll have what exactly they would have to move. So we have better, I want to make sure we're dealing with clarity because they've indicated the cost was significantly less on the capital for putting the BRT in than the LRT. So I want to follow that through to understand. So we've identified that other than operating costs, and I'm going to deal with that in a moment, that BRT from a timeline and building the ridership up, which is what Toronto did with the BRT before they went to the LRT, to establish that ridership, build that dependability along the main corridors, and then because you've already done some of the basic work along those corridors with the same designs, you can flip it over to the LRT. I know there'll be some costs there, but you'll already have the ridership in place. So when I look at the LRT in one corridor for $1 billion, I look at BRT that will provide enhanced service, provide the same stations. I don't know if anyone been to Brampton or Mississauga and traveled what's it called, the Vista or Viva system. I've heard lots of compliments about the process, and they're very proud of it. So we can do that and serve, from a transit solution point of view, a lot more people if we went with the A-B line. Would you disagree with that?
Through the Deputy Mayor, there are lots of different rapid transit systems, and they are. I've heard good stories about the success and the desire around BRT, and certainly if you look in Ottawa, good success around that's being translated to LRT now. So no disagreement that rapid transit is higher order transit is a good thing.
Okay, so I just want to put that in record. I'm going to ask Metrolinx, because there was a question asked of them this morning. about, I think with Councillor Parger, another good question. We're all buying into the premise that we're locked into this $1 billion. And Metrolinx has indicated that they don't have the authority. They're the sort of the operator or the agent on behalf of the province of Ontario. So this is a provincial decision. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Is the role of Metrolinx also to provide advice and what best meets the need to take the check and implement it?
So my role, I'm with the capital projects group at Metrolinx. So when a project receives funding approval and moves to the implementation phase, it moves to my group, and I'm responsible for implementing the project as it's been approved.
Appreciate it. So the question then becomes, is it your understanding that the province of Ontario has embarked on an aggressive, very positively, I'll use this in a positive way, aggressive stance to invest in rapid transit across many communities in Ontario? Is that a fair statement?
I'm aware that the province is making significant investments across the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area, as well as Waterloo, Ottawa, so basically across the province in rapid transit, yes.
So I noticed in their communique the other day when they were reaffirming some of their positions, they didn't say LRT, they say rapid transit. Does BRT fall in that category?
Through the chair, I just want to be clear that at Metrolinx, we're not wedded to LRT or BRT, and in fact, we're investing in different systems in different communities. So, for example, in York Region, we are investing in the delivery of the York Viva BRT system. In Huron, Ontario, in Mississauga, and in Hamilton, the projects that have been announced and committed to are LRT projects, as are the projects in Toronto. But we're also building BRT in Mississauga along the 403 corridor.
Thank you. And that was an arrangement between Mississauga and the province of Ontario in respect to the funding for that?
The Mississauga Transitway is a joint project of Mississauga Transit and GO Transit, which is part of Metrolinx, yes.
Okay. So the question I asked originally is that the province of Ontario is investing in rapid transit in a number of cities. That's basically their edict. That's their focus on the transit file. Is that correct?
Yes, they're investing in rapid transit in many different cities.
Then again, the question is BRT rapid transit or is it just LRT?
Through the chair, as I said, we're investing in different types of transit in different communities. So for Viva is BRT, in Mississauga Transitway it's BRT, in Toronto it's primarily LRT, in Mississauga it's LRT, and in Hamilton it's LRT.
So the answer then is that BRT is part of the rapid transit responsibility or objective of the province of Ontario and would certainly qualify for funding, which you've indicated they've already funded in other locations.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
So through the chair, we've invested in different types of rapid transit in different communities. The project is the commitment that was made to this city was to invest in a light rail transit project with the $1 billion funding commitment. That's the commitment to date from the province.
Fair enough. Mr. Chair, I think those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Whitehead. Our next speaker is Councillor Green.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And before I begin, I just wanted to acknowledge Mr. Paul Johnson and his very patient, thoughtful, and measured responses through what has become feeling a bit like a war of attrition. But here we are in the afternoon, and I'll try to the best of my ability, not duplicate, cover, or rebuttal anything that was said. But there is one point that I wanted to raise as a point of courtesy. Something was raised earlier to an earlier presenter about releasing data on a survey they did. It's been my experience, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that around this table, when issues in other councillors' wards are brought to your attention, the courtesy that we have at least has been my experience, is you forward that information on to the ward councillors that are affected by that particular complaint. So for me to hear for the first time today, after various LRT committee meetings, that 72 people have reached out to a councillor outside of his ward to complain about this project without having had the courtesy of having any of that information forwarded on to the affected ward councillors is very disconcerting, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I didn't call a point of order when it was said, but I did want to make that known that in the future, should issues be, especially if you're on the LRT subcommittee, brought up to you that are affecting wards that are outside of your district, that you would provide us the courtesy to forward that information on to the affected ward councillors. It's certainly a courtesy that we extend to everybody else, and it's one that I hope to continue. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to see myself spending time, canvassing and surveying Upper James and Concession and Rymal and really just, creeping outside of what I was elected to do, which is represent the people in Ward 3. So having said all of that and put that etiquette aside, that's my ask. I do have a couple of questions for Mr. Hope, and I'm encouraged by his name, Mr. Hope. If you could just, for instance, talk about, I know that in Scarborough, for instance, there was a cost of canceling LRT, and I do understand that was because trucks had already been designed. Is it safe to say that that Metrolinx has already invested some money to date here in Hamilton, based on the program that we've approved time and time again here over the last couple of years?
Through the chair, so going back over time, the province through Metrolinx has provided funding at different points along the way to get to where we are today. So we did provide $3 million for the original EA that was done back in 2011. Funded that study. Since the project funding commitment was made last May, we have created a staff team. So we have incurred costs to start to build our team to implement the project. We've also, through the memorandum of agreement, agreed to pay for the costs of city staff that are working on the project in our joint project office. And we are paying the costs of the environmental assessment consultant, Steer Davies Gleave, as well as we have just concluded a contract with AECOM, as Paul mentioned earlier today, to provide technical advisory services for the project. And that's really the detailed engineering work that will take place over the next year or two leading up to financial close. And that is a $50 million contract.
And so I've heard lots of conversation now, this kind of reinvigorated debate, BRT versus LRT, and of course I could definitely dig down on all the details, operational costs and so on and so forth. It feels like it's been decided multiple times here again and again, but is it safe to say that we've already invested substantial dollars in the design elements of LRT? Is that safe to say at this point in the implementation phase, this far down the line?
Through the chair, yes, that's safe to say.
Okay, so I'll just put that to bed. Given Brampton's reversal on support for their project, I know that both Toronto and Cambridge became very interested in these dollars that were freed up from that project. Andrew, if you could speak to maybe the scope or some of the examples of the near 70 other big move projects that are on the go here across the province, and how, going back on this particular $1 billion investment, we'll certainly see hopes raised on councils across the province and seeing their projects funded. Are there any other shovel-ready projects? I believe there's maybe 15 to 20 shovel-ready projects across the province that would benefit should we decide not to go forward with the $1 billion investment? 71 total big move projects. Out of them, 15 shovel-ready. Which ones?
So through the chair, I would just say to that, we do have, as you referenced, the big move, which is our 25-year regional transportation plan, covers the entire region, the GTA and Hamilton areas. And basically that plan is a 25-year plan, $50 billion to build a network of rapid transit lines, about 1,200 kilometers of rapid transit lines in total across our entire region. So there are a number of projects that have been identified as priority projects under that plan. The Hamilton LRT project was one of those projects. To help implement that plan, the province has announced over the past 5 to 6 years a number of major transit funding investments. The most recent was through the Moving Ontario Forward plan, which is where this project received its funding from last year, along with funding for the Regional Express Rail program and the Huron-Ontario Main LRT project as well in Mississauga. So there are a number of other projects that are unfunded at the current time that we're certainly looking for opportunities to provide funding for.
And so, Mr. Hope, given the size and scale of infrastructure investment across the province, understanding the workforce demand in terms of, on a project scope the size of Hamilton's projected project scope, roughly how many workers would it take to employ to build something of this scale?
So directly, I'll go back to the comments that my former chief capital officer made when he spoke before the LRT committee back in September, shortly after the project was announced. And he said directly working on the project, when we get up to speed, there will be about 100 employees working on the project. But actually, when you look at when you get into the construction phase and you take the direct and indirect employment impacts, I'd refer back to the number that was in the benefits case analysis done in 2010, which was in the order of 5,700 person years of employment was the anticipated employment impact of the LRT.
I do apologize. When I hear person years, I think of Tim Hudak, so I won't go too far down that line, but I will say this, that given the scope of infrastructure investment across the province, is it safe to say that they're out of the 100, and I'll stick with the 100 because it's what I know best in terms of the economics and the numbers, that some of those folks are going to be local, given that there's going to be these builds right across the province? Is there a local component to the employment?
Through the chair, so typically what happens on large projects like this is you hire a consortium to actually lead the development of the project, but they rely a lot on local sub-trades and sub-trades to actually carry out the work. So we do anticipate that there would be significant impacts locally. We don't have an exact number yet because we're not through the procurement phase, but that would be our expectation.
When you does Metrolinx or does the province have procurement policies as it relates to unions in this area? Like I could think of perhaps LIUNA, the Carpenters Union, some of the steel, depending on where materials are coming from and all that stuff, certainly utilities. Can you just maybe speak to that? Because if that is the case, then one can only surmise that or conclude that some of the locals will be employed in that regard. And the reason why I bring that up, Mr. Deputy Mayor, is because this talk about it only affecting four wards, I think, is short-sighted. And some of the best arguments I've had coming out of labor is that this is indeed a massive scope given our economy and an opportunity for people across the city that are employed in trades to be able to work for 5 years. 5 years. So this isn't just about transit, this is about employment. And in the city, detrimental businesses coming to our city on the prospect of 20 jobs for a short period of time, like we're talking about 100. So with that regard, Mr. Hope, what other local procurement opportunities and or community benefits have been put forward in other jurisdictions as it relates to constructions along the corridor?
Through the chair, so one of the, there's a couple of things here. So the province has recently passed, it was Bill 6, I can't recall the exact name of the legislation, but it does require that for large infrastructure investments that we do implement community benefits frameworks. So that is the law of the land. I know the province is developing more detailed regulations to go along with that. We received direction from our board to negotiate and implement community benefits frameworks for the Eglinton and Finch projects, and we will be going back to our board, planning to go back to our board in June to seek similar direction for both the Hamilton and Huron Ontario projects. So the objective for community benefits frameworks is really to ensure that the benefits associated with the construction of these projects filters down to the local community through employment opportunities, apprenticeships, and the like, and that becomes part of the formal agreement with the consortium that will deliver the project.
And so you brought up a very good point. It's now called the Huronia project in Brampton. The Brampton section used to be the Huronia Main project. Turning down the Main Street component, I believe, resulted in a give back to the province of roughly $200 to $300 million. Did Brampton then have the choice of where they're spending this windfall of extra money? Did that ever enter into the equation where they can redirect that money into whims or wishes of on their list, or did that?
Through the chair, so when Brampton Council made its decision back in the fall that didn't want to proceed with it, was returned to the Moving Ontario Forward Fund, the portion in Brampton.
So we're under no illusions around this table that we're going to take $1 billion and put it somewhere else and do something else with it. I think we all understand that. I think we've all understood that from the beginning of this conversation, probably 10 years ago as it started. But I'm very interested in the community benefits aspect of this particular project, because I feel like one of the things that we're not doing well, Mr. Deputy Mayor and members of council, and maybe it's because it's so early, is really highlighting the massive impact that this potentially can have. So to Jason Thorne, what tools could we use or have been suggested around the development of the LRT, be it affordable housing, be it other community benefits? What types of things can we see from the planning and ECDEV side that we might have control over as a municipality? Non-binding, of course, just thinking out loud here, Jason. I don't want to put you in a bind.
So through the chair, I know in terms of the community benefits agreement type projects, the ones that have come up most frequently have been some of, I think it was alluded to earlier, have been some of the skills training opportunities, marketing skills training for some of the affected businesses. Those are the kinds of things that we've heard have been successful in other jurisdictions.
So lots of different opportunities for us to be creative to make sure that this is a potentially 100 workers for 5 years. We know they're not going to be all from wards 1 to full implication on those workers. So when you talk about it having a citywide effect, we're keeping that in mind. But this last question, because this has been something that I found very curious, Mr. Deputy Mayor, is this renewed interest in public transit citywide. And so I'd like to explore that for a moment, because I feel like this conversation has been pitted in a bit of an either-or scenario as it relates to our own investment in public transit. So my question through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to either Mike Zagara or anybody else, and we know when Mr. Dixon came and presented his 10-year plan, the $300 million price tag, it shocked, being a big. I think the cost of the bus barn, for myself personally, is still a bit debatable in terms of some of the assets we have in the city. But let's, for argument's sake, use the $300 million that have been put about. What's stopping us from actually funding that anyways? Mike, where could we potentially fund $300 million in citywide public transit investment as a municipality, as it is our responsibility to do in this particular deal?
And sorry, that's a question for Jason?
Probably for Mike or for John or for Chris or for whomever. What's stopping us as a municipality from going ahead and finding a way to finance that $300 million investment?
Who would like to venture an answer?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I can share what our current practice is as it relates to conventional transit. Our funding sources for conventional transit represents primarily fare box and levy. I believe the fare box now represents about 46% of the cost of conventional transit, as well as grants or subsidies, and that's principally the provincial gas tax of just in excess of 10. The conventional financing strategy, it would represent a combination in terms of our current 10-year transit strategy. I believe the maintenance facility is outside in terms of the transit fare, current transit fare forecasts, as well as our debt forecasts. So a investment in the range of about $200 to $300 million would require some additional debt. It would require council to review our current debt forecast and confirm a revised debt forecast. And then, as I mentioned previously, it would require council to revisit the fare forecast going forward and consider amending the fare forecast.
That's given what we've always done, not necessarily what we could do. So in that line of reasoning, when you talk about the gas tax, how much does the city receive in total in gas taxes?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we receive approximately $10 million
plus in provincial gas tax revenue, which is dedicated to transit. We receive an additional $30 million annually in federal gas tax, of which $28 million goes to roads, bridges, sidewalks, and approximately $3 million goes towards transit.
We're using about a quarter rate now for public transit, 3/4 for our public infrastructure. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that's correct.
And given the recent federal budgets, I'm seeing, as well as in some other municipalities, other funding in infrastructure. We've talked very hypothetically around this table, but hypothetically around that budget. Are there potentials from the federal government as it relates to either investing in public transit or reprioritizing our money and having that money from the feds go to some of our infrastructure, roads and sidewalks programs, and then allowing us to free up money for public transit? Is there an opportunity from the federal flow of dollars in this budget for infrastructure projects of that nature that might mitigate some of those costs?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the federal government has announced, I would describe it as three envelopes as it relates to infrastructure. One is the green envelope, infrastructure initiatives with a green focus, either energy efficiency or environmental benefits program, which we will wait to have a better understanding of criteria. There could be opportunities as it relates to that particular envelope. The one related envelope is the transit fund. The transit fund commitment is based on ridership. I believe Ontario is targeted to receive somewhere in the area of $1.4 billion. And based on ridership, I believe the City of Hamilton's percentage of ridership within the province of Ontario is somewhere in the area of 2.2%, and that would put us in the range of about $34 to $36 million in dedicated transit funding. So again, staff will come forward once we have a better understanding of the criteria of that program. That funding, again, that is federal funding, not clear whether or not there will be any requirement from the province flow from the federal government to provincial governments, and so we will await between the federal and provincial governments. Once we understand the language of those agreements, we will come before council with that information and seek direction where these will be. But again, specific to the transit fund, we are expecting that Hamilton would receive somewhere in the range of $34 to $36 million in direct federal funding.
Mr. Zagaric, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I can't tell you how encouraging that is. And my hope is that it alleviates some of the concerns and anxieties around the table to not look at this billion-dollar investment as a burden, but a huge opportunity for us to leverage, reprioritize, rejig how we do our funding to tap into upper levels of government. It's safe to say that for the last 10 years we hadn't had that. We hadn't had that kind of investment. We certainly hadn't had that kind of investment around the table for public transit. All those years of 0% increases have a residual effect. That's a deferred cost on the riders as we keep going back to the box to try to fund our public transit. So to hear at the feds potentially leveraging some additional monies from the province, to hear that we can have 100 workers in and across our city working for 5 years, to hear that in other areas, supported by small business, that there's actually been almost immediate renewal in terms of how some of them have been able to navigate this. Also understanding the 71 other big move projects on the go across the province. I think we're getting a very clear sense for what's at stake when we toy with this type of billion-dollar investment. And so I certainly appreciate Paul. I think you've done a fantastic job in navigating this file with your presentations, both of the LRT subcommittee. I want to thank your staff as well for taking the time to begin this process of going door to door, because I am still very concerned when I'm hearing other councillors speaking on behalf of my constituents, my residents, my business owners, when I'm not hearing what they're hearing. There's a disconnect. And so I feel connected to my community in that way. and look forward to continuing that conversation. So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'd like to thank all those people, Mr. Zagaric, John, all of you guys for being able to walk me through that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this stage, I have second-time speakers only, no more first-time speakers. I think our second-time speakers aren't going to be too long, so therefore I think it's appropriate to move on to them. So, Mayor Fred, please, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Sam. My voice is cleared up. That's a good thing. I'll be very brief. I was concerned about one issue that I heard from Councillor Whitehead, and I want to ask the same question. So, intrigued by 72 businesses actually reached out to him, which I think I heard that correctly. So, I just want to confirm whether I heard that right. I just want to confirm through you, Mr. Chair, if I heard that correctly. Mr. Whitehead?
Gary, sorry, Councillor Whitehead.
Yeah, 72 individuals contacted me and indicated that there were business downtown in the lower city. They didn't tell me what ward. They said they've talked to the ward councillor and they weren't happy with the answers in respect to their concerns on the LRT.
All right, Mayor Fred.
So that was kind of my question. Okay, so have you forwarded those names along to our staff who are working on the LRT project right now that are going to be actually reaching out to businesses on an ongoing basis, including the ward councillors, in fact? I mean, I would think that would be the appropriate thing to do so that they can share the information with them in terms of what's happening, how this is evolving and how this is moving along. So let me ask you then through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Whitehead, are you going to send those names along to our staff so they can follow through?
Councillor Whitehead.
Well, under the Privacy Act, I'd have to check with them to get their permission, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mayor Fred.
All right, that's interesting. Okay, so that's fine. You know what? We've heard a lot today. I don't think we need to continue on with that. Hopefully, we'll get to a point where we can make a recommendation to defer this a little longer and address some of the concerns that we've heard today, and then move on from there. So there's much more to say, but I think much has already been said. I'm just going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Second-time Speaker, Councillor Whitehead.
One question. $1 billion. What is the carrying cost, Mike? You can give me an estimate on $1 billion. Do you have any idea what do we know what the rate for the province is at this point?
Mike.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'd have to make assumptions over the term. If the term was a 30-year term, you're probably looking at in the range of about, in terms of principal and interest, somewhere in the area of $75 million a year.
Thank you. There's your operating cost for the BRT.
Thank you. First-time Speaker, Councillor Collins.
Thank you. I want to address the Rapid Ready report if I could, and my question would be to Jim Doms. The Rapid Ready report says, the one that we all voted for, and I'm quoting it verbatim, it would not, sorry, is Jim not here? Oh, anyone who chooses to answer this then. It would not be productive for Hamilton to build light rail while maintaining 30-minute headways on regular transit routes serving LRT. Perhaps more importantly, early and significant investments are required. As I asked, my question would be, based on that statement, as I asked at the LRT the Rapid Ready report strongly mentions in several instances, and this probably being the most definitive, transit investments are required prior to. It would not be productive for Hamilton to build LRT without substantial transit investments. Quite clear, that money did not come. How are we funding that between now and the time that LRT opens?
Who would like to venture an answer? Mr. Murray.
Sure.
Brave and bold.
Just so as we're clear, I mean, when that report was presented here and reviewed and questions asked by this committee, we took it upon ourselves to make sure that the province of Ontario, in particular Metrolinx, had a copy of it and was able to digest what was in it. So notwithstanding what the report said and the concerns that were expressed in it, I think by staff at the time, I would assume or presume that Metrolinx understood the details of that report, and having considered it, chose to and decided to invest $1 billion in Hamilton for LRT. So I'm not sure what the councillor is saying, but so the bottom line, the Councillor Whitehead I'm referring to. So the bottom line is that information was provided to the province, and notwithstanding what it says, certainly it agreed that the investment that we have in front of us that staff are working to implement was taken into consideration.
Okay. Thank you for that, Chris. That question probably should have been directed to Metrolink's representatives. The report goes on to state, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but another key point says Rapid Ready focuses on three key ingredients, that are necessary to support rapid transit investment. First one and foremost, building on an integrated transit network and growing ridership. Again, it's back to this investment that was required to grow ridership, and I mean, sure that when the LRT, if it's constructed and when it's constructed at some point in time in the future, whenever that is, the day that it opens, there'll be a ridership that is larger than the one that it's replacing. And so I'm questioning, and I have questioned, where those investments come from. And when I asked informally Mr. Doms earlier, I understand that it's still under review and something will be back in front of council either later this year or later this term that deals with that, as I've referred to it, as the elephant in the room. It's $100 million in capital investment that wasn't funded, that we asked for. That was the first phase of this project. We haven't received any word from the province in terms of what's coming, and I can only assume that those investments are now a price tag or an investment that the City of Hamilton is required to fund. Is that a safe assumption?
To Mr. Hope, is that the staff member you'd like this directed to, Councillor Collins? Hope.
So the question is, why has the province not decided to invest the $300 million? I can't really speak for decisions that the province has made. What I can say is that the investment we've been asked to implement is the funding commitment through the $1 billion for the LRT.
I want to then refer to the Canadian Urban Institute document that is held up as, I think, the document that illustrates that there is economic uplift argument to be had with LRT. And if I could ask through you maybe to, I'm not certain of whether this should be to finance or to someone from the LRT office, but the Canadian Urban Institute document illustrates that there's a template within the document that shows if you do not build the LRT, Hamilton will see a certain amount of investment. Number that is quoted there, I don't have it in front of me, I think it's 36 projects. That was for Eastgate to McMaster. The scaled down version now of LRT goes from 108 projects with LRT on that line, and now to the shorter route it says 97 projects. So 97 projects are with the partial LRT, 35 of which would be built without it. So now we're down to 60, if following with the math. So we're poised to see 60 new developments, according to the Canadian Urban Institute's document, which we've used as the economic uplift document. And I'd like to ask Finance whether or not the expropriation related to the construction of the bus stops or the LRT stops have been factored into that Canadian Urban Institute.
To Mike.
For you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the document that the councillor is referring to, it's a 2010 document. At the time that the assessment uplift and the tax benefits were being estimated as to what would be required as it relates to acquisition to support the LRT. So the short answer would be no. I don't believe in terms of those estimates that any foregone tax revenue or costs have been incorporated in those forecasts. And again, it is a 2010 report. It made a number of assumptions, and since that time there's been changes in terms of development along that corridor that would impact those forecasts.
Part of those, one of the big changes on the corridor, which one of those sites, probably the largest site on the LRT corridor in the Canadian Urban Institute's document that speaks to economic uplift, is the Scott Park site. And it is included in one of those 60 properties that were to see development. I confirm with you then, the current status of that property is now all institutional. As Mr. Zagaric has articulated, we've made the decision to build a rec center with a school, other institutional uses on site, and as I understand it, that entire site now is no longer part of the economic uplift document. Is that a safe assumption?
Mr. Zagaric.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in terms of what may be left in terms of available land in that precinct to support LRT, I suspect it is limited relative to what was assumed back in 2010. I just want to remind committee, back in 2010, the assumption was that that precinct would be available principally to support LRT and development that relates or aligns to LRT. And since that time, with the support of the Senior Center, Recreation Center, and school board property in the stadium, the scope or availability of land relative to 2010 is quite limited. And again, that particular precinct did represent back in 2010, and in the assumptions of Canadian Urban Institute, it did represent the largest parcel of public land in terms of their benefit estimation.
So to be clear, I just want to reiterate, 60 buildings, net 60 buildings, after the line was shortened. 60 buildings to come down. I think we've heard that number. Could be a little higher, maybe a little bit lower. We'll know, I think, by the end of the summer. Along those lines then, who will track the net gain or the net loss as it relates to new assessment?
Eric.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, technically, Finance would be tracking. You'll recall that through each budget cycle, we make assumptions as it relates to write-offs or adjustments, assessment write-offs or adjustments. It would affect our levy. If there were to be a reduction in assessment base because of those acquisitions, the offsetting impact would be on our levy, and we would be reporting that through the budget process.
That information flow through the committee? My question would be around if 60 buildings are purchased, there's taxes that are currently being paid by commercial operators and residential. Left guessing right now in terms of what 60 buildings down. There will be people living in those buildings. So I wonder who's keeping track of what we've lost through the start of that process, and then hopefully there's a flip side of that coin is someone will track what the gain is based on the Canadian Urban Institute documents. So that, I understand finance does that in a global way through the budget process, and that's valuable information that we get every year. But as I had asked for this year with the budget process, I asked for the heat maps to show where we were seeing the most investment and where we had some challenges with tax assessment losses. That map clearly showed us that, we were growing in the areas, we weren't growing in the areas where we had hoped. So I want to ensure that, I want some commitment, and maybe it's from Mr. Murray Johnson, that at some point in time, that information will flow through the committee. Back of that, is that possible to do?
I saw an indication from Mr. Johnson.
Through the Deputy Mayor, absolutely, we can do that work. And just on the question of taxes, Metrolinx will be paying taxes in lieu. So in terms of the municipal taxes, that will not be lost revenue to us. They will apply for an exemption from the education tax component of it, but in terms of our taxes, they'll go through that process with us. So there was a question at one point about whether the taxes are lost altogether. There's no taxes on those properties. The answer to that is no. It'll be they'll be part of the PILTs that we have on various occasions here. The other piece is properties, if they are used for another use through Metrolinx, a commercial use, either leasing to tenants or other businesses, they would pay the full property tax calculation. I think the final piece just on the acquisition side is that it's the full expectation that some portions of properties, if there is a full property take, we're not anticipating needing for the project the whole property, and that will come back on the market. So as part of the tracking, to the councillor's point, we'll make sure that sometimes it's lost, but then it'll be gained on that same property over a period of time as well, and can easily be tracking that and reporting that through the committee as well.
So the business closures, and thanks for that, Paul, through Mr. Chairman. Business closures will be part of that key performance indicator chart.
Through Deputy Mayor, yes, and that's part of the rationale for having our Community Connector program twice a year, is that we'll actually be able to track some of that change that's happening on the ground, because some of it, of course, is hard to track. It's not announced publicly, perhaps, but we'll find that out as we go through. There's a database of information being collected on all 991 properties, so we'll be able to show that change over time, and that is part of the reporting that will be coming out of that Community Connector program.
And we will be, just to be clear, using the Canadian document as the baseline document to compare what we anticipated would be built without LRT and what would.
The Deputy Mayor, certainly one of our baseline documents, yes.
And who's keeping track of the closures during the construction? Talked about the expropriation, seller willing buyer scenario that you referenced earlier. There's certainly two issues there, but there will be closures. Construction process on those properties along the line, that's part of that key performance indicator.
Deputy Mayor, just to be clear, our work on collecting information along that corridor is every property twice a year through the entire length of the process. So we'll see that pre-construction, during construction. So yes, you'll get that information on an ongoing basis.
On the province's $1 billion cap, how was James Street North referenced by the Premier?
The Deputy Mayor, the project scope announced by the Premier included that. The North Spur, the full distance of that North Spur was a little bit of where the discussion has been. So how far that North Spur can go is what we're trying to incorporate within the billion. I think the school of thought thinking is that overall it's the same amount of length of LRT. At the end of the day, we've shortened the east link and then extended the North Spur.
So sorry, that last part again. The eastern important to accommodate James Street North.
Through Deputy Mayor, no. In terms of the overall amount, though, the shortened component on the east is offset by the North Spur. So the thinking is that from a budgetary perspective, it actually nets out very close to where we were in terms of total LRT track length.
Perfect. Thank you for that. If it goes over budget, how do we keep the city from getting? Ask that in the context of Red Hill. If you look at because of the length of time it took to study and then subsequently build Red Hill. 3 different parties represented the province through that process. 3 different parties had 3 different parties offered 3 different funding scenarios, some more generous than others. How do we avoid that? And through that process, let me be clear, the city was stuck with higher costs. How do we avoid that through the LRT? Part question, does it mean that the project changes to accommodate the billion, or is there a scenario in which the city would pick up extra
capital costs and the project costs there? That was reconfirmed through that line of questioning as well at the subcommittee, that is the project costs entirely borne by the province through Metrolinx. So the city of Hamilton is not expected to contribute to that. So the further question you're asking, though, is about what happens if through our design work the costs come in beyond what the province's envelope can accommodate, and that is where the scope of the project, if there's no way to fit it within that overall funding envelope, then things like scope or elements of it in order to pull it within scope. But those are hypotheticals at the moment, right. But that's the way it would be. The answer we've received repeatedly is that if the cost is higher than the envelope, the answer is not the municipality must cover that. We work through a series of conversations as to how to ensure that the project can continue within the envelope.
Okay. And I didn't have the opportunity, I'd had the opportunity, but I forgot to ask it at the subcommittee, and that is, there's certainly shock from transit riders that there are no buses in the And when I say core, I mean between Wellington and James Street North, and you clearly articulated there will still be buses in the downtown. No one disputes that. And they will be diverted off the main line. I'd like to understand, and I don't need the answer today because I don't think the information. Talk to HSR staff, and I believe that we're currently doing counts, but I'd like to know how many that area of the city on King between Wellington, current configuration of the bus stops and the bus routes that flow into the core. How many transit riders will flow into the core post LRT? I don't need that information today because I think we're still doing counts, but at some point in time, if it could come back to the subject.
Deputy Mayor, we'll take that request away and get that.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. Back to second-time speakers. Oh, pardon me. You are technically a first-time speaker. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And I appreciate what development component. I'm just going to not go based on projections or studies, but let's deal with the reality of what we're faced with here. The Spalacis, Valerie, Liuna, Darko Vranic, they're spending hundreds of millions of dollars in our core. You can combine every single building from downtown to Ward 4, and I can assure you it doesn't add up to the assessment growth of those developments here in the core. Having said that, look at even just Ward 4 from City Motor right to Ottawa Street. I have millions of dollars of investments presently in the ground and will relocate it to the original mother LRT on our of it. And today are strong proponents, the Spalacis, the Valeries, the Liunas, the End Zone, and well. So we look at the economic development of what's actually happening versus the doom and gloom projections. The reality is we're already on the uplift and they're supporting it. And we have an obligation to these developers to ensure that we support their endeavors over and above what we believe is important. So just on the economic development component alone, it's probably close to $1 billion when you look at everything that's being built, especially the Connaught alone in that particular development. Now, looking at the economic development, when you look at the assessment growth and the shift that's going to occur, market value assessment, since amalgamation, we've all heard about the suburbs and how they're unfairly taxed. It had nothing to do with amalgamation, it had nothing to do with city council, and it had everything to do with market value assessment. And so, if through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Mike Zagaric, Mike, can you explain why back in that amalgamation, the suburbs were being overly taxed compared to us in the old city of Hamilton as it pertains to market value assessment?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, just to be clear, as it relates to a reassessment to the municipality directly as revenue neutral. What was occurring at that time was higher than average assessment growth in some of the former municipalities other than the city of Hamilton, which caused a shift in tax burden from, again, former city of Hamilton to those former municipalities, principally Flamborough, Ancaster, Dundas, and to a lesser degree Stormont. At the last reassessment period, to which 2016 is the last year of the current four-year cycle, is we actually saw in that wards 1, 2, 3, and 15, continuing with 15, but 1, 2, 3 had higher than average assessment growth. Consequently, there was a shift in tax burden to those wards. Specifically in wards 1, it was 0.9% higher levy impact. Ward 2, I believe, was 0.3, and I might be slightly off. And in wards 3 and 15, again, slightly higher, somewhere in that 0.1 to 0.3 range. So again, going back to post-amalgamation, higher than average reassessment impacts in the former municipalities, most recently higher than average reassessment impacts in 1, 2, 3, and 15.
Okay. So what we're seeing right now trending here in Hamilton is that the core transplanted Torontonians going into town, where in Ward 4 we've seen 400% increases over the last 10 years, and we're only at the beginning. The LRT will play a role significantly as a result of being an hour and a half away from reliable, ready transit to Toronto. The market's going to explode. In essence, the assessment growth in the core from City Motor right to McMaster is just going to continue increasing. What will occur then is that shift. Not only will there'll be a reversal in fortune in the city, but there's also going to be a reversal of impact on taxes, which means this type of project, from an economic perspective, in itself will lead to economic development, but it's also going to lead to a tax shift, and taxes will decrease in the mountain and in the suburban area as a result of the great cities aren't built based on their suburbs. Toronto isn't a great city because of Scarborough or Etobicoke. It is because of Toronto. It's because of their core. The same is happening with Hamilton now. And we're just on the cusp, and this type of project is a catalyst to that continued success. So, in essence, a support for LRT is a support for lower taxes in the suburban area. And to not acknowledge that is not acknowledging the reality of the issue, particularly when the province is investing that particular money. Also, the infrastructure renewal component. I met with staff, as I promised. I'm working on trying to get what part of the infrastructure component are we actually freeing up in our general levy. And that amount of money, whatever we do free up, which we will be able to free up, will now be allocated to the rest of the city. So in essence, we can expedite a number of projects and mitigate the $3 billion infrastructure deficit that we are presently carrying. So when you look at the economic developments, the current, based on the premise of this LRT, and I'm speaking directly from these investors, literally almost $1 billion that's being invested on the premise of this LRT being built, coupled with future investment. You can't rely on studies and projections based on theory. I'm talking facts and based on people who put their hard-earned money on the table based on this being built. And I say we have a responsibility to respect that investment that they've made on the premise that we are building the LRT. And I can assure you that all of those people are listening, and they all will be contacting you about this project. Thank you. Thank you,
Councillor Barula. Councillor Skelly.
Thank you. I just wanted to maybe dig down a little bit deeper on the statement that Councillor Marola just mentioned, and perhaps, I'm not sure who could answer from staff, but in terms of the economic uplift, how long, Councillor Marola, I'm assuming these projects are already underway, how long was the process in just getting the shovels in the ground for these particular development projects? Would it have been over a year before they approached the city to ask for, to start getting permits to build these projects? Jason, could you speak to that?
So through the chair, it varies, but some of the projects mentioned, would go back probably 2-3 years in terms of when their original application dates. I believe some of the ones that were mentioned were ones that were have recently come through approvals and have not yet or have just recently turned into shovels in the ground.
But it would be at least a 2 to 3 year process before we would see shovels in the ground in any particular project in the downtown core?
Through the chair, that's probably a reasonable estimate.
And when was the funding for the LRT approved?
Chair, was it 16, how many months? 12 months.
Thank you.
I heard a indication from Councillor
And I really appreciate the line of questioning, because if Councillor Skelly would have read her email, we started voting on this in 2006. The community, as we know, based on the reaction we're receiving, already believed it was a done deal. So these developers that I'm referencing also believed it was a done deal. Shocked at what occurred here last week. And so let's move forward. Thank you.
Councillor Farr.
And some of the major developments that were referenced, it took a lot less than 2 to 3 years.
Thank you. A motion from Mayor Fred by Councillor Brad Johnson, seconded. All in favor? Excellent. Item 8.1 is respecting the single source address information management system implementation. Are there questions or discussion with regard to the report? Seeing none. Councillor Partridge and Councillor Johnson, all in favor? Thank you. 8.2 is report PED 16114 respecting the Hamilton Downtown Multi-Residential Property Investment Program for Shannon Street East. Discussion. Seeing none. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Skelly, all in favor. Item 8.3 is with regards to report 16-003 of the Light Rail Transit Subcommittee. Are there any questions or discussion with regards to this? Seeing none. Councillor Skelly and Councillor Collins, all in favor. Thank you. So, Mayor Fred, would you please take the floor? And I'm going to dig out my motion. Item 9.1 is my motion, and Mayor Fred will take the chair.
You're in. Away you go.
So, thank you. Very convenient. Thank you, Lori. So, I'm just going to read this out. Whereas pride is synonymous with the positive stance against discrimination and violence toward lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer citizens to promote their self-affirmation, dignity, equality rights, increase their visibility as a social group, braid sexual diversity and gender variance. Whereas the month of June is traditionally LGBTQ Pride Month, when many Pride events are held to recognize the impact LGBTQ people have had in the world. And whereas Hamilton Pride events can provide an opportunity to boost tourism while providing both positive economic and social benefits. Therefore, be it resolved that tourism and culture staff be directed to convene a meeting with reps of the LGBTQ community with the goal of discussing opportunities to celebrate through our Hamilton Pride Week and provide an information report back to GIC summarizing the outcomes of the discussion. And if I might briefly say a word about this.
Yes, sir.
To me, the social argument for this is clear. The argument that I want to make that might not be quite as clear is the economic argument. The City of Toronto, among other cities, reap significant economic dividends from a well-marketed Pride celebration every year. There's no reason for us to lose out. So therefore, my motion is presented, seconded by Councillor Farr, and that is that.
Okay,
the chair remains yours.
So any comments or questions? Hearing none. All in favor? Carried. Any opposed? Hearing none. Thank you. Chair's back to you, sir.
Thank you. Item 9.2. A referred motion.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Marola, that we refer to June GIC. June 8th. Thank you very much.
June 15th.
15th? 15th.
June 15th. Madam Clerk, that is all in order. So, questions, comments? Seeing none. All in favor?
Carried.
So that is transferred. 10.1. Councillor Marula, do you have a notice of motion?
No, I'm actually responding to that.
He's not going to do it. Okay. May I please have a motion to move into closed session respecting... No, done. Pardon me, Councillor Partridge. Councillor Green is indicating. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I do apologize for the late addition of this time-sensitive matter regarding Habitat for Humanity. It was presented as a notice of motion. That it was an issue that was brought up in planning, of which both the chair, Councillor Partridge, and Councillor Collins brought to my attention as the ward councillor. I'd like to ask at this time that I have a motion to waive the rules and to introduce it right now.
Sure, that's seconded by Councillor Collins. All in favor?
Carried.
Great.
And
Please
this is I'll skip the whereases and get to therefore be it resolved that the planning application fee paid by the Hamilton Habitat for Humanity for formal consultation, rezoning, and official plan amendment applications for the property located at 149.5 Sherman Avenue in the City of Hamilton be reimbursed in full. And so this is, if I may, just for a quick moment so that nobody feels hijacked. This is a project that's happening on Sherman. It's an affordable housing project. It's in line with our Planning and Economic Development report entitled Tariff and Fees, exempting charitable and nonprofit organizations from the planning application fees related to affordable housing contained within PED 16098, which was approved by our planning committee on May 17th, 2016. And so the reason why this is time sensitive is because, as you know, there's a philanthropic organization that provides affordable home ownership for our residents here in Hamilton. And so to have this reimbursed monies paid back into the organization will allow them to continue their great work. And if I may also say that I'd be remiss that our own Hamilton Hydro, Horizon Utilities, has been working on projects in our ward and around our ward, helping to build these housing units. And so I'd like to give a shout out to the good folks at Horizon for their work. But I know Councillor Partridge and Councillor Collins, being present at the Planning Committee, If there's any questions onto the particulars, I'm sure they'd be happy to pipe up. If not, it's pretty much a clear-cut home run unless there's other questions.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Green, for bringing this forward. As chair of the meeting yesterday, I had made a note to make sure that we covered that, and I was remiss not to. It got lost in my jotting down on the margins. So I appreciate you bringing it forward. It was something that should have been done yesterday. I totally support.
Great. Other speakers? Seeing none. All in favor? All opposed? None. Great. Carried. So, may I please have a motion to move into closed session respecting item 12.1, proposed settlement, and 12.2, City's procedural bylaw 49E F of the Ontario Municipal Act as amended, as the subject matters pertain to labor relations or employee negotiations, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the city, and the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. I now ask that the public and any staff who are not required to be in this closed session meeting to please exit the chambers, taking all of your personal belongings with you.